Hey, amazing people. If you're subscribed, then you're a legend. Thank you so much. But most of you listening aren't subscribed, so please smash that sub button and join the family. We're almost at 30,000 subs, so let's make that happen. It's free and really means a lot to us. Thank you so much. Don't forget to hit the like button if you enjoy these stories.
Okay, this is probably the most messed up date I've ever been on. And I honestly don't know if I should laugh or cry about it. You know when you meet someone on Tinder and everything seems normal in the beginning? That was how it started with Dan. He had a few pictures up, nothing too crazy. Some farm stuff, a couple of fishing shots, and a pic of him holding up a giant pumpkin. He seemed pretty chill, and we were both into similar things, outdoors, hiking, all that kind of stuff. We had been texting for a bit before we decided to meet up. Honestly, I didn't expect anything weird. I thought it'd be just another regular date. I've been on my fair share of awkward first dates, but nothing ever too strange. Just the usual, what's your favorite food? And where do you see yourself in 5 years stuff. So, when we made plans to meet at this little cafe, I thought it would be like every other date. Huge casual, and maybe we'd go for a walk after if the vibe was right. But from the second Dan walked in, I knew something was off. I was sitting at a table at a window, scrolling through my phone, trying to pretend like I wasn't nervously waiting. When I saw him come through the door, I froze. He looked different, but not in the way you'd expect from a bad Tinder photo. No, he didn't look like a catfish or anything. His face, his clothes, everything was normal, except for his hands and his teeth. I'm not exaggerating when I say his hands were covered in blood. His shirt wasn't much better. I honestly couldn't even tell if it was fresh blood or old blood, but it was definitely blood. His teeth, they were stained too, almost like he just had a really bad experience with a bottle of red wine. But the stains were all over, like he'd been gnawing on something with no regard for his own hygiene. My first thought was, what the hell did I just walk into? For a split second, I thought about getting up and walking out. I mean, who shows up to a date with blood all over themselves? But I didn't want to be rude, so I just sat there frozen, not sure whether to stay or make a run for it. I thought maybe it was some weird joke, or maybe he was trying to break the ice in a really bizarre way. He noticed me staring, and that's when it got worse. He smiled, and I could see more of the blood on his teeth. I'm sure I looked terrified. Hell, I was terrified. But he didn't seem to notice. Or maybe he didn't care. He sat down at the table across from me without saying anything right away. I was still just sitting there trying to figure out what the hell was going on, while also trying not to scream or bolt for the door. I could feel my heart racing, and I was kind of just staring at the blood, not sure how to react. Was this some sick joke? Was he in some kind of weird gang or something? And then, as if reading my mind, he leaned in a little and said, "I'm sorry about the mess, but I was just at the farm." That's when he started explaining himself. Apparently, Dan was a farmer. A beet farmer, to be exact. Yeah, I know, right? A beet farmer. And he had just been making beet juice, which according to him was a lot messier than you'd think. He said he had a little accident with the juicer, which made the blood like stains all over him. He went on about how the juice had splattered all over the place and how it was really hard to clean up. I just stared at him, unsure whether I should laugh or scream. Who shows up to a date covered in beet juice like that? And honestly, it didn't look like beet juice to me. I know what beets look like when you juice them. They're purple, but this looked way darker. It looked more like actual blood. He kept talking about the juicing process, and I kept nodding, just trying to act like I wasn't about to pass out from sheer confusion and fear. The more he talked, the weirder it got. He kept smiling this weird grin, showing his teeth, and it felt like he was almost trying to convince me that everything was normal. I'm sitting there trying to keep my shit together while I'm wondering if I should call someone for help. What kind of farmer shows up looking like this? But I didn't want to be rude, and I didn't want to make things worse. So I just kept nodding and pretending like I wasn't about to lose my mind. Maybe he wasn't dangerous. Maybe it really was just beet juice. I was overreacting. Maybe he was just an awkward guy who didn't have the best judgment when it came to dating. But the more he smiled, the less I believed it. At some point, he reached for the menu and I just couldn't take it anymore. I had to say something. "Are you, sure that's beet juice?" I asked, probably sounding a lot more nervous than I wanted to. He paused for a second, like he was thinking about it. "Yeah, definitely. I get a little carried away sometimes." he said with a chuckle, wiping his hands on the napkin like it was no big deal. The stains on his hands didn't even look like they were going away. I couldn't keep up the act. I was done. I wasn't interested in hearing any more of his beet juice story. I stood up, grabbed my purse, and without saying anything, I bolted out of the cafe. My head was spinning, my heart was pounding, and I just needed to get out of there. As I walked out, I looked back one last time. He was still sitting there, looking completely unfazed, as if this was the most normal thing in the world. I can still see that image in my head. The blood on his hands, the stains on his teeth, the weird smile. I wasn't sure if I had just been part of a sick prank or if this guy was genuinely off his rocker. Either way, I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I'm still not sure what happened that night. Maybe it really was beet juice, but something in my gut tells me that there was more to the story than that. I don't know if I'll ever understand what kind of person shows up to a date like that. All I know is I'm not going on any more dates with farmers, or anyone with blood on their hands for that matter. So this is probably the weirdest date I've ever been on, and looking back, I still don't know if I was being pranked or if this girl was just out there. I met China on Tinder, and honestly, her profile didn't seem all that weird. She had these cute pics, we both liked the same movies, and she even mentioned that she loved food. Who doesn't, right? We'd been talking for a couple of days, and I thought, why not? She seemed cool enough, so we made plans to meet up at this Italian restaurant downtown. I mean, what could go wrong, right? It was just dinner. Now, I'm a pretty chill guy. I'm not the type to overthink stuff. I just go with the flow. But as soon as she walked into the restaurant, I could feel this uneasy vibe creeping up. There wasn't anything super off-putting about her. She was cute, like really cute. But she had this thing about her that I couldn't put my finger on, like she was trying too hard to stand out. Anyway, we sat down, and I figured I'd just relax and let the date unfold. The waitress came over, we ordered our food, and started chatting about whatever. But then the food came out. I had ordered the lasagna, basic I know, it's safe. China had gone with the spaghetti, and when the waitress set her plate down in front of her, I noticed something strange. She didn't immediately pick up her fork like any normal person. No, she just stared at the plate for a second, then, without missing a beat, she reached out and grabbed a handful of spaghetti with her bare hands. At first, I thought maybe it was some weird joke. I mean, I wasn't sure what kind of weird flex this was, but maybe she was just being funny. But no, she literally shoved a handful of spaghetti into her mouth like she had done it 1,000 times. No fork. No spoon. Just her hands covered in marinara sauce. I just sat there, frozen, trying to process what was happening. She looked up at me and smiled like it was totally normal, and then she grabbed another handful. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just kind of laughed awkwardly, thinking, okay, maybe she's just quirky. This is probably a one-time thing. But no, it wasn't a one-time thing. She was going at the spaghetti like it was no big deal. She wasn't even trying to make it look like a graceful mess. It was pure chaos. She was shoveling it into her mouth, sauce dripping down her chin, and at one point, she even got some noodles in her hair. I'm pretty sure she didn't notice, or maybe she just didn't care. I didn't know if I should stop her or what. I mean, I was sitting there with my fork, trying to take small bites of my lasagna while she just devoured her plate with both hands. And it wasn't even like she was eating fast. She was taking her sweet time, savoring it, like she was some kind of spaghetti connoisseur who'd never seen pasta before. The worst part, every time she grabbed a handful of noodles, she'd look up at me with this expectant face, waiting for me to respond to her weirdness like it was perfectly normal. I felt embarrassed for her, honestly, but I didn't want to be rude and make a big deal out of it, so I just kept eating. The whole restaurant was pretty quiet, and I swear I could hear the sound of her hands squishing the pasta as she ate. People were staring at first and tried to be subtle about it, but after a while, I could see a couple of people openly glancing at her. I'm sure they thought it was weird too. I mean, who eats spaghetti with their hands in a nice sit-down restaurant? At some point, I just couldn't take any more. The sauce was all over her face, and her hands were completely covered in it, like she had dipped them in a vat of marinara. I wasn't sure if I should say something or pretend like I didn't notice. I didn't want to make her feel bad, but this was starting to feel like I had stepped into some kind of strange parallel universe. Finally, I couldn't hold it in. I leaned over and said something like, "Hey, you know there's a fork, right?" She just looked at me, still chewing on some spaghetti, and said, "Oh, I don't mind. I like eating with my hands. Feels more real, you know." I just nodded, thinking, what the hell? By now, I was getting to the point where I wanted to just get out of there. I mean, how long can you sit at a table while someone eats like a toddler at dinner? But I didn't want to seem like I was judging her. Maybe she was just different. Maybe she had a thing about eating in a certain way, or maybe she was just being weird for the sake of being quirky. Whatever it was making me uncomfortable. I wasn't trying to be a jerk, but I just couldn't stay much longer. She was acting so out of place, and was starting to feel like I wasn't sure what I had gotten myself into. And the worst part, she kept doing it. I swear, every bite she took was with her hands. I could hear the squelching noise of her grabbing the noodles, and with every slurp, I just felt more and more embarrassed. For me, for her, for the whole situation. The worst part came when she leaned back in her chair and wiped her hands on the napkin, leaving this trail of sauce all over her face. She just looked at me like everything was fine, and for a split second, I wondered if I was the one who was out of touch. Maybe I was overreacting. But the moment she finished, she stood up and gave me this huge grin. "Thanks for dinner, I had a blast," she said, and I nodded, not really sure how to respond. She paid for the meal, which, to her credit, was nice, and we parted ways without a hug or a kiss or anything. I just kind of walked to my car, like I had just been part of some strange fever dream. That was the last time I ever saw China. I couldn't bring myself to text her after that. I mean, how do you even bring that up? "Hey, I had a great time on our date, except for the fact that you ate your spaghetti like you were in some kind of food eating contest." Honestly, I don't even know what to make of it. I don't know if she was just trying to be quirky or if she really thought that was normal. Either way, it's a date I'll never forget. And trust me, I'll never look at spaghetti the same way again. This is something that still makes me cringe every time I think about it. I met this guy, Dean, on Tinder a couple of months ago. At first, everything seemed pretty normal. Well, at least that's what I thought. He was a little older than me, but nothing too crazy. He had a nice job, came off as charming, and we clicked pretty quickly in our conversations. But the more we talked, the more I started to get this vibe that he was really into impressing me, sometimes a little too much. On our first few dates, it was like I was living in some rom-com movie. He took me to fancy restaurants, booked us tickets for events I didn't even know existed, and bought me these random little gifts that were always, like, super expensive. I'd never been wined and dined like that before, so I thought it was kind of cute at first. Honestly, I was starting to feel special. And maybe a little naive. Then Valentine's Day came around. We were texting a lot leading up to it, and he started telling me how he was going to spoil me for the big day. He said, "I'm gonna get you 100 red roses, you know. It's nothing for me, babe. You deserve it." I was kind of taken aback. I mean, 100 roses. Who even does that? It sounded insane, honestly, but it also made me feel, well, special. Maybe I had gotten a little used to him showering me with gifts, so I started to get excited about what he was planning. The big day finally arrived, and I woke up to a sweet message from him. He didn't give me any clues about what was coming, but I was already imagining this huge bouquet of roses showing up at my door, making everyone around me jealous. I'd probably have to take a picture with them and post it on Instagram. I mean, who wouldn't? So I went about my day, totally waiting for the flowers to arrive. But here's where it gets weird. Around lunch, I get a text from him. "Your flowers are on the way. I hope you like them." I didn't think much of it. Maybe they were just being delivered a little later than expected. But then, about an hour later, a delivery guy from a local florist shows up at my office. It was a pretty normal work day, and there were a bunch of people around. My coworkers were talking, laughing, and gossiping like they always do. The guy hands me a small, wrapped-up bouquet of roses, and at first, I thought it was some kind of mistake. I figured maybe they had sent the wrong thing, so I looked at the card. It was from Dean, all right. Now, at this point, I'm getting a little confused. This bouquet was so small, it barely even fit in my hand. Like, I could count the roses on one hand and still have space. It was nothing like the 100 roses he had promised me. Not even close. But that wasn't even the worst part. As soon as my coworkers saw the flowers, they lost it. I mean, they started laughing. I couldn't help it, but I felt my face go red. It was embarrassing. They were like, "Is that all? I thought he was getting you 100 roses," and started making jokes about how I got in a budget bouquet. I tried to laugh it off, but the entire office was looking at me like I had just been pranked. The awkwardness was unbearable. I could hear them whispering behind my back, "Poor girl," she outplayed. My phone was buzzing in my pocket, but I didn't want to check it. I just stood there, holding these tiny roses, trying to pretend like everything was fine. I texted Dean later that day, trying to keep it casual, but also a little confused. Hey, the flowers are beautiful, but where are the 100 roses you promised? He replied almost immediately. What do you mean? I got you those roses. I thought you loved them. I guess I didn't want to overwhelm you with too many. I just stared at my phone. That didn't even make sense. Overwhelm me with too many roses. What was that even supposed to mean? It felt like he was trying to cover something up, but I didn't know what. That night, I decided to bring it up in person when we met. When I asked him about it, his response didn't help at all. He was like, I didn't want you to feel like I was showing off or something. It's not about how many flowers I get you, babe. It's about the gesture. And I thought this little bouquet would mean more. I really care about you, you know. At that point, I was starting to get uncomfortable. I didn't want to sound ungrateful, but I also didn't want to ignore the fact that his words didn't line up with his actions. Why would he promise 100 roses and then send a handful? Why did he think this tiny bouquet was going to make up for it? It felt like he was trying way too hard to control how I was supposed to feel. I didn't want to argue with him, but I also felt like I was being manipulated. I couldn't help but wonder if he was trying to make himself seem even more impressive by dangling these huge promises that he never actually intended to keep. The whole thing felt off. The next few days were awkward between us. I tried to let it go, but every time I saw him, I couldn't stop thinking about the roses. It wasn't even about the flowers at that point. It was more about the fact that he had said one thing and done another. It was like he was trying to play some game with me, where I was supposed to accept these small gestures and pretend they were the big, grand things he had promised. I eventually broke it off with him. I couldn't deal with the manipulation anymore. It wasn't about the flowers. It was about the constant need to present this perfect image of himself. He had created this fantasy of who he was, but the reality just didn't match up. To this day, I still don't know if he was just clueless or if he was trying to pull some kind of power move over me. But it taught me a lesson. Don't fall for granted promises. The small stuff, the little gestures, those are what matter. And sometimes the guy who's trying to spoil you is just looking for ways to make you feel bad about what you've actually got. I swear dating apps are a whole other world. You think you know what you're getting into, but then one random encounter can completely throw you off. That's exactly what happened when I matched with Melissa on Tinder. At first, she seemed pretty chill. She had this profile where she mentioned she was a huge fan of 5 Seconds of Summer. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of the band, but they're pretty popular, so I thought, okay, cool. She's into music. We might have some things in common. She also had this cute smile, so I thought, why not give it a shot? We chatted a few days, talked about concerts, our favorite artists, some random stuff, and I figured, okay, this could be fun. We decided to meet up at a local cafe in town. Nothing fancy, just a coffee shop with some cozy seating. I showed up a little early to grab a seat and chill. I'll admit I was a bit nervous. First dates always make me second guess myself, but I was trying to keep it cool. Then she walked in. At first, I didn't recognize her. I mean, yeah, she was cute, but she was dressed, well, different. I didn't know what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't this. She was dressed like Luke Hemmings. Like full-on 5 Sauce Luke Hemmings cosplay. She had the leather jacket, the white shirt, the skinny jeans. I'm pretty sure she even had his signature hairstyle. I just stared at her for a second like, what? She walked up to me, sat down, and just smiled. I didn't know what to say, so I kind of just nodded, trying to hide my surprise. In the back of my mind, I was like, okay, maybe she's just really into the band, no big deal. But as soon as she sat down, she started humming 5 Sauce songs, like under her breath. I didn't think much of it at first, but then, as we started talking about random stuff, just getting to know each other, she started casually singing some of their songs. Like it wasn't even a thing. She was just talking about how her day went and suddenly burst into song, belting out lyrics to She Looks So Perfect right in the middle of a conversation about her job. I laughed awkwardly, not knowing how to react. I thought maybe she was just really, really passionate about the band, so I decided to go with it. We talked about her favorite songs, and I tried to keep it cool. But inside, I was definitely a little weirded out. But it didn't stop there. It wasn't just a one-time thing. She kept doing it. Throughout the entire date, every time we got into a conversation about something, anything really should just break into a song. Sometimes it was amnesia. Sometimes it was jet black heart. I was starting to feel like I was trapped in some weird musical version of my life. And honestly, it was starting to get uncomfortable. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like a good song here and there, but this was next level. Every time she'd finish a song, she'd just look at me, waiting for some kind of reaction. And I wasn't giving her the, oh my God, you're so talented kind of response she wanted. I was just sitting there, unsure if I should clap or just nod like, yeah, that was cool. Which, spoiler alert, it wasn't. At one point, she even started doing some of Luke Hemmings' signature moves, the ones he does on stage when they perform. You know, the dramatic hair flip, the leaning over the mic stand, the whole thing. I didn't even know how to handle it. I kept hoping it was a phase that maybe she'd stop after a while, but no, she just kept going. Then she told me she had a surprise for me. I had no idea what she meant, but I was so over the date by that point, I almost just wanted to get it over with. So I sat back trying to be polite, but also wishing I could disappear into the seat. She pulls out her phone and starts playing a 5-sauce song on the speaker. It wasn't just any song, though. She played The Only Reason and then proceeded to sing along loudly in the middle of the cafe. I could feel the eyes of people around us. Everyone was staring. I swear at that point, I just wanted to disappear. I tried to pretend I didn't know her, but we were sitting right across from each other, so that wasn't going to happen. I couldn't even focus on what she was saying anymore. It felt like she was in her own world, just singing and performing for me like I was part of some personal concert she had set up in her head. I kept thinking, maybe this is some kind of joke, but it wasn't. It was real. After what felt like an eternity, she finally stopped singing, gave me this big smile, and asked, "So, do you like it?" I just nodded, barely holding it together. I honestly didn't know what to say anymore. I was exhausted, mentally drained. This whole date felt like a dream, one I definitely didn't want to be part of. I wanted to leave, but at the same time, I didn't want to be rude. She was still grinning at me like she was waiting for me to be impressed or something, but all I could think was how much I just wanted out. I started making up excuses in my head, trying to think of a way to leave without making it awkward. Eventually, I did the classic "I'm really tired, I need to go" thing, and she didn't seem to mind. I'm sure she didn't even notice how uncomfortable I was. She just kept talking about how amazing the band was, how much she loved Luke, how much she related to their lyrics, and all I could do was nod. I paid for the coffee, because I'm not that guy, and made a quick exit. As I walked out, I could still hear her singing faintly behind me, but I didn't look back. That was the last time I ever went out with Melissa. I couldn't get the image of her singing in the cafe, looking like she was one step away from performing in front of a crowd, out of my head. It was like she was living in some alternate universe where she was Luke Hemmings, and I was just an unsuspecting extra in her show. I don't know what was going through her mind, but I've learned to be way more cautious about people who are too into a certain thing. Sometimes what people say on their profile isn't always a reflection of who they really are, and sometimes you end up on a date where you realize you're way in over your head. Moral of the story: maybe just swipe left when you see the 5-sauce fans, or at least ask them if they're planning to perform before you sit down for coffee. I've got a Tinder horror story, but it's not the usual creepy guy who shows up with a weird vibe or something sinister. No, this one's just weirdly awkward and cringy in a way that honestly still haunts me. Like, the kind of date that makes you question everything about your life. I matched with Linda one night after swiping right, and from the start, she seemed okay. Her profile said she was working towards a PhD, which was cool, I guess. She had a couple of cute pictures, and her bio was kind of funny. We chatted for a bit, and everything seemed normal. No red flags. I thought she seemed smart and driven, so I figured she might be fun to get to know better. We decided to meet at this little cafe that was known for its pastries, and when I got there, I was actually kind of excited. I hadn't been on a lot of dates recently, so I was looking forward to the conversation, especially since she seemed like she had it together. She walked in a little later than we'd agreed, but it wasn't a big deal. She was cute, not exactly what I expected, but still she seemed like someone you'd want to get to know. We sat down, and I could feel the usual first date jitters, but nothing too bad. I figured we'd just have some coffee, talk about whatever, and see where it went. At first, things were fine. We talked about our jobs, the usual stuff. I told her that I had just graduated a few months ago and was still looking for a job. I was being honest because, honestly, I wasn't ashamed. It's a tough job market, and I wasn't sure what I wanted to do yet. I thought she'd understand. But instead of just nodding and being supportive, she seemed, well, let's just say she didn't react how I thought she would. She looked at me with this expression, like a mix of confusion and disgust. I thought maybe I said something wrong, but no, she didn't hold back. She asked me why I didn't have a job lined up yet, and I tried to explain that I was still figuring it out. I wasn't in a rush to just pick anything. I wanted to find something that made sense for me. And that's when it took a weird turn. She looked at me like I was some kind of failure and said, "So, you don't have any aspirations then?" It hit me like a punch to the gut. I didn't know what to say, so I kind of just shrugged, trying to make light of it. I mean, I had aspirations. I just didn't have my whole life planned out like she seemed to think everyone should. But no, she wasn't having it. She started going off on me, talking about how unambitious I was and how she couldn't waste her time with someone who isn't driven. She didn't use those exact words, but that was the vibe. She went on about how she was working toward her PhD, like it was the holy grail of success, and how she had her life all figured out. Like, okay, cool, but why does that mean she couldn't give someone like me a chance? The whole thing felt so weird. I didn't expect her to be so intense about it. I mean, I get that some people are really passionate about their careers or their studies, but she just kept making me feel like I was worthless for not having a job lined up already. At this point, I was starting to feel really uncomfortable, and she was going off about how she was too good for someone like me who was just figuring it out. It got even worse. She started comparing me to other people she had dated and talked about how much better those guys were because they were already successful. She kept asking me how I could expect anyone to take me seriously if I didn't have my life planned out, and how she didn't date down. I sat there in stunned silence, just staring at my coffee, not knowing what to say. I felt like the floor was falling out from under me. Who was this person? And why was she so condescending? This wasn't just a date anymore. It felt like an interrogation. The longer she went on, the more my stomach turned. I couldn't believe she was making me feel like I was the one doing something wrong when I was just being honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, I was trying to figure things out. I didn't want to be stuck in a dead-end job, but it was like she was expecting me to have everything together right now. I had never been in a situation where someone literally made me feel like my entire future was irrelevant just because I didn't have everything planned. She even started listing her own accomplishments, like she was reading off a resume, talking about how she was already ahead of everyone else, and how her PhD was just the beginning. It felt like she was trying to put me down just so she could feel better about herself. It wasn't even a friendly competition, more like she wanted to prove she was somehow superior. After a while, I had enough. I didn't even know why I was still sitting there. I felt like absolute crap. So I tried to wrap things up by saying I should probably head out soon. She didn't even seem to notice how uncomfortable I was. She kept talking about her thesis and how hard her research was and how she was so tired from working so much. I don't know why, but that made me feel even worse. When the check came, she didn't even offer to split it or anything. She just grabbed her purse, paid, and got up to leave without saying much more. She looked at me like I was beneath her and just walked out of the cafe. I sat there, frozen for a while, trying to wrap my head around what had just happened. I wasn't even mad at her. I was just sad and embarrassed. I never texted her again. I honestly didn't even want to. I didn't need someone like that in my life. I get that some people have their lives figured out, but that doesn't give them the right to make others feel small because they're still figuring it out. It wasn't the worst day I've ever been on, but it was definitely the one that left the most impact. I learned that sometimes people's drive can turn into an ego trip that makes everyone else around them feel like they're not good enough. It was just a reminder that being successful in one area doesn't mean you get to tear others down. I guess that's just part of the dating world, though. You meet people who seem great on paper, but once you sit down face to face, you realize they're not who you thought they were. I've been debating whether or not I should even share this. It's one of those stories that you think about and wonder if it was even real or if your brain just made it up to mess with you. But no, this actually happened to me on a Tinder date, and to this day, I still feel weird whenever I think about it. I guess I just want to get it off my chest, so here it goes. I matched with this guy named Cameron one night. His profile seemed pretty standard, nothing too flashy, just a few casual photos of him hanging out with friends. Maybe some outdoorsy shots, the usual. We started chatting, honestly, things seemed fine. He seemed normal, kind of funny, and we had a few things in common. Nothing that made me think he'd be weird or anything. After a couple of days of texting, we decided to meet up at a coffee shop in my area. No big deal. So the day the date comes, and I'm feeling the usual jitters. I get there a little early and grab a table by the window. I like to people watch, so I'm scrolling through my phone waiting for him to show up. A few minutes later, I see him walking in. He's a bit taller than I expected, and he's wearing a hoodie and jeans, pretty casual. He looks like the kind of guy who could blend in with any crowd, which I didn't mind at all. He spots me almost immediately and walks over, smiling like he's happy to see me. So far, so good. We shake hands, and I notice he's a little off. Like, there's something weird in his eyes, but I chalk it up to first date nerves. We sit down, and everything starts out normal. We talk about random stuff, work, family, how our days have been, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, after about 10 minutes, things start to take a turn. He suddenly looks down at his hands, and his face drops. It's like his mood shifts instantly, and I'm not sure what happened. He starts telling me that he's been going through a rough time, that his ex just reached out to him again, and it's kind of throwing him off. I don't really know how to react, but I listen because, I'm trying to be polite. People go through breakups and it's tough, I get it. But then, out of nowhere, he starts crying. And not like a tear or two. He's full on sniffling, wiping his eyes, looking like he's about to lose it. I'm sitting there, frozen, unsure of what to do. I mean, on a first date with a guy I don't know, and he's crying about his ex. I get that breakups suck, but this feels like way more than just someone venting. I don't even know how to respond to that, so I just sit there, awkwardly trying to give him a sympathetic look. But then he keeps going, saying how much he misses her, and that he feels like he can't move on. I'm trying to stay calm, but in my head I'm thinking, is this really happening right now? Then things get even weirder. Out of nowhere, he suddenly looks at me, like really looks at me with this intense expression on his face. He wipes his face with his sleeve, trying to compose himself, and then he says, "You know what would really cheer me up?" I can feel my stomach tighten. I know something strange is coming, but I don't know how to prepare for it. He says, "Could you maybe take off your top?" My jaw hits the floor. For a second, I don't even know if I heard him right. I mean, did he just ask that? In the middle of a coffee shop, after telling me about his ex, he's asking me to take my shirt off. My mind races, and I feel completely trapped in the situation. I don't want to make a scene, but I don't want to do that either. What kind of person asks someone on a first date to do something like that? I don't even know what to say. I start laughing, but it's a nervous laugh. I try to brush it off like he's joking, but the look in his eyes says he's not. He's dead serious. I sit there for what feels like an eternity, trying to come up with something to say, but my brain is just short-circuiting. I've been on some awkward dates before, but this is next level. I tell him that I'm not comfortable with that, and he immediately switches gears. He starts apologizing like he realizes he just crossed a line, but it doesn't feel sincere. It feels like he's trying to cover up what he just said, like he knows he messed up but doesn't really understand why it was wrong. At this point, I'm done. I grab my purse and stand up, telling him I have to go. He doesn't even try to stop me. He just nods, still looking like he's trying to hold it together emotionally, but I can see it in his eyes that he's not really grasping what just happened. It's like he doesn't get that asking someone to take off their top isn't something you just casually throw out there, especially not on a first date. I don't even know how I made it out of there, but I just remember walking out of that coffee shop, my heart racing, feeling like I was in some weird dream. I kept thinking, did that just happen? I've been on some strange dates in my time, but nothing like this. It felt like a weird mix of emotional manipulation and entitlement, like he thought I owed him something because he was having a bad day. I blocked him on Tinder as soon as I got home. I didn't even want to think about him anymore. That whole situation left me feeling so shaken, like I just had a glimpse into a side of someone that I wasn't ready to see. I'm still not sure if he was just messed up from his breakup or if this was how he really was. Either way, I definitely wasn't interested in finding out. If there's one thing I learned from this, it's that people can really surprise you, sometimes in the worst ways possible. The worst part wasn't the weird request itself. It was how quickly he thought it was okay to ask something like that. I owed him something just for being there. I guess some people don't know how to respect boundaries, even on a first date. But yeah, lesson learned, trust your instincts, and if something feels off, don't hesitate to walk away. Because sometimes you really don't want to see where things go. This is one of those stories that still messes with my head every time I think about it. I met Karen on Tinder, and at first, she seemed great, funny, smart, easy to talk to, and we clicked right away. We hung out a few times, went on dates, had some good conversations. Everything seemed pretty normal, honestly. But after a few months, things started to get weird. It wasn't anything huge at first, just little things. She'd get upset over small stuff, like I'd accidentally text her the wrong emoji or forget to text her back for a few hours, and she'd make a big deal out of it. She'd get passive aggressive, then apologize, then do it all over again the next time something small went wrong. It started to feel like I was walking on eggshells. I tried to talk to her about it, but she just turned it back on me, saying that I didn't care or that I was too sensitive. By 3 months in, it was clear that I couldn't do it anymore. The vibe was off, and I felt like I was always the one trying to fix things, but she never actually changed. So I ended things. It wasn't a huge dramatic scene, nothing like that. But I knew I made the right choice. She didn't take it well, of course. She accused me of being selfish, said I'd never understand her struggles. It was the same routine. So I ghosted her. Not proud of it, but at that point, I felt like it was the only option. Months went by. I moved on, got back into my routine, met new people, and honestly just tried to forget about the drama. But one day, about a month after the breakup, I saw her at the grocery store. I was grabbing some random stuff, minding my business, when I turned down an aisle and almost walked right into her. At first, I didn't even recognize her. She had this big baggy sweater on, and her hair was up in a messy bun. But when I did a double take, I realized it was Karen. She looked different, but it wasn't just a new look. Her face had this glow to it, and she was standing there, rubbing her belly. I didn't think much of it at first. People change, and sometimes you see someone after a while, and they just seem, well, different. But then I realized what was going on. She was pregnant. I was thrown off. I didn't know how to react. I hadn't seen her in months, and now I was staring at her, trying to make sense of it all. She must have noticed me staring because she waved and called my name. I waved back awkwardly, trying to play it cool, but she started walking toward me with this big smile. I was trying to keep it together, but honestly, my mind was racing. I was about to ask her who the dad was, but before I could say anything, she dropped the bombshell. She told me that the baby was hers and that she was due in a couple of months. I was trying to piece everything together, still kind of in shock. And that's when she added something that completely threw me off. She said that she went to a sperm bank while we were still dating. She looked me straight in the eyes and told me that she didn't want me to have a go at her kids. I had to make this one count, she said. I didn't even know how to process that. All I could think was, what? She went to a sperm bank while we were together, and now she was telling me I had no part in this pregnancy. I felt like I was losing my mind. How was I supposed to react? She kept going on and on about how she needed to have a child, that she didn't want to wait around for some guy to figure things out or make up his mind about whether he wanted kids. She was in her mid-30s and was running out of time, and according to her, I was just a temporary thing. Nothing serious, but enough to get close to, I guess. She told me she didn't want to get stuck with a guy who was still figuring things out, like me, and had zero interest in actually being a dad. But what really caught me off guard was her saying she had to make it count. What did that even mean? Was she implying I was somehow not worthy enough to father her child? Like, why did it matter that much? I wasn't even aware she was looking for something serious when we were dating. I thought we were just having fun hanging out, doing the usual stuff. But apparently, in her mind, she needed more. She needed to find a way to have a baby by any means possible, even if it meant using a sperm bank. Honestly, I didn't know what to say. I was just standing there trying to figure out if I'd actually heard her correctly. Was she telling me that she went to a sperm bank because she thought I wasn't good enough to be the father? I don't know what was worse, the fact that she went behind my back and did that while we were still dating, or the fact that she thought it was something she could just casually drop on me like I'd be fine with it. She seemed so nonchalant about it, like it was no big deal. I felt like I had just been smacked in the face. We talked for a few more minutes, but it was awkward, and I just wanted to get out of there. She kept smiling, rubbing her belly, and talking about how excited she was to be a mom. She said it wasn't that she didn't want me to be in her life, but she just had to take control of her future. I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to say something, anything, but nothing came out. The whole conversation was just too surreal. I felt completely disconnected from everything, like I was talking to a stranger, not the girl I'd dated a few months ago. Eventually, I told her I had to go. I wasn't even sure if she understood how messed up everything felt, but she just waved me off like nothing had happened. That was it. She turned and walked down the aisle, still rubbing her belly, and I just stood there for a few seconds, trying to collect myself. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the whole thing, trying to make sense of it. I didn't know how I was supposed to feel. I wasn't angry. I was just confused, sad even. I felt like I had been blindsided, but at the same time, maybe I should have seen it coming. I didn't reach out to her after that, and I've never looked back. I don't know what her plan was with the whole sperm bank thing, but I knew for sure I wasn't going to stick around for whatever came next. Honestly, after that, I couldn't trust her, and I don't think I ever would have been able to. So, that's my Tinder horror story. It wasn't creepy or anything like that, but it was deeply unsettling. The feeling of someone lying to you, not about one thing, but about their whole future, is something I don't think I'll ever forget. I went on this date a few months ago that I still can't shake off. I don't even know why I decided to go, but sometimes when you're single, a guy is persistent enough, you find yourself agreeing to things you wouldn't normally. This is one of those stories. I met Sean on Tinder like most people these days. At first, he seemed like your average guy. Nice, polite, and we seemed to have some stuff in common. Love for the same music, similar hobbies, a decent sense of humor. After chatting for a few weeks, we decided to meet up. He suggested a coffee shop downtown. Nothing fancy, just a casual date to get to know each other. I figured, why not? I got there early, grabbed a coffee, and waited. He showed up on time, looking decent. Kind of tall, average build, a little shy, but nothing out of the ordinary. We grabbed a table out a window, and the conversation started off normal. We talked about the usual stuff, work, family, travel, and the like. But after a while, he started acting a bit strange. It started with little things like asking me what I thought about his outfit. He seemed overly concerned with my opinion on his looks, but I brushed it off. Maybe he was just insecure. It was a little annoying, but whatever. I just figured he was trying to make a good impression. But then it got weirder. He kept bringing up how beautiful I was, but not in a normal way. It felt like he was trying a bit too hard to flatter me. I wasn't used to guys getting so personal so quickly, but I chalked it up to him being nervous or excited. I mean, we had only met in person for the first time. The turning point came when he started asking me for something unexpected. I thought maybe he was joking at first, but no, he wasn't. He started asking me for nudes, like multiple times. I was kind of taken aback, but I tried to play it cool, laughing it off like it was some weird joke. But he didn't stop. He kept insisting, saying things like, "You're so hot, I just need to see more of you, and I promise I won't show anyone." I was getting uncomfortable at this point. We were in public, and this wasn't even a second date yet. Who does that? Who asks someone they just met for that kind of stuff? But I didn't want to seem rude or like I was overreacting, so I tried to steer the conversation away from it. It didn't work. He started to get upset. Not angry or aggressive, but more like desperate. He started talking about how lonely he was and how nobody really cared about him. It was like he was trying to guilt trip me into feeling sorry for him. I was starting to get a bad vibe from him, but I didn't know how to shut it down without making things awkward. I tried to just keep the conversation light, but it didn't stop. Eventually, I told him I wasn't comfortable with what he was asking. I thought that would end it, but it didn't. The next day, I woke up to a message from him. He had sent me a video of him crying. I'll admit, at first, I thought maybe it was a joke or some weird prank. But when I opened it, it was clear he wasn't joking. He was genuinely crying, and he was saying how sad he was about not getting what he wanted, how nobody would ever love him the way he wanted. I was kind of stunned. I didn't even know what to say to that. It felt like a massive manipulation tactic. It was like he was trying to make me feel guilty for not doing what he asked. I didn't even respond to the video. I just blocked him, and honestly, that should have been the end of it. But it wasn't. A few days later, he texted me again from a different number. He apologized for what he did, saying he was just going through a rough time. I didn't even read the message, just blocked that number too. But then he kept coming back, texting from new numbers. It was getting creepy. After a week or so of this, I started to feel like I was being harassed. It wasn't just the constant messaging. It was the guilt trips and the weird emotional manipulation. He was trying to make me feel like I owed him something. And every time I ignored him, it got worse. The messages would be longer, with more sob stories about how he couldn't deal with life without me. At one point, he even found my social media and started liking all of my posts, even the ones from years ago. It was like he was digging through my life, trying to find some way to connect with me. He even started leaving comments on old pictures, saying things like, "I've missed you," or "You're so beautiful." I couldn't escape it. It felt like he was stalking me. I didn't know what to do anymore, so I ended up changing my number and locking down all my social media accounts. It felt dramatic, but honestly, it was the only way I felt safe. I'm not sure what was going on in Sean's head, but the whole situation made me feel sick. It wasn't just that he was persistent. It was how he used his emotions and vulnerabilities to manipulate me into feeling bad for him. It was the constant pressure, the guilt tripping, and the way he thought he could force me into something just because he was lonely or sad. I felt completely taken advantage of, and it's something I'll never forget. I still see his name pop up sometimes when I'm scrolling through social media, but I haven't heard from him in months. I guess he eventually moved on, but I don't think I'll ever get over how weird and disturbing that whole situation was. Looking back, I should have listened to my gut and stopped talking to him the second things started feeling off. It's funny how quickly someone can go from charming and sweet to full-on manipulative and creepy. Dating apps are full of weirdos, and Sean was one of the worst I've come across. I just hope no one else has to deal with that kind of thing. Right, I've got a Tinder horror story that still messes with me whenever I think about it. I've been on and off Tinder for a while now, mostly just for fun. I'm not really looking for anything serious, just trying to meet new people and see what happens. But this one girl, Sarah, was different. It started off super normal, but then, yeah, things took a weird turn. I swiped right on Sarah after she caught my attention with her profile. She had a pretty smile, some cute selfies, and her bio said she was into music, hiking, and trying new restaurants. Honestly, she seemed down to earth, so I thought, why not? Let's talk. We chatted for a while, and she seemed like a cool person, not really anything weird about her at first. She was funny, easy to talk to, and we had some of the same interests. We texted back and forth for a couple of weeks before we agreed to meet up. She suggested this little cafe on the edge of town, one of those cozy spots with good coffee and even better desserts. I thought it would be a nice chill spot for our first date. I showed a little early because, well, I didn't want to be late. I waited for a bit, but as time passed, I started to wonder if she was running behind. I wasn't too worried yet, but I did check her profile again to see if maybe she had changed her picture or said anything else new. Her pictures all looked normal. Nothing seemed off. Eventually, I saw someone walking in who kind of looked like the girl in her pictures, but not exactly. I figured she might have been wearing a hoodie or something, so maybe it was her. But the closer she got to me, the more I started to question it. She was shorter than I expected and had a completely different vibe than the pictures she posted. She also looked different. Her hair wasn't the same color, and her skin tone was a lot darker than what I saw in her photos. It wasn't just a little different. She looked like a completely different person. I stood up, trying to put on a friendly face, but something felt off. She looked at me with this wide smile and came over to the table like nothing was weird. I couldn't tell if I was just being paranoid or if something was actually wrong, but my gut was telling me something wasn't right. I tried not to act like I was weirded out because I didn't want to be rude or make the situation uncomfortable. We sat down, and I could tell she was nervous, just like me. She kept talking about how great it was that we finally met in person and how she was so excited. But the whole time, I kept trying to figure out what was going on. Her accent wasn't what I expected either. It didn't match the one in her voice messages. I started to feel like I was in the middle of some kind of prank, but the longer we talked, the more I realized it wasn't a joke. So I decided to ask her straight up, "Hey, is everything all right? You don't look like your photos. Did you edit them or something?" That's when she went all quiet for a second, like she wasn't expecting me to notice. Then she finally admitted it. She wasn't the person in her photos. She told me her real name wasn't Sarah, and she wasn't even the same race. She was using someone else's pictures because she didn't feel like her real self was good enough. It was like this huge bombshell dropped in my lap. At first, I wasn't sure how to respond. I didn't know if I should be mad, freaked out, or just confused. She started explaining how she always felt self-conscious about her real appearance and how she used to get ignored by guys when they saw her, so she started using pictures of a completely different person. She said she had done it for a while and hadn't even realized how deep she was in the lie until now. But here's the thing, she didn't just stop there. She started saying that she wasn't even living in the area. She told me she was from a completely different state and was just visiting for a week. I felt like I was trapped in this weird situation where I didn't know what to believe. Was she lying about everything? Was she even who she said she was? I thought about leaving right then and there, but I didn't want to make a scene. So I stayed, but the date became unbearable. Every time I tried to steer the conversation toward normal stuff, she would circle back to her lies, explaining why she did what she did. I could tell she was embarrassed, but it wasn't making me feel any less uncomfortable. The whole time I couldn't stop thinking, what else is she lying about? If she was lying about her pictures, what else was a lie? Was she even really Sarah? The worst part was that I felt bad for her, but at the same time, I couldn't get past the fact that she had basically tricked me into meeting her under false pretenses. I felt like I was being played. I'm all for giving people a second chance, but this felt like something I wasn't willing to overlook. So after a while, I just kind of wrapped it up. I told her I wasn't really comfortable continuing the date, especially after everything she had told me. I didn't want to be rude, but I also didn't want to stick around and be lied to more. She seemed kind of upset, but I didn't feel like there was any other option. I paid for my coffee and I left. Since then, I've been thinking about it a lot. I know some people might say, oh, she just had low self-esteem, but honestly, it still creeps me out. I don't care how bad her self-esteem was. Lying about who you are to someone you've never met isn't okay. It's not like we're talking about minor edits here. She used someone else's identity completely. I haven't seen her again, and I don't know if I ever will. I haven't heard from her either, and honestly, I don't know if I want to. It was just a strange, uncomfortable experience that I won't forget anytime soon. It made me wonder how many other people are out there pretending to be someone they're not. Tinder can be a weird place, and this day definitely left me questioning everything about the people I meet on there. I'd never thought something like this could happen to me. I'd heard the stories, the ones where people get stalked or harassed after a date gone wrong. But I always figured that kind of stuff happened to other people. Like, oh, that's just something you hear about online. But it didn't take long for me to realize that it wasn't just a story. It was real. It started off pretty normal. I matched with this guy named Timothy on Tinder. He was cute, seemed funny, had decent photos. Nothing out of the ordinary. Our conversation was light at first. We joked about our mutual love for coffee, made small talk about the weirdest foods we'd tried, and threw in a little flirting. Typical stuff, right? He seemed pretty normal, and I didn't think much of it. I didn't expect anything beyond a nice date, maybe some good conversation. The first date went great. We went out at this cozy cafe in my neighborhood that I loved. I hadn't been in a while, so it was nice to revisit it. We had coffee, chatted about work, our interests, and just life in general. He was charming, a little nervous, but in a cute way. I thought, hey, this guy's not bad at all. At the end of the date, we both agreed that we'd like to hang out again. I thought it was the start of something easy and fun. But then he started texting me. And I mean texting nonstop. At first, I thought, okay, maybe he's just excited, and I didn't think much of it. But as the days went on, it got weird. It started with him sending a message after I hadn't replied for a couple of hours, asking if everything was okay. It didn't seem like a big deal at first, but then it kept happening. Hey, why aren't you answering? Are you upset with me? At first, I just brushed it off, thinking it was a little intense but nothing to really worry about. But then it got worse. He started asking for more personal details about my life, my work schedule, where I went on the weekends, who I hung out with. It was like he was trying to figure out every little thing about me. At first, I thought maybe he was just trying to be nice or get to know me better. But then the questions started feeling off. Like, why did he need to know all that? It wasn't casual anymore. It felt like he was trying to control the conversation, trying to get closer in ways that didn't feel right. I tried to set boundaries. I'd answer some questions, but I started pulling back when I realized he was getting too nosy. I didn't respond to every message. And that's when it started. When I didn't reply immediately, the messages would start piling up. Why aren't you responding? Is everything okay? Where are you? I'm just trying to care. At first, I figured it was just him being a little too enthusiastic, but as the hours passed, it started feeling like pressure, like I was being forced to reply, even if I didn't feel like it. It wasn't long before I started feeling genuinely uncomfortable. It felt like no matter what I did, I couldn't escape his constant presence. I'd block him on one account, but then he'd create a new one, and then another. Every time I blocked him, there he was, showing up on some other profile, sending the same messages. I couldn't get away from him. One night, after I blocked him for the fourth time, I thought maybe it was over. But then I got a message on Instagram. He found me there too. He messaged me nonstop, asking why I was ignoring him, telling me he just wanted to talk. I tried to ignore it, but the more I ignored him, the more desperate he sounded. It wasn't just about getting my attention anymore. It felt like he was trying to make me feel guilty for not talking to him. I started getting really paranoid. I glanced around when I was walking through the city, worried that I might run into him. But I didn't think much of it until one day I did. I was sitting at the same cafe where we'd met for our date, just trying to get some work done. And then I saw him. He was sitting at the table across from me, staring at me with this weird blank look on his face. He didn't even try to hide it. I froze, my heart pounding. My stomach dropped. How the hell did he know I'd be there? I hadn't even mentioned that cafe in weeks. It wasn't like I had told him where I was going or anything. And yet there he was, staring at me like he knew exactly where I would be. I quickly grabbed my stuff and left. My head was spinning. I couldn't understand how he had found me. Was he following me? Did he somehow track me down? At that point, I was genuinely freaked out. The next few days were pure hell. He kept showing up at places I frequented. The same grocery store, the same parks, the same coffee shops. It felt like I couldn't go anywhere without seeing him. It was like he was monitoring my every move. Every time I saw him, my heart would race and I'd panic. I couldn't even walk to my car without feeling like he was lurking somewhere nearby watching me. I did everything I could to try to avoid him. I changed my routine, started going to different places, and kept a low profile. But every time I thought I had gotten away, he would find me again. It was like there was no way to get away from him. I ended up taking a break from social media, deleting my accounts and trying to lay low for a while. I couldn't keep living like this. I didn't know what to do anymore, and I didn't feel safe. I kept thinking, what if he shows up at my house? What if he's watching me right now? Every little noise would make me jump. Eventually, I had to file a report with the police. I didn't know what else to do. I just wanted it to stop. I don't know if he was ever really caught, but the last time I heard from him, he sent one last message. I'll always be here. That was the last I heard from him, but even now I still feel uneasy. Every time my phone buzzes, my heart skips a beat, and it's like the feeling of someone lurking, just waiting for me to let my guard down. I don't know if I'll ever truly feel safe again. The worst part is, I never thought a Tinder date could turn into something like this. What started as a harmless conversation turned into a nightmare that I couldn't escape. So, I met Andy on Tinder about 2 months ago. At first, he seemed super chill, normal even. We had that typical early chat about interests, favorite movies, stuff like that. He was funny, easy to talk to, and actually seemed pretty genuine. After a week or so of texting, we decided to meet up. We went to a local coffee shop, just your average first date situation. But honestly, it went well. There was no weirdness or awkward silence, and I figured, hey, this could actually go somewhere. A few more dates passed after that. Dinners, walks in the park, a trip to the museum. Nothing unusual at all. We even exchanged little holiday plans because, Christmas was creeping up. It felt like a normal budding relationship, like nothing to be worried about. But then things started to get a bit off. A few days before Christmas, Andy asked me if I liked cooking. I said I wasn't amazing at it, but I could manage. He seemed excited about that answer, which I didn't think much of at the time. I remember texting back, I'm more of a microwave meal kind of girl. He laughed it off, which was fine, but then he started talking about Christmas dinner, like in a weird way. He told me he was planning to cook something special for the holidays and we could maybe cook it together. I thought that sounded cool, so I went on with it. We talked a bit about what kind of stuff we like to cook, and he kept bringing up this turkey. Specifically, this turkey that was, I kid you not, coming straight from the farm. I didn't really think it through at the time, but looking back now, I should have been suspicious. Like, who talks about getting a turkey from a farm when you can just go to a store? Whatever, I thought it was cute that he was trying to do something authentic or whatever. Then, 2 days before Christmas, I got a text from Andy. It was a photo of a large cardboard box sitting on his doorstep with the words, live turkey written on it. I thought he was just joking at first, but then he texted again. It's coming your way tomorrow. Just make sure you're ready. I still thought it was a joke. Like there's no way anyone would seriously do something like this, right? But then the next day the box arrived. I was home alone at the time, so I went out to grab it. When I opened the door, there it was. Huge, heavy box with a live turkey label in bold black letters. I was honestly confused, so I checked the shipping info on the label. It was all addressed to me, no mistake there. I picked it up and hauled it inside, still thinking maybe this was some weird prank. But as soon as I got it into the living room, I heard it scratching coming from inside the box. That's when I really started to freak out. The box was moving, like alive moving. My first instinct was to immediately call Andy. But when I tried to text him, I saw a message from him that made my stomach drop. The turkey's all yours. Just make sure you cook it yourself. It's tradition. I felt this sudden wave of nausea. There was no way I was going to kill some poor animal that had been sent to me in a box like this. It felt wrong. I stared at the box for what seemed like hours, trying to convince myself this couldn't be real. Maybe I should have just called animal control or something, but for some reason I didn't. Instead, I decided to open it. I slowly cut the tape and flung the lid open. Inside was a live turkey flapping around like crazy. Its eyes were wide, terrified, and it was making all this weird noise. I immediately shut the box again. My hands were shaking, and I felt so panicked that I almost dropped the box. I texted Andy, asking what the hell was going on, but he didn't respond right away. I was left staring at this box, unsure what to do. The whole situation was starting to feel like a bad dream. After a few minutes, I opened the box again, trying to figure out how the hell I was supposed to deal with a live turkey in my living room. I thought about calling a friend, but no one was answering their phone. I even Googled what to do with a live turkey like I was in some twisted survival situation. The answers didn't help. I felt more and more trapped. I couldn't just let it die in there, but I didn't have the heart to do what Andy clearly expected me to do. But then I remembered something. Andy had been talking about how he grew up in a small town, how his family raised animals for food. I wasn't sure if he was just being weird or if this was supposed to be some charming way of showing his love for me, but I was seriously starting to feel like I was being manipulated. Finally, I got another text from him. So, what do you think? Ready to cook your first Christmas dinner? At this point, I was pretty much done. I didn't know what Andy's deal was, but this was definitely not normal. I told him I couldn't do it. I didn't want any part of it. He replied almost instantly, "Don't worry, you'll get there. It's just a part of life." That's when I really started feeling unease. It was like he was treating the whole thing like some twisted initiation or test, something I had to prove myself with. I didn't want to be part of whatever this was. I locked the turkey back in the box and called my neighbor, asking them to help me get it out of the house. They were, of course, confused and weirded out by the situation, but they helped me get the bird out to a local animal shelter. As soon as I handed it over, I felt this huge sense of relief, like I had dodged some weird bullet. Later that evening, Andy messaged me again, asking why I didn't cook the turkey. I didn't respond. The thing is, I'm still not sure what the hell it was all about. Was Andy just trying to be quirky? Was this some weird form of love? I don't know. But I never went on another date with him after that. Sometimes I wonder if he was testing me in some twisted way, but I'm just glad I got out of there before anything else happened. So, yeah, do you ever get a weird, mysterious package from someone you met online? Don't open it. Trust me. This whole thing started out like any other Tinder date, but quickly spiraled into something that still creeps me out to this day. You know how you match with someone, have a few good chats, and think it might actually turn into something nice. That was me with Polly. We'd been texting for a few days, and everything seemed pretty normal. She was funny, a little quirky, but nothing too crazy. We talked about music, food, and our favorite Netflix shows. It was all lighthearted stuff. Eventually, after a few days of chatting, she suggested we meet up. I didn't see why not, so I agreed. We picked a casual spot, a coffee shop in the city. The vibe was laid back, and everything was fine at first. We chatted over coffee and just hung out, getting to know each other better. Nothing out of the ordinary, honestly. But then things started to get a little off. As we were leaving the cafe, she became really quiet. It wasn't obvious at first, but there was a subtle shift. The light conversation we had been having faded out. I asked her if everything was okay, but she just shrugged and gave me a small smile like she was forcing it. At that point, I thought maybe she was just tired or had a lot on her mind, so I didn't press. We started walking toward her place, and that's when it really started to feel weird. She was distant, like unnervingly distant. There was this coldness to her energy that wasn't there before. I suggested that I walk her all the way to her door, just to be polite. But she insisted that she was fine and didn't need me to walk her any further. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. I wasn't about to argue. So I said my goodbyes and started heading back to my car. But as I turned the corner, I don't know how to explain it, but I had this weird gut feeling that I was being watched. Like I could almost sense someone behind me. I didn't want to look over my shoulder, but I did anyway. At first, I didn't see anything. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadowy figure trailing behind me at a distance. It wasn't close enough to be obvious, but it was definitely there. I felt my heart rate pick up, and I started walking faster. I didn't know if it was her or not. Maybe she was just taking a weird road home. I honestly couldn't tell, but the feeling in my gut told me to get the hell out of there. I got to my car and drove away, trying to shake off the weirdness, but the whole time I couldn't stop glancing in the rearview mirror. Nothing. No one. The streets were quiet. I figured I was overthinking it. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Polly. Had a great time last night. Can't wait to see you again. It was pretty standard stuff, so I didn't think too much of it. But then the messages started getting strange. At first, it was just a little odd. She asked me for some money. She said her phone had broken, and she needed help paying for the repairs. I didn't think much of it. People ask for money all the time, right? But then the requests started getting more intense. She said she was in a dangerous situation and couldn't get out, like she was in trouble, and she needed money to fix it. I was skeptical, but it didn't sit right with me. I didn't know her well enough to be sending money to anyone, especially for something that sounded off. So I declined. That's when the whole thing took a darker turn. She started texting me with a completely different vibe. It wasn't like before. Now it felt almost threatening. She told me I was abandoning her. You're just going to leave me like everyone else, huh? She texted. I'll make sure no one believes you. You'll regret this. I didn't respond to those messages. At that point, I was seriously starting to get freaked out. I thought maybe it was just some manipulation or mind games, but it wasn't stopping. It felt like she was actively trying to mess with my head. I started noticing her face pop up on random social media accounts. Fake accounts, ones I didn't recognize, were messaging me. And every time they were either warning me or accusing me of things I didn't do. It was like I was being dragged into this bizarre world I didn't ask for. The messages she sent me through these fake profiles were full of strange warnings. Cryptic phrases like, you can't escape, no one will believe you. And the worst part was, these accounts were not only messaging me, but also sending weird posts about me, like spreading rumors or making me look bad. It wasn't just me getting the weird messages anymore. I saw them all over the place. It felt like no matter what I did, she was always watching. I blocked her on everything I could think of. Tinder, Instagram, Facebook. But no matter how many times I blocked her, she'd come back with another account. It was like she was relentless, and no matter how much I tried to get away, she kept showing up. A couple of days later, I went to grab coffee at a different cafe, trying to clear my head. I was already paranoid about running into her, but when I sat down at a table near the window, I froze. Outside, standing across the street, was Polly. She wasn't looking at me directly, but I could tell she was waiting. I didn't know what to do. I just grabbed my coffee, left a tip, and rushed out of there. But it didn't stop. The messages came in, the strange accounts popped up, and the rumors about me spread. It wasn't just online anymore. It felt like she was everywhere I went. I couldn't escape this twisted game she was playing, and I couldn't figure out what her endgame was. I started getting really paranoid. I didn't know if she was watching me in person or if it was all just in my head, but it felt so real. There was nowhere I could go without seeing her face pop up somewhere, whether it was a fake account, a message, or even an oddly familiar face in the crowd. At some point, I had to just get away from everything. I deleted all my social media and tried to take a step back. It didn't feel like enough, but I didn't know what else to do. I haven't heard from her in a while, but I still feel the weight of it. Every time my phone buzzes, I feel this weird sense of dread. What if it's her again? What if she's still out there watching? The worst part is, I'll never really know what she wanted or what she was trying to do, but I'm still not sure if I'm really free of her yet. I'd never thought I'd end up in one of those creepy Tinder stories, but here I am, sharing my experience. It all started when I swiped right on a guy named Kenny. He seemed charming. His profile pictures looked great, and he had one of those cool, laid-back vibes. He had a dog in one of his pics, and I'm a sucker for dog lovers, so I figured I'd give it a shot. We started chatting, and it seemed like we had some good things in common. He was easy to talk to, funny, and we hit it off fairly quickly. After a few days of texting, He suggested we video chat. I was excited. Honestly, I thought this could actually turn into something decent. I mean, he seemed so genuine and interested. Plus, who doesn't want to know if there's a spark when you've been chatting with someone for a bit? The day of the video call, I'm not even gonna lie, I was nervous but also looking forward to it. I made sure to put on a little makeup, made sure my background wasn't messy, the usual prep when you're doing a video chat with someone you don't know all that well. I'd done these calls before with other people, and it's usually pretty chill. When I clicked the call button, the first thing I noticed was that he didn't look quite like his pictures at all. I figured maybe it was just the lighting, or maybe he just looked a little different in person, but it was more than that. His face seemed like it was almost blurry, and he was wearing these big sunglasses that kind of made it hard to get a good look at him. I thought it was a little strange, but whatever, maybe he was just one of those people who like to wear sunglasses indoors. But what really threw me off was the fact that his room was completely dark, not a single light on. Just him, sitting there in the dark with those giant sunglasses on. I'm sitting there in front of my laptop, trying to make sense of what was going on, and there's this weird silence. I could hear some kind of faint background noise, like maybe an old TV show was playing, but it was muffled, almost like he was trying to hide it. I felt uncomfortable almost immediately. It was just off. We sat there for what felt like an eternity, and he didn't say anything at first. I kept trying to make small talk, asking him how his day was, and he'd give these short answers. His responses were vague, like he was almost avoiding anything specific. At first, I figured he was just shy or awkward, but then he started asking me questions. Personal ones. Ones that weren't in any of our conversations, things that felt like they came from nowhere. He asked me how I took my coffee. I didn't think much of it because maybe we had talked about it once, but then he asked, "What kind of car do you drive?" It caught me off guard because I hadn't mentioned it at all. I didn't even think I had posted anything about my car online. But he knew, and he said it so casually, like it was just another thing he picked up in passing. Then he asked, "Which parks do you like to walk in?" I froze. I never told him about my walks in the park. I didn't mention anything like that at all. I asked him how he knew all that. At first, he didn't answer right away. There was this weird smile on his face, like he was trying to act like it wasn't a big deal. Finally, he leaned forward a little bit, and the only thing he said was, "I just pay attention." I was starting to get really uncomfortable now. It felt like I was talking to someone who had been watching me for way longer than just a few conversations. And I don't know if I was overthinking it, but this whole vibe started to feel like I was trapped in some kind of game I didn't want to be in. I could feel my heartbeat picking up, and I was honestly starting to panic inside. Without saying anything else, I ended the call. I immediately reported his profile on Tinder and blocked him, hoping it would be over. I went to bed that night trying to shake off the weird feeling, but I just couldn't. It wasn't just the sunglasses or the dark room or the weird questions. It was the fact that he seemed to know way too much about me for someone I had just met online. It felt like he'd been keeping tabs on me. The next day, I thought it was behind me. I figured he'd just be another one of those weirdos you meet online and never hear from again. But I was wrong. The very next day, I had a notification. A new friend request from a profile with no pictures, just a weird username. It didn't take long for me to put two and two together. He made a new account. He didn't give up that easily. I opened the message and my stomach dropped when I saw what it said. "I'll be at the park this weekend if you want to meet me." The park. The same park he had somehow known about. The one I like to walk in every weekend. I froze. I thought about all the things I had said to him, and the things he had mentioned. He knew details I hadn't shared with him directly. It freaked me out to no end. This was no coincidence. He was watching me, stalking me. I thought about deleting my Tinder account and blocking the new profile, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he would just keep showing up in different ways. What if he knew where I lived? What if he had been tracking me for longer than I realized? The worst part, I couldn't even be sure if he was really just some creepy guy who got too obsessed, or if something darker was going on. All I knew was that my gut was telling me to stay far away, to not take any chances. I didn't want to risk running into him at that park or anywhere else, but blocking him wasn't enough. I had no idea if he had already gathered enough information to track me down. So I just stopped using Tinder. I deleted my account, turned off location tracking on my phone, and started being extra careful about what I posted online. But the thought that he could be out there watching still makes me uneasy. It's been a while since that happened, and I haven't heard from him since, but I'm always cautious now. Every time I see someone wearing sunglasses at night or a dark room on a video call, I think about Kenny. I think about the things he said, the way he knew things about me that I never told him. And I wonder if I'll ever truly be free from whatever that was. I've never been the type to get caught up in the crazy Tinder stories, but after what happened with Shelly, I'm honestly still a little freaked out about dating apps in general. This all went down a few months ago, and it still gives me the creeps when I think back on it. It started off so normal, too, even normal. I matched with Shelly one evening, and she seemed so sweet at first. Her profile was like everyone else's, full of cute selfies, some random travel photos, and a bio that seemed just casual enough. Nothing about her seemed off, so we started chatting. At first, it was just the usual stuff. What do you do for a living? What do you like to do for fun? Typical first date questions, right? The conversation flowed easily. She was funny, a little shy at first, but we clicked. I didn't think much of it. She seemed normal, like the kind of girl you could have a relaxed conversation with. I liked that. After a few days of talking, we decided to meet up. She suggested a coffee shop downtown, something chill. No big deal. When we met in person, she was even more attractive than in her photos. The conversation was good, and the vibe felt right. Nothing weird, just two people getting to know each other. As the dates went on, we went from casual coffee shops to dinner spots and eventually to parks, where we could just walk and talk for hours. During these dates, Shelley started opening up more about her past, especially her exes. She was pretty open about how her past relationships ended badly. She talked about her exes stalking her, how she'd been cheated on, and how it had left her struggling to trust people. At first, I felt bad for her. It seemed like she'd really been through some crap, and I was just trying to be supportive. But as we kept seeing each other, I noticed she'd bring it up more and more. Sometimes it seemed like every conversation turned into her venting about what her exes had done to her. And the longer we hung out, the more it felt like she was using it as a way to emotionally pull me in. I'd tell her I understood and I was there for her, but it started feeling like I was just a sounding board. Still, I didn't want to be a jerk, so I kept listening. Maybe I was just overthinking it. She was obviously hurt, right? Then one night, we had this deep conversation after dinner, and she started tearing up. She said she didn't think she could ever trust anyone again, but that she was trying. I felt for her, of course. I told her that with time she'd find a way to heal. I hugged her before saying goodbye, and it felt like a breakthrough, like we were moving forward. She seemed to appreciate it, and we both agreed to take things slow, which made sense given her past. But after that night, she completely disappeared. At first, I thought she was just giving herself space, maybe processing everything. I mean, she'd opened up a lot. But after a few days of no messages, I started getting worried. I sent a few texts, nothing crazy, just checking in. No response. The silence was unsettling. A whole week went by and still nothing. I tried calling her once, but it went straight to voicemail. At this point, I was starting to feel like something was off. It felt like I was being ghosted, but that didn't make sense after everything we talked about, so I left it alone. Maybe she just needed more time. Then a couple of days later, I got a message. It wasn't from Shelley, though. It was from a random number I didn't recognize. It wasn't just a normal text either. It was a long, angry rant. The message was about Shelley, but not in the way you'd expect. The guy on the other end was claiming to be her ex. The message was filled with accusations, calling me a fool for thinking she was over him. He said she was just using me as a distraction and that she was still contacting him. The weird part wasn't just the message itself. It was the details. The guy knew way too much about me, things I'd never shared with Shelley. He knew where I worked. He mentioned a few places I'd been recently, including the coffee shop where Shelley and I had our first date. He even mentioned the park we walked through the week before. The more I read, the more I realized that this wasn't just some angry ex sending a random message. This guy had been keeping track of me, following me, probably even watching me. I was seriously shaken. My first instinct was to block the number and forget about it, but the messages kept coming. And they weren't just on that random number. I started getting them from different accounts, like he was making new ones every time I blocked him. Each message had the same theme. He was warning me to stay away from Shelley. He claimed that she was playing games, that she was never going to let go of him. The guy was obsessed, and now it felt like I was being dragged into his mess. At first, I tried not to freak out. Maybe this was all just a coincidence. Maybe Shelley was just dealing with some baggage from her past. But the more messages I got, the more my gut told me this was something far worse than just a crazy ex. I tried reaching out to Shelley again. I even sent her a message asking if everything was okay, but she never responded. That's when I started feeling completely trapped. It wasn't just the texts anymore. It was the weird things that started happening. I'd get messages on social media from random accounts, ones I didn't recognize. Sometimes they'd mention something I'd posted, like a story or a picture, but the way they phrased it was just off. It was like someone was watching everything I did, waiting for me to slip up. The more I blocked, the more new accounts popped up. I couldn't take it anymore. I deleted my Tinder account and blocked all weird numbers, but it didn't stop. The guy kept showing up in different ways. Shelley, on the other hand, completely disappeared. She never explained anything, never tried to contact me. It was like I was just a footnote in whatever twisted game she was playing. The worst part, I still have no idea what really happened. Was she just using me to get back at her ex? Was the whole thing just a manipulation tactic? I'll never know. But I've learned my lesson. When something feels off, it usually is. The whole experience left me more paranoid than I've ever been about dating apps. And I don't know if I'll ever fully trust someone like that again. I never thought I'd be writing one of these Tinder horror stories, but after what happened with Harrison, I guess I don't have much of a choice. You hear all these crazy stories about people meeting up with strangers and getting creeped out, but I always thought I'd be one of those people who was too smart for that kind of stuff. That is, until this whole thing went down. It started off so innocently, too. I matched with Harrison after we'd been chatting on Tinder for a couple of days. He seemed perfect, charming, funny, and super respectful. He didn't come on too strong, which was a huge bonus in my book. He asked all the right questions about my interests, and he was really engaged in the conversation. He was definitely one of the better guys I'd talked to on the app. After a few days of texting back and forth, we agreed to meet up for dinner. He suggested this trendy new restaurant that had just opened up in my neighborhood. Honestly, I was a little excited. He seemed like the kind of guy who would be fun to hang out with, and I hadn't been on a good date in a while. We met at the spot, and it was a nice little vibe. Good food, good atmosphere. He was even better in person than in his pictures. We had great conversation, laughed, and just enjoyed the night. The kind of date you want to go on again. Once dinner was over, he walked me outside and offered to walk me home. I live in a pretty busy part of the city, nothing too sketchy, so I wasn't really worried. I figured he was just being polite. I told him I lived pretty close by, and he said it wasn't a problem, that he didn't mind walking me there. At first, I didn't think much of it. But as we got closer to my building, I started to feel weird. He didn't let go of my arm. At first, I thought it was just because he was being affectionate, but his grip didn't loosen. I tried to keep it casual, talking about the night and how nice it had been, but he wasn't really responding to me in the same way anymore. It was like his attention shifted, and not in a good way. As we stood in front of my building, he asked if I wanted to grab one more drink or go to his place. I politely declined. I wasn't ready for that, and honestly, I didn't feel like it was the right moment. I thought that would be the end of it. But then his grip tightened. It's hard to explain, but something in his tone shifted. He wasn't just asking anymore. He was insisting. It wasn't even just the words he was saying. It was the way he said them, low and almost dangerous. He told me how much he liked me, how he didn't want the night to end. It didn't feel right, not at all. In that moment, it hit me. This guy wasn't going to let me go. My gut was screaming at me. I tried to keep calm, but I could feel panic rising in my chest. I wasn't sure what he was going to do next, but I knew I needed to get away from him. I made up some excuse about needing to use the bathroom and quickly slipped away, moving fast towards the door to my building. My heart was pounding, and I swear I could feel his eyes on my back, even though I didn't turn around. I fumbled with the keys, trying to get the door open faster than I had ever before. I finally got in, slammed it shut, and locked it. I felt a sense of relief wash over me as I leaned against the door, trying to calm myself down. I thought that was the end of it. I blocked him on my phone immediately. Everything about the night felt off, and I just wanted him out of my life. I even blocked him on Tinder, just to make sure there was no way he could contact me again. I should have known better, but part of me thought I was safe now. I had gotten away, and everything seemed fine. That was until hours later. I was sitting on the couch just trying to relax and shake off the unease I'd been feeling. I didn't want to overthink it, but my mind kept going back to those moments outside my building, how his grip didn't loosen, how his voice had sounded. That's when I saw something that made my stomach drop. I was scrolling through my phone when I got a notification from my window. I thought it was just a car passing by or something at first, but when I looked up, my blood went cold. There, standing in the shadow of the street lamp, was Harrison. He was just standing there, staring up at my window. His face was partially lit, and he had this smile. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was this twisted, almost sinister smile that made my heart race again. For a second, I froze. Was I imagining things? Was he really standing there? Then I got a message. It was from a new number, one I didn't recognize. The message said, "I was just waiting for you to come out." I felt this overwhelming wave of dread hit me. My hands started shaking as I read it over and over again, trying to make sense of what was happening. Why was he still outside? Why hadn't he just gone home? I had blocked him, so how the hell was he still contacting me? I didn't know what to do. I tried calling a friend, but no one answered. I wasn't going outside, and I wasn't about to let him know I saw him standing there. He had already made it clear he wasn't just going to let me go. I was terrified. I didn't sleep that night, and the next day, I didn't leave my apartment. I kept the blinds closed and kept my phone near me, waiting for the next message or some sign that he was still watching. He never reached out again after that night. I don't know why. I don't know if he got scared off or if he just moved on to someone else. But I learned a hard lesson that night. People aren't always who they say they are, and sometimes what feels like a normal day can turn into something you don't ever want to be a part of. I still don't know how Harrison knew where I lived or why he thought it was okay to show up like that. I haven't been on Tinder since. It's been months, but I'm still not ready to get back into it. The feeling of him standing outside my window waiting for me to come out is something that still haunts me. I guess some things you can never forget. I still can't get the images out of my head. It's been a few weeks now, but every time I close my eyes, I keep seeing her face. That smile. How it was so off. I never thought a Tinder date would end like this, but here we are. So it all started when I matched with this girl, Jenna. She was cute, really cute, and we got along right away. It didn't take long for her to ask me out, and I was honestly looking forward to it. After a few days of talking, we decided on dinner at her place. She said she liked to cook, and I thought that sounded pretty chill. Honestly, I figured it would be one of those low-pressure, nice evenings where you just eat and talk. When I pulled up to her house, I was impressed. It was gorgeous. This big, well-kept house in a nice part of town. The kind of place you'd see in a magazine. It was clean, beautifully decorated, and just had this vibe that screamed wealth and comfort. I remember thinking, okay, this girl has her stuff together. But the second I walked through the door, I felt something was off. You know that feeling you get when something's not quite right, but you can't put your finger on it? Yeah, that's what hit me. She was polite, smiled a lot, but there was something a little too rehearsed about it, like she was trying too hard to be perfect. She seemed super reserved too, almost distant. I tried to shake it off. Maybe she was just a little nervous. It happens, right? But the whole night she kept checking her phone. At first it seemed like a casual thing. Glancing down at it between bites of food. But after a while it was getting weird. She was practically glued to it. Every time she looked at her phone, her expression would shift. Her face would go pale, then she'd force a smile like she was trying to cover something up. And then when she looked up at me, it wasn't the same. It was like she wasn't even fully there anymore. I couldn't focus on our conversation. I kept wondering what was going on. Why was she acting like this? I decided to try and make it lighthearted. I asked her if she had any cool plans for the weekend, and she just gave this nervous little laugh, quickly changing the subject. It didn't sit well with me, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe she had something on her mind, and it wasn't my business to pry. Then, right in the middle of our conversation, there was a knock at the door. It was loud, almost aggressive. It startled me. Jenna froze. Literally froze. She went still like she was scared. For a moment, it felt like time just stopped. Then I heard a man's voice, on the other side of the door. "I know you're in there." My blood ran cold. It was a split second, but in that moment, everything changed. Jenna's face went pale, and she quickly whispered, "Stay quiet." I felt my heart racing. I didn't know what was happening, but I sure as hell wasn't about to stick around to find out. The air was thick with tension, and I could barely breathe. I didn't even know who that was or why he was speaking to her like that. All I knew was that I had to get out. Jenna wasn't moving. She just stood there, frozen, her eyes darting around like she was trying to figure out what to do. I didn't waste time thinking. I didn't even look at her again. I made my move. I slipped past her as quietly as I could and slid out the back door. My heart was pounding in my chest. I wasn't sure who this guy was or what was going on, but I knew I didn't want to find out. As I was slipping through the yard, I glanced back at the front of the house. And that's when I saw it. A car. A car that looked way too familiar. It was an older black sedan, one I'd seen earlier when I first pulled up, right across the street, parked under a street lamp. It was too much of a coincidence. The car wasn't there when I arrived, but now it was. And it wasn't like it was just parked there. No, the headlights were on, and it was just sitting there waiting. I didn't stick around to find out who was in that car. I kept walking, my pulse hammering in my ears, and didn't stop until I reached my own place. I thought that was it. I thought that was the last I'd see of Jenna, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened. I kept replaying the whole night in my head. That weird vibe she had, the way she acted when she was looking at her phone, the knock at the door, it didn't make sense. The next day, I tried texting Jenna to see if she was okay, maybe just checking in since the night was so strange, but I got no reply. I figured she might be busy or something. I didn't press it. But then later that afternoon, I had a message from a random number. It was a text, and it was not what I was expecting. The message was just a few lines, but they hit me like a punch in the gut. You think she's really over me? She's lying. She's been playing you. I was confused. Who was this guy? Why was he texting me like this? He went on to rant about how Jenna had been married for years and how it was just another distraction for her. He said she had been lying to me the whole time, pretending she was single. And most disturbing of all, he knew intimate details about me. Where I worked, where I went for coffee, what I did on weekends. I froze. This guy, whoever he was, clearly knew way too much. It wasn't just some random jealous ex. He was watching me. Watching us. I tried to block the number, but that didn't do anything. More messages kept coming through. They were more and more angry, and they started threatening me, telling me to stay away from Jenna or I'd regret it. It didn't stop there. A couple of days later, I found out from a friend of a friend that Jenna was in fact married. Married to that guy, the one who had been at the door. And I was nothing more than part of her secret life, a distraction from whatever twisted game she was playing. I never contacted her again. I never saw her again. But her presence lingers. Those messages, those threats stuck with me. And now I know, deep down, that she's still out there, watching. And I don't know what's going to happen next. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never forget the night I walked into that house. I've always thought of myself as someone who can read people pretty well. I can tell when something's off, when a vibe feels wrong. But this guy, Mike, he got under my skin in a way I didn't even see coming. Looking back, I feel like I should have known something wasn't right, but I didn't, and I almost paid the price for it. So here's how it started. I matched with Mike on Tinder. His profile was quirky, but not in a red flag kind of way. He was into weird indie movies and had a ton of pictures of himself traveling, doing photography, and hanging out with his friends. The kind of stuff you'd expect from someone who's into creative things. He seemed cool, easy to talk to, and polite. Nothing out of the ordinary. After chatting for a couple of days, he suggested we hang out. He mentioned doing a movie night at his place and asked if I wanted to come over. I wasn't exactly expecting anything wild. I figured it'd just be a casual night. I'd grab a drink, watch a flick, and maybe chat for a while. No big deal. We agreed on a time and I headed over to his apartment. When I walked in, I felt this weird shift in energy. The place was like super clean and sterile, almost too clean, if that makes sense. There were no personal touches, no books, no art, no little plants or anything that might make a place feel lived in. It just felt cold. Everything was white, gray, or beige. It looked like a hotel room, not someone's actual home. Mike was already standing by the kitchen, greeting me with a big smile. He was polite, a little too polite, but I brushed it off. He offered to make me a drink, so I said sure, thinking we'd get into a casual conversation. He mixed something up, whiskey or rum, I think, and handed it to me. I took a sip, and it tasted fine at first, nothing weird. But then it hit me. A sudden dizziness washed over me, and for a second I thought I was just lightheaded from the walk over or maybe just tired. But the dizziness didn't stop. It lingered, and that's when I realized something wasn't right. I tried to shake it off, maybe thinking I was just imagining it. But then my vision started to blur a little, and I felt like the walls were closing in on me. My body went cold, and my heartbeat sped up. I started to excuse myself, trying to stand up. I think I need some fresh air, I muttered, but I couldn't get my legs to move properly. My head felt like it was filled with cotton. Mike noticed, of course, and his expression changed. He wasn't concerned or asking if I was okay. Instead, his eyes narrowed a little, and he leaned closer to me, like he was trying to study me under a microscope. It wasn't normal. That's when he started asking these weird questions. It was like he suddenly flipped a switch. At first, it seemed harmless, basic stuff. "What scares you?" he asked. "What was your childhood like? Do you ever feel like something's missing in your life?" I laughed it off, trying to clear my head, but his eyes were fixed on me, too intense. He wasn't just making small talk anymore. He was looking at me like I was some kind of puzzle, trying to figure me out piece by piece. Then he said something that made my stomach drop. "You know, you're perfect for my plan." I didn't know what he meant by that, but I couldn't shake the chill that ran down my spine. It wasn't just a dizziness anymore. Something was off in the way he said it, almost like he was getting excited. I wanted to leave. Hell, I wanted to run, but my legs wouldn't work properly. I was trapped. He kept going, rambling about embracing the darkness, and how everything I had been through in life led me to this point. He spoke like it was all some big cosmic alignment. The words made no sense, but the way he said them made my blood run cold. I tried to reach for my phone, but it was like the battery drained in an instant. It died without warning, even though I just charged it before leaving. My phone screen flickered and then went completely black. I was alone. My only connection to the outside world was dead. I tried to stay calm. I thought about bolting for the door, but I was too dizzy, too weak. Mike kept moving closer, his voice growing softer and more intense with every word. It wasn't even his voice anymore. It sounded almost like it was coming from somewhere deep inside him, like he was channeling something. He was whispering now, something about how it was all meant to be, how he had been watching me. That was exactly what he needed. The closer he got, the more I realized he wasn't just weird, he was dangerous. His breath smelled weird, too, like something metallic, and his pupils were dilated way too wide, almost to the point of being unnatural. I had to do something, anything. I started to inch toward the door, but every step I took, Mike followed me like he knew exactly where I was going. I was trapped like he had planned every move I made. At this point, I didn't know if I was overreacting, if the drink had just messed with my head, or if I was actually in danger. But there was something in the air, something heavy, and I knew I couldn't stay there any longer. I don't remember how I managed to get out of that apartment, but I do remember sprinting down the hallway like my life depended on it. I bolted out the front door and didn't stop running until I got back to my car. The whole way home, my head was spinning. I kept replaying everything he said in my mind, trying to make sense of it. But I couldn't, and I don't know if I ever will. I blocked Mike on everything the second I got home. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was watching me, though. That thought still haunts me, and it's been days since I left his apartment. I don't know what he really wanted, but I'm not sticking around to find out. I thought online dating was supposed to be fun and casual. I never expected to end up in a situation like that. So yeah, next time I meet up with someone from Tinder, I'll definitely be doing some more research first. And who knows, maybe I'll trust my gut a little more next time. Because Mike, he definitely wasn't what he seemed. And now I'm just praying he never comes looking for me again. I don't think I've ever been so unsettled in my life. Tinder was supposed to be fun, right? Casual dates, meeting new people, seeing where things go. I never thought it would end up like this. It all started with Anna. She was one of those profiles that made you want to swipe right immediately. She had these gorgeous eyes and a smile that made her look approachable and sweet. Her bio was simple, but she mentioned she was new to the area, so I thought maybe I could show her around a bit. We hit it off right away. I mean, the conversation was easy, like we'd known each other for years. We talked about everything: work, random stuff, funny stories about our pasts. She was interesting, smart, and seemed to have this natural charm. I didn't think much of it at first. I thought, this is cool, maybe we'll hang out again. After our first date, things just kept going smoothly. She'd text me every day, asking how I was doing, making plans for another hangout. It felt nice. I'm not gonna lie, I started to feel a bit of a connection with her. She mentioned how she was still getting settled in the area and had trouble making friends, which I understood. I mean, who doesn't get lonely when you're new somewhere? But then things started to take a strange turn. It wasn't anything obvious at first, just little things. She'd text me random stuff like, "Hey, I was just at this cafe down the street and thought of you," or "I went to that bar you like. It was fun, we should go sometime." At first I thought, okay, that's cool, maybe she's just trying to make an effort. But after a while, it started to feel like more of an obsession. It was like she was always popping up in places I frequented. She started inviting herself into my day-to-day life. One time, I mentioned I was going to grab a coffee at this place near my apartment, and the next thing I knew, she was texting me saying she was already there. She told me she thought it'd be nice to run into me and hang out, so I didn't say no, but felt off. Another time, I mentioned I was heading to a bar I liked after work, and when you know it, she was there too. It's not that I didn't like her company, but it started to feel like she was trying too hard, and I wasn't sure why. The more I tried to brush it off, the more I realized she was starting to push boundaries. I tried to explain that I was just getting to know her, that I wasn't quite ready to be so close yet, but she didn't seem to get it. Then things got even weirder. She started showing up at my work. At first, I thought it was just a coincidence. Maybe she was in the area. But when I'd go to lunch or leave for the day, she'd just be there. It didn't help that she claimed to have been thinking of me and wanted to surprise me. At first, I smiled it off, but after the third or fourth time, I started feeling anxious every time I walked out the door. It was like she was just waiting for me. I didn't know how to handle it. The whole thing was becoming overwhelming. The texts got stranger too. She started sending me these random, almost creepy messages. One day, after I hadn't texted her back immediately, I got one that said, "You're not going to leave me, are you?" And it didn't stop there. The messages started getting darker. "I'll be seeing you soon." It felt like she was watching me, like she knew everything about me, where I'd be, what I was doing when I leave work. I started to pull back. I stopped replying to her texts right away and started making excuses about being busy. But that only made things worse. Her responses became more persistent. She'd send a message, then another, then another. It was like she was expecting me to answer, and when I didn't, the texts got unsettling. So I blocked her on everything. I changed my number, deactivated my social media accounts, and even moved to a different coffee shop for a while just to avoid bumping into her. I felt like I was doing everything I could to make her go away. But no matter what I did, she kept showing up in random places. It was like she was always one step ahead of me. I couldn't escape her. There was one night, after I thought I'd finally gotten rid of her, that I went to a new bar with a couple of friends. I had barely walked in the door when I felt a tap on my shoulder. My heart dropped when I turned around and saw Anna standing there, smiling at me like everything was fine. She said she just happened to be there, but the look in her eyes told me everything I needed to know. She wasn't there by chance. She was following me. At that point, I realized how trapped I felt. I couldn't go anywhere without her being there. I was scared. I didn't know what she was capable of. I started wondering if she had been stalking me the whole time, just waiting for me to get comfortable. I didn't know how to get out of it. I never went back to that bar again, and I started avoiding all the places I used to go. I even had to change my work routine just to stay out of sight. But no matter what I did, it never felt like enough. She still found a way to pop up in my life, and I didn't know how long it would take before things escalated even more. At this point, I don't even know what happened to Anna. She just disappeared one day. I never saw her again after that last encounter. But the fear didn't go away. The idea that someone could be watching you, following your every move, is a lot to deal with. I learned the hard way that sometimes people don't just want a casual hangout. They want something much more, and when they don't get what they want, they don't just move on. They keep trying. They keep pushing. I'm just glad I finally got out of it before things could go further. This happened to me a while ago, but I still can't shake the weird feeling I get when I think about it. I was on Tinder like a lot of people do, just trying to meet someone new. Casual stuff. Swipe left, swipe right. Occasional good conversation. But then I matched with Callum. At first, he seemed perfect. He was funny, charming, and genuinely seemed interested in what I had to say. We clicked instantly. After a week of chatting and texting, we decided to meet up. Nothing too intense, just a casual walk in the park. I thought it'd be a nice, relaxed way to get to know each other in person. So we met at the park, and everything seemed fine at first. The weather was nice, the park was peaceful. We were walking, talking, and laughing. The usual stuff you'd expect on a first date. But as the conversation continued, he started saying some things that made me uncomfortable. It was subtle at first, but something in the way he was talking made my skin crawl. He was mentioning things about my life, stuff that I hadn't told him, but that somehow he knew. He talked about how he knew where I worked, how he knew where I lived, and he had mentioned how I'd posted something on my Instagram earlier that day. I tried to brush it off, thinking maybe I had mentioned it in passing or that it was just a coincidence. But then, as we walked down the street towards the end of the park, he said something that completely threw me off. He mentioned a cafe I go to every morning. It's just down the block from my place. I go there pretty regularly. I was taken aback when he said, "I know that cafe you like to go to at the end of the block. I was there this morning, saw you from the window, but didn't want to interrupt." I froze for a second, trying to figure out if he was joking or if I'd said something to give him that impression. But no, he was serious. His smile was so off, like there was something behind it that didn't sit right. I was suddenly aware of every little detail. His eyes, how he was looking at me, the way he was smiling at me. I tried to keep my composure and just brushed it off like it was no big deal. But as we continued walking, I started feeling really uneasy. When we finally parted ways, I made my excuses and headed home. The whole time I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting him to be there. But I didn't want to make it awkward, so I didn't say anything to him about how strange things had gotten. Then later that evening, I got a message from him. "Hope you made it home okay. I was following you home, but you looked so peaceful in your walk. I didn't want to ruin it." I swear, my heart just stopped when I read that. I had walked home alone, but I never noticed anyone behind me. At least I thought I didn't. And then it hit me, he had been following me the whole time. I felt sick to my stomach. That message wasn't cute or sweet. It was creepy as hell. He'd been following me home without me even knowing it, and the worst part was that he thought it was okay to tell me. I tried to ignore it, hoping it was just some weird fluke or that he was just being overly enthusiastic. I blocked his number, thinking that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. The next day, when I showed up at work, I noticed something strange. That he was standing across the street from my building, staring directly at me. At first, I thought maybe I was imagining things, but no, he was standing there, looking directly at me. And when our eyes met, he gave me that same unsettling smile. I felt my stomach drop. How the hell had he found me here? How did he know where I worked? I quickly ducked inside and tried to get on with my day, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. He had shown up at my workplace uninvited, and I had no idea how long he had been there before I noticed him. It felt like everything about the situation was just wrong. I didn't want to freak out and overreact, so I decided to keep my distance and avoid him. I didn't respond to any more of his texts, and I made sure to never be alone when I left work. I told a few friends about what had happened, but they mostly thought it was just some weird coincidence. Maybe he was just being weird, they said. Maybe it was just some misunderstanding. But it didn't feel like a misunderstanding. It felt like I was being watched. A couple of days went by, and I thought I was finally starting to feel a little better about everything. I had blocked his number, and I had been more careful when I went out. But then the worst thing happened. I went to that cafe I always go to, the one down the block. I just needed to get some space, clear my head. I was standing in line when I felt a tap on my shoulder. I turned around, and there he was, calm, standing right behind me. His smile was the same as before, but it was different now. It wasn't friendly. It was almost like he knew something I didn't. That was the moment I realized how messed up everything was. He had somehow found me again, and he didn't care how creepy it was. I didn't stick around. I quickly grabbed my coffee and left, trying not to look behind me. But the whole time, I could feel his eyes on me. It wasn't the first time, and it probably wouldn't be the last. That was the last time I ever saw him, but I still get these weird feelings when I go to places I go to regularly. It's like I'm always looking over my shoulder now, just in case he's still out there, because I don't know how he found me so easily or why he was so determined to make me part of his world. But it's clear now that the person you meet on Tinder might not always be who they seem. And some people don't know how to let go when you stop replying. I don't even know how to feel about it anymore. But it's been months, and I still hadn't deleted Tinder. I'm just a little more cautious now. This whole thing still freaks me out when I think about it, and it happened almost a year ago now. I decided to try Tinder after hearing a bunch of people talk about it, and one night I matched with Kelly. At first, she seemed pretty chill, Easy to talk to, relaxed, no big expectations. We got along right away, and the conversation was always light and fun. Nothing heavy, no pressure, just the way I liked it. A couple of weeks passed, and things were still easygoing. No intense flirting, no weird vibes, just casual talking here and there. Then one night, she suggested we go out for drinks. I thought, why not? It was just a casual date, and I figured it could be fun. So we met up at a bar, and honestly, it was fine. Not amazing, but not terrible either. The conversation flowed, and we were both laughing, just getting to know each other a little better. But looking back now, I think I should have known something was off. The date ended, and I went home. I didn't think much of it. Nothing really stood out except for the fact that she texted me almost immediately after. Had fun, hope we can do it again soon, was her message. I shrugged it off. We had a decent time, but nothing about her screamed future girlfriend or anything. But then things started getting weird. The next few days, she kept texting me. And it wasn't just the normal, hey, hope your day's going well stuff. It was more cryptic, like she was reading way more of the things than I had ever intended. She started saying things like, I could tell you were really into me last night. I could see it in your eyes. And I was like, what? I mean, I guess I was having a good time, but I wasn't making any big moves or anything. Then she started bringing up things from the night that I didn't even remember saying. Stuff like, you told me everything about your childhood, or you were so into my touch. I was honestly getting confused at that point. I'm pretty sure I never said anything like that. In fact, I didn't even talk much about myself. I mean, who says I'm really into your touch on a first date? It was getting uncomfortable, but I tried to brush it off as maybe she was just being overly friendly or maybe I was misinterpreting things. After that, it only got stranger. The next time we hung out, she flipped out when I casually mentioned another girl I'd been talking to. She just went off, saying things like, I thought we were special, and you don't get to treat me like this. I didn't know how to react. It was a simple mention of another person, but she was acting like I'd betrayed her or something. I thought maybe I had just misread her signals, but honestly, I didn't know what to do at that point. A few days after that, things took a really creepy turn. I started finding these weird romantic gifts on my doorstep. I wasn't sure if it was her, but it didn't take long to put two and two together. The first gift was a book I'd mentioned in passing a while ago. The second was a bag of food I'd talked about liking one day at work. Then came some music CDs, music that I'd talked about once in a group chat with my friends. These weren't things I had openly shared with her. They were details I had only mentioned once in passing, and now they were showing up at my door. I started feeling like I was losing control of the situation. And it didn't stop there. She began showing up at places I went to, just appearing out of nowhere. I'd see her at the coffee shop around the corner from my place, standing way too close to me, acting like we had known each other for years. The first time it happened, I thought it was a coincidence. But when I saw her at the gym a few days later, I realized this wasn't normal. It was like she was keeping track of my routine without me knowing. I started feeling like I couldn't even go to places I enjoyed without her showing up. I tried to keep things polite at first. I didn't want to be rude, but it was starting to really freak me out. I tried distancing myself, but every time I did, she would send me more messages, always cryptic and kind of threatening. You're not going to leave me, are you? One text said. I'll be seeing you soon, was another. It wasn't just her words, it was the way she said things, how she phrased them, like she knew exactly where I'd be or when I'd be there. It felt like she was always watching me, even when I didn't know she was. I didn't know how to handle it anymore. I started ignoring her calls, blocking her on social media, and changing my routine. But it didn't matter. She was always there, popping up at places I go, sending me weird texts, leaving gifts on my doorstep. It was like she couldn't understand that I wasn't interested. Then one day, she sent me a message that made my blood run cold. It was short and to the point. If you don't treat me like the one you were meant to be with, I'll ruin your life. I didn't know what she meant by that, but I knew it wasn't a joke. I'd never felt so trapped in my life. I couldn't go anywhere without feeling like she was right behind me. She had somehow weaseled her way into my world, and no matter how hard I tried to push her out, she just kept coming back. At that point, I did the only thing I thought would work. I moved. I didn't tell anyone except my closest friends. I found a new place in a different neighborhood, changed my phone number, and basically cut myself off from everyone I knew. Even now, I still feel paranoid sometimes. I check my locks every night, and I'm always aware of my surroundings. I don't trust easily anymore. I don't know if Kelly is still out there, but she might be. What happened to me was beyond what I ever thought could happen from an online date. I've learned that some people take rejection way harder than others, And when they can't handle it, they do things that make you feel like you're losing your grip on reality. And now, I'm just a little more cautious about who I trust. Tinder may seem like a harmless app, but people like Kelly make you realize how quickly things can go from casual to terrifying. Okay, this happened a while ago, but I still think about it sometimes, and it makes my skin crawl. I matched with a guy named Jason on Tinder. At first, he seemed like a dream. He was sweet, polite, respectful. Honestly, I thought he was one of the good ones. We talk about everything from what kind of music we like to our childhoods, and it all felt supernatural. No red flags, no weird vibes, just an easy conversation. At first, it was mostly casual chats. He'd text me good morning, compliment me on my smile, tell me I was smart or funny, and I didn't think much of it. It felt like normal Tinder stuff. Kind of cute, maybe even a little flattering. But after a couple of weeks, I started noticing something off. It wasn't huge at first, just small things, like how he'd get a little frustrated if I didn't respond to his text right away. It started with simple stuff like, "Hey, did you see my last message?" Or, "Why didn't you text me back?" And I brushed it off, thinking maybe he was just a bit more invested in the conversation than I was. But the more we talked, the more these little things started to add up. He'd start texting me constantly. Like, even when I told him I was busy with work or meeting friends, he'd still send long messages, saying things like, "I've been thinking about you all day. I hope we can hang out soon." It was sweet at first, but after a while, it started feeling kind of heavy, especially because we hadn't even met in person yet. And the worst part, if I didn't respond quickly enough, I'd get these weirdly desperate messages like, "What did I do wrong?" Or, "Why are you ignoring me?" It made me uncomfortable, but I figured maybe he was just a little insecure, and it was something I could handle. But then it started getting more intense. He started telling me how much he liked me and how he was always there for me. At first, I thought it was sweet. Who doesn't like someone who's supportive? But then it turned into this thing where it felt like he was expecting something from me. The text got more emotional. He'd send paragraphs about how I deserved better and how he was the right guy for me, even though we had barely talked for a few weeks. I started feeling trapped. The pressure of trying to keep the conversation light and easy was building, but I didn't know how to say that to him without hurting his feelings. I tried to make it clear that I wasn't looking for anything serious. The more I pulled away, the more he pushed. He'd send messages at all hours, like at 3 a.m., telling me, "I know what's best for you," or, "You're making a huge mistake by not letting me in." At that point, I started getting really uneasy. It wasn't just a constant texting. It was like he was trying to control the situation. I decided to unmatch him. That was my way of trying to get some space and stop all the pressure. But it didn't work. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. He didn't stop texting. He started sending these really weird messages, stuff like, "If you don't talk to me, I'm going to expose you for who you really are." What does that even mean? I don't know what he was trying to threaten me with, but the fact that he said it made me sick to my stomach. Then came the real freaky part. A few days after the unmatching, I was at my usual coffee shop, grabbing a morning coffee, and I saw him. He was standing outside, just staring at me. I froze for a second, wondering if it was him, and then I realized it was. I quickly turned around and left, my heart pounding in my chest. I texted a friend, asking if they could come meet me for a bit, just so I wouldn't be alone. But it wasn't just that one time. It happened again and again. Every time I go to a place I frequent, whether it was my favorite bookstore or the park down the street, he'd be there, standing in the background, just watching me. I'm pretty sure he was following me. I tried ignoring it, hoping it would go away, but it only got worse. He started sending these even darker texts, saying things like, "You think you can run from me, but I'm always going to be there," or, "You don't get to ignore me." It felt like he was tracking my every move. I was seriously scared. It was like he had this idea in his head that we were meant to be together, and the more I tried to pull away, the more he got obsessed. Eventually, it started to feel like my whole life was revolving around him. I couldn't go anywhere without looking over my shoulder, wondering if he was watching. He showed up at a party I was at once, just standing in the corner staring at me. That was when I realized I couldn't deal with it anymore. I told a few friends of what's happening, and they urged me to go to the police. But I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, and I felt like I was overreacting. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that he wasn't just some guy I had a bad date with. He was dangerous. It wasn't just the constant messages or the creepy coincidences of him being at the same places as me. It was the fact that you wouldn't take no for an answer. He couldn't accept that I wasn't interested, and that was terrifying. In the end, I had to change my number, block him on everything, and even change some of my usual hangouts. I haven't heard from him since, but every time I go to a new place, I still wonder if he'll be there. I've learned to be a lot more careful with online dating since then, and it really made me realize how someone's polite, respectful front can hide a darker side that you'll never see coming. Matched with this girl on Tinder named Wendy. She was cute, funny, and seemed pretty chill at first. We hit it off right away, had some good chats about music, hobbies, the usual stuff. It didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. Honestly, I wasn't expecting much. You know how Tinder goes, right? You talk for a bit, maybe go on a date, and see where it goes. Sometimes it's a hit, sometimes it's a miss. Anyway, we decided to meet up in person after a couple of weeks of texting. She suggested a local cafe, one of those cozy spots with fairy lights and comfy chairs. Nothing fancy, just a nice place to grab a coffee and chat. When I got there, I spotted her right away. She was sitting by the window, looking down at her phone, wearing this cute, flowy dress. The conversation started off fine. We talked about all the usual stuff where we grew up, what we like to do for fun, that kind of thing. But as the conversation went on, something felt off. She started talking about her beliefs. At first, I didn't think much of it. People have different views, right? But then she casually mentioned how she follows Scientology, like it was just another religion she was into. I didn't know much about it, but I figured whatever, if it makes her happy, that's her thing. But as she went on, it started to get a little intense. She said how Scientology was a true way to live, how it helped people reach their highest potential, and how it was the only path to real enlightenment. She looked at me with these wide eyes like she was expecting me to be totally on board. It was getting kind of weird, but I didn't want to come off rude, so I just nodded along, trying to stay engaged. Then she asked me this question that completely threw me off. She asked if I would pledge my allegiance to Scientology right then and there. I thought she was joking at first, maybe just trying to see if I'd bite, but she was dead serious. She told me that if I truly wanted to live a fulfilled life, I needed to join, and that it would only take a second. It wasn't just a casual thing. She was pushing for it like I had no choice but to agree. I didn't know what to do. I kind of just sat there in silence for a second, feeling my heart start to race. It wasn't like she was being aggressive or anything, but there was this undeniable pressure. It felt like I was in a scene from some cult movie, and I was the next target. She kept looking at me, waiting for an answer, and it got to the point where I could feel the tension in the air. I laughed it off at first, thinking maybe she was just messing around. But then her expression changed. She got all serious, and I could feel the shift. She started talking about how this was the only way to avoid the mental traps that most people fall into, how the world was against people like her, and how, if I didn't understand that, I'd be lost. She kept saying it was for my own good. I started getting that gut feeling like something was seriously wrong. I didn't know what to do or how to get out of it. Part of me wanted to just leave, but I didn't want to come off like I was judging her for her beliefs. Still, the pressure was building. I tried to change the subject, but she kept circling back to Scientology, to the point where it felt like it was all she could talk about. The vibe shifted so quickly from this casual, fun coffee date to an uncomfortable, forced conversation about something that didn't feel right. It was clear she wasn't going to let it go. She said that the only way we could continue our date was if I agreed to take the first step into the religion, even if I didn't fully understand it yet. She kept looking at me like I was some kind of project, like she was waiting for me to fall in line. She mentioned a few things I could do, like meeting up with a church member, taking a personality test, and maybe even attending a seminar. My mind was racing. This wasn't just a bad date anymore. This was something else. I was starting to feel trapped. The room felt smaller, and I felt like everyone around me could hear her talk about this weird stuff, even though I knew they couldn't. I started thinking about how quickly the situation had escalated, and how something as simple as agreeing to a coffee date had turned into something way darker. This wasn't just a quirky personality trait or a difference in belief. It was a full-on attempt to pull me into something I didn't want any part of. I tried to stand my ground, and in the end, I told her I wasn't interested in joining, that I didn't feel comfortable with it. She didn't react in the way I expected. She didn't get angry or anything, but I could see this shift in her. Her face hardened a little, like she was disappointed, but also like she was plotting her next move. It was clear I wasn't the ideal candidate she thought I was, and I wasn't sure if that was a relief or more unsettling. I excused myself and left the cafe, and as I walked out, I could feel her eyes on me. It felt like I was being watched, like she was going to somehow find a way to get me back into that conversation. I didn't know what kind of person I had just met, but it wasn't the person I thought I was going on a date with. The worst part, she kept texting me after that. Nothing too crazy at first, just more about how I needed to reconsider, how I was so close to understanding everything. But after a few days, I started getting messages from different numbers, all saying the same thing. You can still come back. You're meant to be with us. I blocked her, deleted my Tinder, and basically ghosted her completely. It was like I couldn't escape. The idea that she had been following me so closely, looking for someone to pull into her beliefs, felt like a violation. It made me wonder how many people she'd tried this with before, how many other dates had turned into attempts at a conversion. I never expected a Tinder date to turn into something that creepy, but at least I learned to trust my gut. Not everyone you meet online is who they say they are. And not every person you meet is just looking for a casual connection. Some people, like Wendy, have very different ideas about what they want, and sometimes those ideas can be a lot darker than you'd ever expect. I met this guy on Tinder named Walter. He seemed decent enough at first. His profile was pretty chill, and his messages weren't too weird. I'll admit I was a little cautious. You hear a lot of stories about Tinder dates going south, right? But Walter seemed normal. He wasn't sending weird or overly flirtatious messages, and he kept the conversation light. After talking for a couple of days, I agreed to meet up. He suggested a nice, upscale restaurant downtown, which felt like a solid choice for a first date. Nothing too casual, but not over the top either. Just a nice vibe. When I got there, I didn't spot him right away. I walked around for a bit until I finally saw him sitting at a table near the window. He was a bit older than I'd expected, probably in his mid-30s, but that wasn't a big deal. He was wearing a simple button-up shirt and glasses, and he was just staring down at the menu, looking lost in thought. I sat down across from him, and it was immediately awkward. I don't know why, but there was something off about his energy. He wasn't exactly unfriendly, but he wasn't warm either. He didn't make small talk like most people do when they first meet someone. It was like we were sitting there in silence for what felt like forever. I figured maybe he was nervous or just shy, but it was a little unsettling. I tried to start the conversation, but it didn't flow the way I thought it would. We ordered our food, and the silence continued. I was starting to wonder if I'd made a mistake agreeing to meet up. I was half ready to just pay for my meal and leave, but I didn't want to be rude. The waiters were all super friendly, checking in on us and filling up our drinks, but Walter didn't seem to notice. He was just staring off into space, occasionally looking down at his phone, but never really interacting with me. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he did speak. I wasn't sure what he said at first because it was just weird. He asked if I wanted to play chess. I blinked, not sure if I heard him right. I hadn't seen any chess set in sight, and we were sitting in a fancy restaurant, not a park bench or a coffee shop. He was completely serious. He wasn't even smiling or joking. It was just straight up. Do you want to play chess? I thought maybe he was just being quirky, trying to break the ice in a weird way. But no, Walter wasn't joking. He reached into his backpack under the table, pulled out a full-on chessboard, and started setting it up on the table. I was staring at him like he had two heads. At first, I thought it was a joke, some kind of icebreaker thing, but no, he was dead serious. He opened the box, took out the pieces, and started arranging them like we were about to play a professional match or something. The waiters were walking by, looking confused, but no one said anything. I could feel my face turning bright red as I glanced around the restaurant. The place was filled with people, some dressed in fancy suits, others in cocktail dresses. And then there was Walter, setting up a freaking chessboard in the middle of the dining room like it was the most normal thing ever. I didn't know how to react. I felt like I'd walked into some bizarre alternate universe. People were staring at us now. I could see the server trying not to laugh as they passed by, but Walter was completely unfazed. It was like he didn't even notice how out of place it was. At this point, I felt trapped. I couldn't exactly leave without making a scene, and I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't want to be rude, but what was going on? We hadn't even really talked too much yet, and now he was setting up a chessboard as if that was normal date behavior. I didn't want to make him feel bad, so I sat there kind of frozen, watching him set up the pieces. He finally finished setting up the board and then looked up at me, waiting for me to make the first move. It was so surreal. I felt like I was in a dream, like I was watching this happen to someone else. I had no idea how to play chess, but I was supposed to make a move, apparently. I picked up a pawn, moved it a couple of spaces, and then just stared at the board. The whole thing was so awkward. Walter didn't say anything. He just watched me, waiting for me to make the next move. He didn't even smile. He was just there, like a robot. Every time I moved a piece, he'd move his, but he didn't explain the game, didn't make small talk, didn't even acknowledge that we were sitting in the middle of a crowded, fancy restaurant. It felt like we were in our own little bubble, and it was beyond uncomfortable. The whole time we played, I could feel everyone's eyes on us. I wanted to apologize for the weirdness, but I didn't know what to say. It wasn't like I had asked for this, and at this point, I wasn't even sure if I was supposed to keep playing along. Was he testing me? Was he actually serious about this? Was this some weird test or game to see how much I could take? I didn't know what's happening, and it made my stomach churn. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I put down the pawn I was holding and just sat back in my chair. I said, I think I'm going to call it a night. I didn't even look at him as I grabbed my purse. The whole thing had just spiraled into this strange, uncomfortable mess. Walter didn't say a word. He just sat there staring at the board. I stood up, ready to go. As I made my way to the door, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. I had to get out of there. The moment I stepped outside, I took a deep breath and texted my friend about what had just happened. They didn't believe me at first, but honestly, I barely believed it myself. I don't know what was going through Walter's mind. Maybe he was socially awkward. Maybe he thought it was a quirky date idea. Or maybe he was just completely oblivious to how weird out of place it all was. Either way, it was by far the most bizarre Tinder date I'd ever had, and it made me second guess everything I thought I knew about dating. I'd never heard from him again, and honestly, I'm kind of glad I didn't. I don't think I could have handled another round of chess. I matched with Lisa on Tinder. Her profile seemed usual and chill. Nothing over the top, just a normal person with some cool interests. We talked for a while, and everything seemed fine. After a few days of chatting, we decided to meet up in person. We both liked art, so we agreed on a date at the local museum. It sounded pretty laid back, and I figured it would be a good way to get to know her better. I got there a little early, so I was wandering around the entrance, checking out the exhibits on the walls while I waited for her. She texted me saying she was running a bit late, but nothing unusual about that. It's a first date. I wasn't worried. She finally showed up looking cute, but she seemed a little frazzled. Her hair was in a messy ponytail, and she mentioned that she didn't have time to do her makeup. I didn't really think much of it at first. I mean, it's not like I care if she wears makeup or not. It's a museum, not a beauty pageant. So we started walking around, checking out the paintings and sculptures, and having some decent conversation. But then, after about an hour, she casually mentioned that she really needed to do her makeup, which caught me off guard. I looked at her like, wait, you want to do your makeup now? And she was like, yeah, I didn't have time earlier, so I'm just gonna take a few minutes to touch up. Now, I've been on a fair number of dates before, and I've never seen anyone do their makeup in public like this, but I didn't want to be rude, so I just agreed. She pulled out this massive beauty kit from her purse, like a full-on makeup bag with foundation, brushes, eyeliner, the works. It was honestly kind of impressive, but also weird. We were in the middle of an art museum, and here she was, sitting on one of the benches, pulling out all these makeup products like we were in some kind of dressing room. I stood there for a second, unsure of what to do. She didn't really seem self-conscious about it, though, just totally absorbed in what she was doing. I watched as she carefully started applying foundation and concealer, then moved on to eyeshadow and mascara. She was super focused, and I wasn't sure if she was just really into her makeup routine or if it was some kind of performance for me. Either way, I just sat down next to her, kind of awkwardly trying to enjoy the art around us while she worked on perfecting her look. At first, I thought it was maybe just a quick thing, but after 30 minutes, it became clear this wasn't going to be a fast process. She was really into it. She wasn't rushing at all. I kept looking at my watch, wondering if this was actually happening, and thinking about how much time we were wasting. The museum wasn't huge, but there were a bunch of exhibits I was excited to see, and we had basically spent the first hour just wandering around and chatting. Now we were sitting in the same spot while she did her makeup, and the place was starting to get more crowded. The worst part, it didn't seem like she was paying any attention to the time at all. I tried to bring it up, like, hey, we're kind of running out of time. But she just gave me this half smile and said, I'll be done soon. So, okay, I guess. An hour passed. I was starting to get uncomfortable. People were starting to stare at us because we were basically just sitting in front of an exhibit while she applied layer after layer of makeup. I mean, I get it. It's fine if you want to look good, but we were in a museum, and I just felt like it was all weird. Like maybe I was being too judgmental, but I wasn't sure what was going on. She was so absorbed in what she was doing, I almost felt like I was invisible to her. It was around the 2 hour mark when she finally finished. She looked at me and smiled, saying, "Okay, I'm done. What do you think?" Honestly, she looked good, like really good, but I couldn't help but feel this weird tension in the air. We wasted 2 hours doing basically nothing, and the museum was about to close. I checked the time, and sure enough, we were down to the last 20 minutes before they'd kick us out. I tried to salvage the date by suggesting we at least check out the modern art section, but she seemed a little distracted, like she wasn't really interested anymore. She packed up her makeup kit and zipped it up, and then, out of nowhere, she just stood up and said, "Well, I guess we're done here." I was speechless. The museum was closing, and we hadn't even seen half of it. I felt kind of frustrated. I mean, I didn't want to sound ungrateful or rude, but it was so bizarre. I didn't understand why she had chosen to spend most of our date doing her makeup in the middle of a public space. It was almost like the whole museum was just some backdrop for her beauty routine. As we walked out of the museum, I tried to make light of it, joking about how I'd never seen someone do their makeup like that in public. She just laughed it off, but the vibe was totally off now. I wasn't sure if I wanted to see her again. The whole thing felt weird. After we parted ways, I didn't text her again. I wasn't sure if it was the vibe I was getting from her or if the entire date just felt off from the start, but something didn't sit right. It wasn't the makeup thing. It was the fact that she seemed so focused on her appearance, like everything else was secondary, and that made me feel like I wasn't even part of the date. It was all about her and her world, and I was just there. In the end, I couldn't bring myself to message her. I'm sure she's probably a great person in her own right, but that date, yeah, it wasn't for me. It's funny how sometimes you don't realize how strange a situation is until you're out of it. I'm still not sure what her deal is with the makeup, but I'll be honest. I don't think I'll be doing any more museum dates anytime soon. Not unless I'm 100% sure I'm not getting turned into some kind of live art installation. I matched with this guy on Tinder named Sam. Honestly, at first, everything seemed pretty normal. He had a decent profile, looked good in his pictures, and was pretty funny. We chatted for a while, and the vibe was cool. He seemed laid back, loved hiking, and even had some travel pics in his profile. Seemed like a pretty solid guy, and we agreed to meet up for coffee at a cute little cafe down the street from my place. The day we met, he showed up right on time, wearing a casual hoodie and jeans. Nothing too fancy, but I wasn't expecting anything extravagant either. It was just coffee, right? We hit it off immediately, talked about our favorite movies, books, and even some random stuff like food and music. Honestly, the conversation flowed naturally, which was nice. I didn't feel like I was pulling teeth, which sometimes happens on first dates. He was really easy to talk to, and I liked that. He even complimented me a lot, but in a way that didn't feel over the top. So I was feeling pretty comfortable. After a couple of hours of chatting, we both decided to grab lunch at a nearby diner. Nothing special, but I liked how easygoing he was. At some point, though, I started noticing a few things that felt a little off. First, he got a weird text during our lunch. I didn't think much of it at first, but he looked at the screen for a little too long, and the way his face went from relaxed to tense was kind of noticeable. He quickly put his phone face down and acted like nothing happened, but I couldn't help but feel like something wasn't right. We continued chatting, and everything seemed fine again, but then it started. His phone kept buzzing every few minutes, and his responses to those texts got more and more short. He even mentioned, almost offhandedly, how business was picking up, and how he had a lot of things to take care of later that day. I didn't really press it. Honestly, I wasn't thinking too much of it. People get busy, right? After lunch, we walked around for a bit, and that's when things got strange. We passed by a few shops, and Sam stopped at one for what I assumed was just browsing. But then he went inside, and I thought, okay, I'll just wait outside. But he wasn't browsing. He was talking to some guy in a hoodie, exchanging a few words, and I couldn't hear much from where I was standing. What caught me off guard, though, was the look on Sam's face. He was kind of tense, like he was trying to act casual, but he wasn't pulling it off very well. And the guy he was talking to had that look too, the kind of look you don't forget. It was like that instant realization that something wasn't quite right, but I still didn't have enough to go on. Sam came out a few minutes later, And he didn't say anything about it, just acting like everything was normal. But in the pit of my stomach, I could feel that something had changed. We kept walking around for a little while, but the whole vibe had shifted, and I could tell Sam wasn't as engaged in our conversation anymore. He was more distracted. Then, out of nowhere, he mentioned that he had to run some errands. He said it casually like it was no big deal, but the way he said it made me pause. Errands, I thought. This guy just mentioned business earlier, and now he had errands to run. And he looked so much more jittery than he had been at the cafe. My gut was telling me something wasn't right. I wasn't sure what to do, but I wasn't ready to cut the date short, so I decided to go along with it. At least for now. He suggested we take a ride to another part of the city, and I figured, sure, why not? Maybe he had a cool place in mind to hang out or something. We got in his car, and everything seemed fine at first. But the more we drove, the more I started to feel uncomfortable. He was speeding through the streets, and every time his phone buzzed, he would glance down at it, looking even more tense. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel, and the whole thing just felt like a car ride from a movie where something bad is about to happen. I wasn't trying to be dramatic, but I couldn't help it. My instincts were screaming at me to get out of there. Eventually, we stopped at a rundown part of town. There was a warehouse area with barely any people around, and I immediately felt uneasy. Sam said he needed to stop for a few minutes to meet up with a friend about something important. I was already planning my exit strategy, but I tried to stay calm. He wasn't giving off any super obvious red flags, but something just felt off. He asked me to wait in the car while he went to the warehouse. I didn't feel comfortable with that, but I didn't want to seem like a complete freak, so I agreed. He left and I locked the doors. I sat there for what felt like forever, just listening to the sounds of the street and the distant hum of trucks passing by. Then I saw a couple of shady-looking people walk by. They looked like they were coming from the same warehouse Sam had gone into, and one of them glanced at me through the car window. I quickly looked away, hoping they wouldn't notice me. My anxiety was through the roof now. What had I gotten myself into? I hadn't planned on going on a date that would end with me in a sketchy warehouse district, all alone in a car. Sam finally came back to the car, looking a lot more intense. He got in and didn't say much. He just started the car and drove off without explaining anything. I felt like I had been holding my breath the entire time. We didn't talk much on the way back. The mood was completely different from earlier. He dropped me off at my apartment, and I quickly made my way inside without looking back. That was the last time I saw Sam. I didn't block him or anything. I just didn't text him back. I wasn't sure if he was actually dangerous, but I didn't want to find out. I still think about that day sometimes, especially that weird warehouse stop. He never outright said it, but I started putting the pieces together. Sam wasn't just a guy with a normal job. He was a drug dealer and had been playing right into whatever mess he was tangled up in. Looking back, it's crazy to think how I didn't pick up on the signs earlier. Lesson learned, trust your gut. I'm definitely more cautious when it comes to online dating now. This story is the craziest story you will hear. It started when I met Brenda on Tinder, and to be honest, when I saw her profile, I wasn't sure what to expect. She had a pretty smile and looked like someone you could easily talk to. But there was one thing I couldn't ignore. She was 6'5". I'm not exactly short, but even I knew that a height difference like that could be interesting. Still, I didn't want to judge her based on something like that, so we started chatting. At first, everything was normal. She was funny, down to earth, and seemed pretty chill. I wasn't sure if it was just the novelty of meeting someone so tall or if it was her personality, but I started looking forward to our conversations. After a few days of chatting, she suggested we meet for a drink at a bar nearby. I figured why not, it's just a drink, and she seemed cool. We agreed on a time and place. When the night came, I walked into the bar, and there she was, sitting at a table, already sipping on a drink. Brenda definitely stood out. She was tall, like really tall, and had this presence about her. I'm not saying it was intimidating, but it definitely felt like I was in the presence of someone who was used to being noticed. I walked over to the table, and she smiled at me, waving me over. We got to talking, and honestly, it was going great. Brenda had this confidence that was kind of magnetic, and I liked that she was comfortable in her own skin. We joked around, talked about life, and it felt like one of those nights where everything just flows naturally. But as the night wore on, I started noticing some things that were a bit off. For one, Brenda never really stopped talking. She was constantly talking about herself, her job, her childhood, her life experiences. It was like she was trying to fill the space with words. I didn't mind at first, I'm all for getting to know someone, but the more she talked, the more I started to feel like I was just an audience, not a participant in the conversation. And then there were the little things, the way she moved. She was so tall, and everything about her seemed to occupy more space than it should. She was leaning forward when she spoke, and I could feel her presence in a way that was hard to describe. Like if I took one wrong step, I might get swallowed up. As the night went on, I started to feel a little uncomfortable. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but the longer we talked, the more I started to notice how she was kind of watching me. Not in a creepy way, but in this intense, almost analytical way, like she was studying me. Every little movement, every glance, it felt like she was trying to figure me out in a way that was beyond casual interest. We decided to walk around the neighborhood after we finished our drinks. It was a nice evening and the air was cool. But the whole time we were walking, Brenda kept walking just a little too close. I'm not saying I need a ton of personal space, but she was almost right up on me. She had this way of positioning herself that made it hard to escape her shadow. And I'm not gonna lie, I started feeling a little trapped. We stopped at a park bench to sit for a while, and that's when things took a weird turn. She started talking about her height in a way that I hadn't expected. She mentioned how difficult it was for her to find clothes, how people would often stare at her, and how she had to learn to deal with being different from everyone else. I understood that. People can be judgmental, and I can't imagine what it must be like to be that tall in a world where most people are significantly shorter. But then her tone shifted. It wasn't just about her height anymore. It was about how we were different. She said she could always tell when someone was uncomfortable around her, but she didn't mind. She liked being in control of situations. And that's when I felt a little alarm bell go off in my head. We sat there in silence for a minute, and I felt the weight of her words hanging in the air. She wasn't just talking about being tall. She was talking about power, about how she knew how to make people feel small. And for some reason, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I tried to brush it off, but the tension between us felt different now. Every time she moved, I noticed how much space she took up. It wasn't just her height, it was her whole presence. She was dominating the space around us, and it was starting to feel suffocating. Eventually, I made an excuse to leave. I told her I had an early day and I needed to head home. She was disappointed, but she didn't push. As we walked back to my car, something was off. It wasn't her height, or the fact that she was taller than me. It was the way she carried herself, like she was using her size to manipulate the situation, to control how I felt. When I got home that night, I tried to shake off the feeling. Maybe I was overthinking it. But then the next day, I started getting these texts. Not just one or two, but a bunch of them. At first, they seemed normal. Hey, had fun last night, and hope you're doing okay. But then they started to get more personal. She started asking about my family, where I lived, and how I grew up. Things that felt a little too intimate for someone I had just met. It was like she was trying to dig deeper to learn more about me than I was comfortable sharing. I didn't respond at first. I figured it was just the excitement of a new connection. But then the messages kept coming, and that's when it got weird. She started sending pictures of herself, full body shots, with her standing tall and smiling like she was proud of her height. It felt like she was flaunting it in a way that was almost unsettling, like she was reminding me of how small I was in comparison. A few days later, I got a message from her asking if I wanted to meet up again. But this time, it was different. She suggested we go to a nearby park, and she wanted to show me something. I didn't answer her, but I could tell she was getting frustrated. The messages got more frequent, and she started sending them at all hours of the day and night. I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that this wasn't just about a fun date anymore. Brenda had this way of making me feel small, of making me feel like I was trapped in her world. She wasn't just a woman who happened to be tall. She was using her height, her presence, her power over me to make me feel insignificant. And I didn't like it. Eventually, I blocked her. The messages stopped coming, but the weirdness of that night still lingers with me. I can't help but think back to the way she made me feel, like I was just a pawn in her game, a small piece in her world. It's funny how something as simple as a Tinder date can turn into something so unsettling. I met Ethan on Tinder, and everything seemed to be going great. We had been chatting for a couple of weeks before finally setting up a date. His profile was pretty normal, just a regular guy, it seemed. He was funny and had a decent job, and seemed to be looking for something serious. His pictures were a bit generic, just him in different locations with friends or on vacation, but nothing too weird. I never really thought about asking too many questions. I figured if he had nothing to hide, then everything would be fine. After all, people were all different, right? But I'd be lying if I say I wasn't a little curious when he mentioned something casually about his height. He said something about not letting his size get in the way of things, and I figured he was probably short, but that was no big deal. We all had our quirks, right? So we made plans for a dinner date at a nice restaurant downtown. I dressed up, put some effort into my look, and honestly, I was excited. It was a fresh start with someone new, and the conversation had been so easy and natural. When I got to the restaurant, I didn't see him right away. I checked my phone and saw his message that he was already there, sitting at a table. I walked inside and started scanning the place looking for him. That's when I spotted him sitting at a small table by the window. My heart kind of dropped when I saw him, though I don't think I even realized why until later. Ethan was a dwarf. I'm not sure if that's the right term, but I'm just trying to explain it how I felt at the time. I wasn't expecting him to be so short, I guess. He wasn't just a little shorter than average, he was about 4'5" max. Now, I know that sounds shallow, and honestly, I hated myself for thinking it, but it kind of caught me off guard. He seemed friendly, though, so I didn't want to be rude or make things weird. I told myself to just calm down and focus on enjoying the night. I walked over to his table and said hello, trying my best to act normal. He stood up to greet me, and when I looked into his eyes, he had this really confident smile on his face. He wasn't shy at all about his height. In fact, he was probably the most confident person I'd met in a long time. His self-assurance made me feel bad for having any hesitation in the first place. We started talking and everything seemed fine. The conversation flowed pretty easily and he was funny. He told me about his job, his family, and his hobbies, which included gaming and hiking. The way he talked about things made it sound like he lived a pretty full life, so I wasn't thinking too much about his size anymore. Still, there was something nagging at me, like maybe I wasn't fully processing everything. Then the night took a strange turn. Ethan started telling me about how hard it was for him to meet women and how he had dealt with a lot of judgment in his life because of his height. At first, I felt really bad for him. I could tell he'd been through some tough stuff, but the more he talked, the more it seemed like he wasn't really looking for sympathy. He was almost trying to convince me that I shouldn't care about his height. He kept bringing it up in these odd ways, almost like he was testing my boundaries. It's not easy to be small in a world full of giants. He said at one point, laughing a little too loudly. I remember forcing a smile, unsure of how to respond. I didn't want to seem insensitive, but I was starting to feel like I was in this weird space where I had to prove that I wasn't judging him. The vibe started to change after that. As we kept talking, he became more and more focused on his height. It wasn't just a part of his life, it felt like it was the thing that defined him. He kept repeating things like, "You wouldn't understand," but it's like everyone looks at me like I'm a freak, and you wouldn't believe the stuff people say to me on a daily basis. I wanted to be supportive, but there was this feeling creeping up that I wasn't sure what I was supposed to say. It almost felt like he was using his height as some kind of shield to push people away, and I couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Maybe he was trying to bond over shared experiences, but all I could think was, why is he making such a big deal out of it with me? Then came the weirdest part of the night. After dinner, Ethan suggested we go for a walk around the city since the weather was nice. It seemed like a good idea, so I agreed. We went outside, and he led the way down the street, talking about how much he loved the city. As we walked, he started pointing out places where he felt especially alienated. There was a park, a grocery store, a corner cafe, all these places where he said people had treated him badly because of his height. But then it got even weirder. He started getting really close to me, walking way too close for comfort. I kept trying to take a step back, but he was always right next to me, almost as if he needed me to be with him in every way. It wasn't just proximity. It was like his every word was meant to manipulate me into validating his existence. I could feel it in the way he stared at me. He wasn't asking for sympathy. It was like he wanted me to see him differently, to be drawn in by his difference. It wasn't just that I felt uncomfortable physically. It was more the emotional weight of what he was asking from me. It felt like he was trying to force me to acknowledge that his height was the most important thing in the room. I didn't know how to back out of it. I had no idea how to say, "I'm not judging you, but this is too much for me." By the end of the night, I was mentally exhausted, and I just wanted to go home. I thanked him for the evening and made an excuse to leave. He seemed disappointed, but didn't try to stop me. We hugged briefly, and I could feel how he lingered just a little too long. I remember stepping back quickly, almost instinctively. Something about the whole night felt suffocating, like he was trapping me in a narrative I didn't want to be part of. The next day, I've had a message from him saying he had a great time and wanted to meet again. I didn't respond at first. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that his fixation on his height and his need for validation just wasn't something I was ready to deal with. Maybe I was overthinking it, but I felt like he was trying to force a connection that wasn't really there. I ended up not replying to him. The next few days were quiet, and I thought it was over. But then I got another message from him, just a few words. "You don't care about me, do you?" I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just blocked him. And for the first time in a long while, I felt relief. Sometimes the smallest things can make a date feel suffocating. That night, it wasn't about his height. It was about how he used it as a weapon, an invisible force trying to control the way I saw him. I wasn't ready for that. I'm not really sure what I expected when I matched with Aiden on Tinder, but it definitely wasn't what happened. At first, she seemed totally normal. Her profile was filled with pictures of her at the beach, at parties, and in workout clothes, which of course, I didn't think much about. I mean, lots of people post pictures of their fitness journey, right? Who cares? I was just looking for someone to hang out with. We talked for a few days before setting up a date to grab coffee at a local cafe. When I first saw her, I was immediately struck by how bulky she was. It wasn't like she was just fit. She was huge, like almost unnaturally big. Her arms were like tree trunks, her legs looked like they could snap a man in half, and her shoulders were so wide that I almost had to do a double take when I saw her standing outside the cafe. I'll be honest, I wasn't prepared for it. It wasn't like I had an issue with strong women or anything. It's just, well, I wasn't expecting it. It was a lot to take in. At first, I thought maybe she was just one of those really dedicated gym goers. I mean, that's cool, right? People get obsessed with their workouts all the time. But then she started talking, and that's when things started to feel a little off. She immediately started explaining how she works out all the time, like all the time. At first, it seemed fine. She was super proud of her dedication, and I get that, but the more she spoke, the more I noticed this weird intensity in her voice. She kept emphasizing that she loved working out, loved it in a way that felt obsessive almost, like she wasn't just doing it for health or for fun, but because she needed to. And I don't know why, but I kept staring at her arms. They were massive. I tried not to, but I couldn't help it. The veins on them were so pronounced that it almost looked like they were ready to burst. And when she reached for her coffee, I saw the way her muscles flexed, way more than any normal person should. She caught me looking, and I think she could sense that I was unsure. "Oh, don't worry," she said, casually shrugging. "I just lift a lot. Been doing it for years. People always think I take stuff, but I don't." She smiled, but there was something about it that felt forced. I didn't know how to respond to that. Was she being defensive or just trying to reassure me? I really didn't know, but my gut was telling me that something was off. We kept talking for a while, and the conversation mostly stayed light, at least at first. She told me about her job as a personal trainer and how she's helping people change their lives. I was happy for her. It sounded like she was doing well. But I couldn't shake the weird feeling I had. There was this overwhelming energy coming from her that made it hard to breathe, like she was too much sometimes. Her confidence wasn't just confidence, it was overpowering. As we continued chatting, I started noticing more little things. She kept talking about how people don't understand her body, like it was a curse or something, but in this really strange way. She would laugh and joke about how guys always stare at her when she's out, but in a way that made me wonder if it bothered her or if she liked it. She kept saying, "I'm not like other girls," which is such a cliche, but in her case, it didn't feel like she was just being quirky. It felt like she was saying it because she genuinely believed it, because she thought she was different, and everyone else was beneath her. The weirdest part, though, was when she casually brought up steroids. She didn't say it like it was a big deal, but more like it was something everyone already knew. She didn't mention them directly, but she gave this weird side comment that caught me off guard. "I used to take supplements," she said, leaning in closer to me. "But now I'm clean. I don't need them anymore." Something about the way she said it felt off. It wasn't like she was ashamed or embarrassed about it. She said it like it was just a part of her routine. I mean, I don't know much about bodybuilding, but I know enough to realize that people don't just suddenly get that big without some kind of chemical help. Her body didn't look natural. Her muscles weren't just large, they looked unnaturally defined. And her skin had this odd sheen to it, like she was sweating constantly, but not in a healthy way. I tried to focus on the conversation again, but I couldn't stop staring at her arms. Her muscles were bulging out of her sleeveless top, and when she moved, it looked like they were about to rip right through her skin. I didn't want to make it weird, but I kept noticing how she had no visible body fat at all. She was too perfect, too defined. The whole date started to feel like an interrogation. She kept asking me questions, but they were all oddly specific. So, what's your opinion on fitness? Do you like working out? How much do you bench? It felt like she was trying to measure me up in some way, like if I didn't fit into the mold she was creating for herself, she wouldn't give me the time of day. By the end of the date, I was getting more and more uncomfortable. I didn't want to be rude, but I could feel that she was pushing me into a corner, trying to make me fit into this narrative that she had built for herself. She kept telling me that people didn't get her and how hard it was to find someone who could handle her lifestyle. The more she said it, the more I realized that she wasn't just talking about her workout routine. She was talking about her entire life. When the date ended, I thanked her for the coffee and told her it was nice meeting her. She smiled, but it wasn't the same smile from before. It was a little colder, a little more calculating. And as I left, I could still feel her eyes on me. Over the next few days, I kept thinking about her. I wasn't sure if I was overthinking things or if I had just been so thrown off by her that I couldn't stop thinking about it. I had no idea if I wanted to see her again, but something was wrong. Her whole vibe felt like a performance, like she was trying too hard to be something or someone that she wasn't. I didn't message her again. It wasn't because I wasn't attracted to her or because I didn't think she could be a good person. It was because I realized that her obsession with her appearance and her lifestyle was taking over everything. She was so consumed by her physical transformation that I started wondering if she had lost touch with who she really was. I didn't want to find out the hard way. I'm usually not one to go out of my comfort zone, but after a few weeks of chatting on Tinder, I decided to meet Adam. His profile was full of artsy photos, some of him at live music events, others with him hiking in beautiful remote places. He seemed pretty chill. Our conversations were lighthearted at first, mostly about music and mutual hobbies, nothing too deep. He was funny, easygoing, and I figured why not meet up. We agreed to grab drinks at a local bar. When I walked into the bar, I immediately saw him. He was sitting by the window wearing a black leather jacket and a pair of round glasses that somehow made him look both intellectual and edgy. He waved me over and we exchanged awkward hellos. He was a little more intense in person than he had been online, but nothing I couldn't handle. I sat down and we ordered drinks. The night started off fine, talking about the usual things like work, past relationships, favorite movies. But as the conversation progressed, I started to notice things that were off. Adam's eyes would occasionally wander to the people around us, as if he was scanning the crowd for something. At first, I thought he was just people watching, but then he started talking about the unique parties he went to. He mentioned them casually like they were just part of his regular routine. He said something about how he liked to explore different experiences with people who had an open-minded attitude. At first, I thought he was just being cryptic. Maybe he was talking about underground music gigs or art shows, things like that. But then he leaned in and his tone shifted. It was more serious, almost like he was testing the waters to see if I would react. He started explaining how he liked to go to these unique parties where people didn't judge each other and were all about freedom and exploring different aspects of intimacy. He went on and on about how these parties were full of open-minded individuals who didn't care about conventional relationships or what society expected. At this point, I was starting to get uncomfortable. I mean, where was he going with this? And then he said it. He mentioned the word swingers. I didn't immediately process what he was saying. I thought maybe it was some sort of joke or misunderstanding. But no, he was serious. He kept talking about the lifestyle like it was no big deal. He said that at these parties people could do whatever they wanted. There were no rules, no limits, just total freedom. He explained that there was an underground scene for people who wanted to try new things, meet new people, and expand their horizons. It was like my brain couldn't catch up. I had heard of the lifestyle, of course, but I wasn't expecting him to be so blunt about it, especially on our first date. I mean, we were just getting to know each other. Who talks about that stuff so casually? As he spoke, I could feel my stomach tighten. I tried to stay calm, but my mind was racing. Was this some weird test? Was he serious? And why did he think I'd be interested in something like that? I didn't know how to respond. He was still talking about how these parties were full of like-minded people and how they had this really great energy and how it was always a safe and welcoming environment. He was going on about it like it was something everyone should try at least once. I tried to keep my cool, but my mind was working overtime. I had a gut feeling that I needed to get out of this situation, but I didn't want to be rude. What if I misunderstood him? What if it was just his sense of humor? But deep down, I knew it wasn't a joke. He was serious, and he was looking for a reaction. And then came the part that completely threw me off. He asked me if I would like to join in at the next party he was going to. Just like that. He said he thought I'd be a good fit and that I'd enjoy it because it was all about letting go of inhibitions. I just stared at him, unsure of how to react. My heart was racing now, and my brain was trying to process what I had just heard. Was this really happening? Was he seriously asking me if I wanted to join a swingers party with him, someone I had just met an hour ago? I didn't know how to respond. Part of me wanted to laugh it off, but I knew there was no way I could pretend this was okay. His face didn't change. He was waiting for my answer like this was a normal, casual question. It felt so wrong. I wanted to just leave, but instead I awkwardly laughed and tried to change the subject. I said I wasn't really into that kind of thing, and that I'd rather get to know him better before jumping into something so extreme. He didn't seem fazed by my response, though. He just nodded and smiled, like he was used to people being hesitant at first. The rest of the date was a blur. I didn't know what to say or do. I kept trying to redirect the conversation, but he would circle back to the topic, mentioning his upcoming parties and how they were the perfect way to meet people who understood him. It was like he couldn't talk about anything else. When the date finally ended, I didn't even offer to go for a second drink or even a walk. I just thanked him for the night and quickly made my way to my car. The whole time, I kept wondering if I had just gone on the weirdest day of my life. I went home feeling a little shaken up, unsure of what had just happened. I hadn't felt unsafe, but there was something so disturbing about how casually he treated the topic, as it was just another Thursday night activity, something you'd invite a random stranger to join. The next day, I received a message from him. He was still inviting me to the party, telling me it would be a life-changing experience and how it could be something beautiful. But by then, I had already decided I wasn't going to respond. I blocked him without a second thought. I didn't report him or anything, but I couldn't ignore how unsettling that night had been. Dating is weird enough as it is, but sometimes you meet people who are so far out of your comfort zone that it makes you question everything. Adam wasn't what I expected, and after that night, I realized how easy it is for someone to present one face online and another in person. I learned to trust my gut more after that. Some people are just a little too open about things that should remain private, and some invitations, no matter how chill they seem, should be declined immediately. I still can't get over how strange it all was. It started off like any other date, casual, normal, nothing too out of the ordinary. I matched with Ginny on Tinder from the start. She seemed like a cool, laid-back girl. She had this interesting vibe to her, the kind of vibe where you don't really think too much about it at first. But then, after everything went down, you realize she wasn't as innocent as she made herself out to be. We met at a bar downtown for a drink. The place had a great atmosphere, some chill music playing in the background, and the crowd wasn't too wild. Ginny was pretty, tall, with dark hair and this almost mysterious aura around her. She was cool to talk to, too. We hit it off talking about random stuff. Movies, music, random facts about life. Nothing too deep, but enough to make the time pass quickly. The date went well, but nothing out of the ordinary. We ended up chatting until the place started closing. She suggested we walk out together to the parking lot, and I thought nothing of it. It was one of those nice evenings where everything feels a bit too comfortable to be weird. When we got to the parking lot, though, things started to shift. She told me her car was parked in the back of the lot, where it was quieter and more private. Honestly, I didn't think much of it. She was just leading me to where her car was, and I figured why not. The place was closing, and it was late, so it made sense that the back area was probably quieter. We walked, and she kept chatting away. I wasn't paying much attention to where we were going, just following her, until we reached this dark, remote area of the lot. The lights were sparse back there, and the whole area felt a lot more empty than I'd imagined. But I told myself it wasn't a big deal. I mean, lots of people park in secluded places sometimes, right? I still didn't get any weird vibes from her, just that it was getting a little sketchy with how dark it was. Then something happened that made my heart race. Chinny stopped walking and turned to face me, and for a second I thought maybe she was going to say something like, "I had a really great time," or "Want to grab another drink sometime." But instead, she just stood there silent, watching me. I was about to say something, but then I heard the sound of car doors opening behind me. I turned around, and that's when I saw it, the cars. A dark sedan parked behind me, and from the shadows, a group of guys started getting out. They didn't look like your typical partygoers or even people who just happened to be hanging around. There were about 4 of them, all big guys, dressed in hoodies and looking like they were up to no good. My stomach dropped instantly. I don't know what clicked in my brain at that exact moment, but I knew something was wrong. Ginny had stepped back a few feet, and I'd noticed she wasn't looking at me anymore. She was looking at the group, almost like she was waiting for them. That's when everything hit me at once. I could feel my pulse racing, and I realized what was going on. These guys were not just random people in a parking lot. This was a setup, and it was a target. I had no clue why, but I didn't need to know. I needed to get out of there. Fast. Without thinking, I started backing away, my mind scrambling to figure out how to escape. My legs felt like they were made of lead as I quickly turned around and started to run. The sound of footsteps behind me made my heart race even faster. I could hear them shouting. At least I think they were. My ears were ringing too loud to make out words, but I didn't need to hear them. I just needed to get away. I ran hard, not caring if I looked like an idiot. I just knew I had to put as much distance between me and them as possible. I didn't even care that I was heading toward the main road. I could hear the guys yelling something, and I could tell they were running after me too. Every step felt like my heart was pounding in my chest, threatening to burst through. I darted into a small alley that I knew led to a busy street. The headlights from a few cars made me feel slightly safer, but I didn't stop running. I could still hear them behind me, and it sounded like they were getting closer. I didn't want to look back, didn't want to give them the satisfaction of knowing they were scaring me. I just had to keep moving, keep getting farther away. When I finally reached the busy street, I didn't stop running until I was in the middle of a crowd. I found a group of people standing outside a bar, talking. I slowed to a stop, trying to catch my breath. The adrenaline was wearing off, and I was left with this shaking, terrified feeling in my chest. I looked behind me, but there was no sign of them. I didn't stick around to find out if they were still lurking around. I made my way to the nearest taxi stand and hopped in the first one I saw, telling the driver to take me home. I didn't even check my phone, didn't care about anything other than getting back to my apartment and locking the door. The whole time, I kept thinking about Ginny. What the hell had just happened? Was she in on it? Had she set me up? Or was she just a pawn in this whole thing? Either way, it didn't matter. I wasn't going to stick around to find out. That night, I stayed awake, staring at the ceiling in my room, trying to process everything. It all felt like a nightmare, and I kept replaying it in my mind over and over again. I still didn't understand what the hell that was all about. The more I thought about it, the more I felt stupid for not recognizing the signs earlier. Something had been off the whole time, and I just ignored it because I thought it was all part of a normal first date. The next day, I got a message from Ginny, but by then, I was already done. I didn't respond to it, and I ended up blocking her number. I don't know what she was trying to pull, but I wasn't going to be part of whatever that was. I've heard stories about people getting scammed or worse, set up by strangers, but I never thought it happened to me. It's been a while since that night, and honestly, I still don't know if I'll ever understand what happened. I don't think I'll ever feel safe just meeting people online again. Some things just stay with you no matter how much you try to forget them. I matched with this guy named Jake on Tinder one night. I was honestly just bored, scrolling through the app like I usually do when I'm procrastinating. His profile wasn't anything out of the ordinary, nothing super flashy or weird. Just a couple of photos of him looking normal, and his bio was simple, saying he was into hiking, movies, and music. We swapped a few messages, and he seemed pretty cool. Not the loudest or most outgoing guy, but definitely sweet in a quiet way. For some reason, he just didn't give off that red flag vibe like some people do. Maybe I was being too trusting, but it felt like it could be a chill night. We chatted for a few days, mostly texting about random things, and eventually, he asked if I wanted to meet up in person. I wasn't really expecting to meet anyone that night, but he wasn't pushy, and the conversation flowed pretty easily. So I agreed. He gave me his address, a small apartment complex not too far from where I lived. It wasn't a luxury building or anything fancy, but the location was convenient, so I didn't think twice about it. I remember telling myself that I'd just stay for a little while, keep it casual, and if things felt weird, I could always leave. Looking back now, I can't believe how little I thought about it before heading over. I drove to his place, parked, and walked to the door, trying not to make a big deal out of the whole thing. I've gone a few dates before, so I didn't think it'd be anything out of the ordinary. But as soon as I knocked, something felt off. The door swung open almost immediately, which caught me off guard. A guy who wasn't Jake stood there smiling. His grin seemed a little too wide, a little too rehearsed. I could tell he wasn't expecting me to be standing there that quickly. He paused for a second before saying Jake was running a little late and that he was supposed to let me in. Now looking back, there were a lot of things that didn't add up in that moment, but at the time I just shrugged it off. Maybe he had a roommate, or maybe Jake was busy. It wasn't like I was out of my mind paranoid or anything. I mean, who thinks the worst when you're meeting someone off a dating app, right? Still, something about it just felt weird, but I didn't want to make a big deal, so I stepped inside. The apartment was way quieter than I expected. I mean, it was dead silent. You could hear a pin drop in there. That's not to say it was messy or anything. It was just empty, in a way that felt wrong. The air felt thick with something I couldn't put my finger on. The guy led me to the living room and told me to sit on the couch while I waited for Jake. I said okay, still trying to be chill, but I couldn't ignore this nagging feeling at the back of my mind. I was just about to check my phone when I heard it. A voice, muffled, coming from the bedroom. It sounded like someone was talking, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. It wasn't loud enough to be a conversation, but it was there. The guy in the living room didn't seem fazed by it, though. He sat down next to me, and we both fell into this uncomfortable silence. It wasn't like we had much to talk about. I wasn't exactly in the mood for small talk with some guy who wasn't even Jake. Then I saw it. The thing that really made my stomach twist. There, hanging on the wall in the living room, was a photo of Jake. But what made it unsettling wasn't just the photo of him. It was the other guy in the photo, the one who had opened the door. They were standing together, grinning like best friends, arms slung around each other's shoulders. It wasn't a candid shot, it was framed, like some kind of family portrait. I froze, staring at it for a second, my brain trying to process what I was seeing. That photo had been on Jake's Tinder profile. The same exact one. I didn't move for a moment. My eyes flicked between the guy sitting beside me and the photo on the wall. My heart started to race. I tried to remember the conversation I had with Jake, trying to make sense of the situation. But all I could think of was that photo. Why would Jake have a photo of himself with this guy? Was this he and Jake? Maybe it was his roommate. But why was the photo so personal? I didn't know, and I didn't want to know. The guy next to me noticed my discomfort and casually asked if I wanted anything to drink. I didn't know what to say. I felt trapped, and every instinct in me screamed that I needed to get out of there. But I didn't want to make a scene, so I told him I was fine and stood up, making some excuse about needing to call a friend. I grabbed my phone, and as I did, I saw a missed call from a number I didn't recognize. It was weird, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. I started texting my friend, telling her where I was and how I felt a little weird just in case something went wrong. I wasn't sure what I was scared of, but I had this gut feeling that I shouldn't be there anymore. The next few minutes felt like an eternity. The guy kept talking, trying to keep the conversation going, but I could barely focus on what he was saying. I was scanning the room, looking for any sign of Jake or anyone else. I was thinking about excuses to leave when something made me glance at the door. And that's when I saw it, another photo, just like the first one. But this time it was on the mantel above the fireplace. Jake's face was front and center again, and there was a guy standing beside him. They were so close, too close for comfort, like they were much more than just roommates. That's when I realized something. I couldn't stay here. Not for a second longer. I didn't care if Jake was late. I didn't care if I was being paranoid. I needed to leave, and I needed to leave now. I called the police. It was the first time I'd ever done something like that, but I wasn't going to take any chances. The guy must have seen something in my face because his attitude shifted instantly. He got up and walked toward the door like he was going to stop me from leaving. But before he could get any closer, the cops showed up. They must have already been on their way because they were there pretty quickly. They'd escorted me out of the apartment and made sure I was okay, but I still didn't fully understand what had just happened. Was this all some weird mistake? Was Jake even real? Or was he just another fake profile? I'll never know for sure, but I know one thing. I won't ever meet anyone from an app without being way more careful. I've never been one to take dating apps seriously, but one night I was feeling kind of bored, so I swiped right on a girl named Layla. She had this cute smile and a bio that made her seem chill enough. She wasn't too much into all the I'm adventurous stuff that most people try to sell themselves on. She just seemed normal. We started chatting, and after a few days, she suggested we meet up for dinner. Honestly, I wasn't expecting much. Just a casual meal, see if there was a vibe, and if not, I'd call it a night. I picked a place nearby. Nothing fancy, just a local Italian spot with a decent reputation for good food. I figured it'd be a relaxed evening, the kind of vibe where you can actually talk without being bombarded with noise or overly fancy dishes. I'm not about that life. So we set the time and I showed up a little early. When Layla walked in, I couldn't help but notice her energy. She was pretty, but there was something about the way she carried herself, like she already knew she was the star of the show. She had this confident, almost entitled vibe to her that instantly made me feel like maybe I wasn't the one doing the choosing. I brushed it off, though. People have their own personalities, and maybe I was just overthinking it. We sat down, ordered some drinks, and then the waiter handed us the menu. Layla didn't waste any time. She started scanning the menu like she was reading it for the first time, but I could tell she was already familiar with every item. As soon as the waiter came back, she started listing things off, one after the other. She ordered this appetizer, that entree, a couple of sides, and dessert. No hesitation. It was like she knew exactly what she wanted and wasn't about to settle for just one thing. I was kind of shocked. I mean, who orders everything on the menu? She didn't even ask what I thought about it. She just went for it. I tried to laugh it off, thinking maybe she was just being playful or joking. But as the waiter scribbled down the order, I started to feel this weird mix of confusion and discomfort. I wasn't sure if she was serious or just trying to show off, but either way, I didn't want to seem rude by questioning her choices. When the waiter left, I finally said something. I told her, I don't know, that's a lot of food, don't you think? We might not even finish half of it. She looked at me like I was insane. What's the problem? Don't tell me you're one of those guys who can't handle a nice dinner. I was a little taken aback. I wasn't judging her for wanting to eat, but it just seemed excessive. And it wasn't like I was trying to be stingy, but I wasn't rolling in cash either. We were in a decent restaurant, but I didn't exactly want to end up with a massive bill for food that was just going to get wasted. She just stared at me for a moment, and then she scoffed, rolling her eyes. You know what? Never mind. You probably can't even afford all this anyway. Her words stung more than they should have, but I shrugged it off. Maybe she was joking, maybe she wasn't. I wasn't sure. What I did know was that I wasn't about to let her make me feel bad for not wanting to spend a ton of money, but her attitude only got worse from there. As we waited for the food, she talked a lot about what she expected from people, what she deserved. She mentioned her job a few times like it was a badge of honor. Apparently, she was some kind of consultant, which I didn't really understand. But the way she talked about it, you'd think she was the CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Every time she spoke, there was this underlying tone like she was just better than everyone else in the room. I tried to engage in the conversation, but it was hard to keep up when she was so self-absorbed. I started to notice that when she said something, it was always about her, her achievements, her expectations, her taste in clothes, her trips. It felt like I was listening to someone who thought they were on another level than the rest of us. I couldn't help but feel like I was just there to fill some kind of spot on her to-do list of things she was checking off. Finally, the food came. A mountain of dishes started arriving at the table. Appetizers, pastas, salads, and a giant dessert. It looked like enough food to feed a small army, and honestly, I started feeling more and more uncomfortable. There was no way we could finish all that, but she didn't seem to care. She dug right in, and I tried to keep up, but I just didn't have the appetite for it. I wasn't sure if it was the awkwardness of the situation or the sheer volume of food, but I could barely eat a quarter of what was in front of me. As the meal went on, she started getting more and more irritated. It was subtle at first, but when I didn't scarf down my food the way she was, she got visibly annoyed. I could tell she was getting frustrated, like she expected me to be some kind of high roller who could just toss money around without a second thought. At one point, I made the mistake of saying, maybe we should slow down a bit. We're kind of going overboard with this. Don't you think? That was when things really shifted. She put down her fork, looked at me with this cold, almost condescending stare, and said, What, you think I'm some kind of gold digger or something? You can't even keep up with me. You're clearly just not the type of guy I deserve. I didn't really know how to respond. I felt like I was trapped in a conversation that didn't make any sense. The vibe had gone from chill to downright uncomfortable, and I just couldn't keep up with whatever she was expecting from me. I tried to stay calm, but I could feel my face flush. I wasn't used to being talked to like that. She didn't let up. You know what? I deserve better than this. I'm not going to waste my time here. And just like that, she stood up, grabbed her purse, and left the restaurant without another word. I sat there stunned. The waiter came over to clear the table, and I was just left with a massive bill and no one to share it with. I didn't know what had just happened. One minute we were talking about food, and the next she was gone, leaving me alone in a half-empty restaurant, surrounded by all the food she'd ordered but hadn't touched. It didn't make sense. I didn't know if I should laugh or be mad, but I was mostly just embarrassed. I paid the bill, left a tip for the waiter, and went home. But as I thought about it later, I realized something. People like that, with their entitlement and arrogance, don't care about others. They just want what they want, and if you're not on their level, well, they don't have time for you. I deleted her number. I'm never going to be that guy again. The guy who tries to make things work with someone who doesn't even see him as a person. I'll be real with you, I had my share of awkward first dates. Some people are just not what they seem on Tinder, but this one, with a guy named Martin, took the cake for one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. And honestly, it still messes with me thinking about it. So we matched one evening after swiping through a bunch of random profiles. Martin's pictures were decent, nothing too out there, but he had this big smile in almost every photo. It seemed like he was one of those guys who was always up for a good time. His bio didn't give away too much, just that he was into cars, working out, and going on spontaneous adventures. Basic stuff, but I didn't mind it. We hit it off quickly over text. Funny, easygoing vibes. It felt like a low-pressure kind of thing. So when he asked me out to dinner, I figured why not. It was casual, and I thought we could have a good time. We'd agreed to meet up at a nice restaurant that was a little out of the way, but not too far. When I pulled up, I saw him already sitting in his car waiting. I'll admit he was good-looking. Tall, athletic, and had that bad boy aura, but not in an overly aggressive way. He seemed friendly enough, so I didn't think twice when he waved, and I made my way over to his car. Now, I'll admit, there's something about a guy who drives a nice car that catches your attention. Martin was driving a sleek black sports car, one of those models that looks like it costs more than a year's worth of rent. He seemed pretty proud of it. We exchanged pleasantries and I jumped into the passenger seat, ready to head out to dinner. But the second the door closed and we started driving, I realized this was not going to be a normal date. At first, everything seemed fine. We were chatting, talking about random stuff, mostly small talk. But then, out of nowhere, Martin revved the engine and the car shot forward. I wasn't even sure what was happening at first, but then I noticed the speedometer creeping higher and higher. He wasn't just speeding, he was showing off. He was driving like a maniac, swerving between lanes, making sharp turns like he was in a video game or something. I asked him to slow down. I didn't care if he was showing off. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I wasn't in the mood for a crash, but it was like he didn't hear me. The faster we went, the crazier he got. I don't know if he was trying to impress me or just get a thrill out of my reaction, but it was clear he didn't care about my comfort at all. I could feel the car zooming past other vehicles, narrowly missing the curb as he took these crazy turns. The whole time he was laughing like this was some big joke, like I was part of the thrill. That was when I started to panic. I gripped the seat, trying to steady myself, but the speed and the sharp turns kept throwing me around. I told him to slow down again, but his only response was this smug grin, like he thought I was being dramatic. I remember thinking, this is it. I'm not going to make it out of this drive in one piece. The worst part, he didn't even seem to notice how freaked out I was. He was just enjoying himself. As we took a turn too sharp and the tires squealed, I saw a sign for a sharp curve ahead. That was when I realized he wasn't slowing down. We were heading straight toward that curve, going way too fast. I closed my eyes for a split second, holding my breath, praying he'd back off or at least give the wheel a little more attention. But he didn't. In an instant, the car skidded. My stomach dropped as I felt the tires lose traction. Everything went silent for a moment before the world flipped upside down. The car slammed into the guardrail, the impact sending shockwaves through my body. I don't even remember the exact sequence of events. My head hit the side window, my neck snapped back, and the next thing I knew, we were half off the road, the car sitting there in this strange, precarious position. For a few moments, I just sat there, stunned. The air smelled like burned rubber, and I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. My whole body was trembling, and I had no idea what had just happened. I wanted to scream, but the shock was still too strong. I glanced over at Martin. His face was pale, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was alive, but there was no sign of him trying to take responsibility for what had just occurred. After what felt like an eternity, I was able to unbuckle myself. My head was spinning, but I forced myself out of the car, not even caring about the pain in my body. The road was still eerily quiet. I could hear the distant hum of traffic from farther down, but that was it. The world outside seemed so distant, like it wasn't even real. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to get away from Martin, but part of me was too terrified to move. The wreck wasn't severe, but the car was definitely damaged. And with Martin still sitting in the driver's seat like nothing had happened, I started to realize something. He didn't get it. He didn't care. This was just another thrill for him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I managed to get a hold of my phone. I dialed 911 by hand, shaking as I told the operator what happened. The sirens didn't take long to reach us, but as the police and paramedics arrived, I had to deal with Martin's response to the situation. He kept saying it wasn't his fault, that the road was just slippery, that things like this happen all the time. The whole time, he acted like he was a victim in this mess. I couldn't even look at him without feeling disgusted. He just wasn't taking it seriously. I don't know if it was the adrenaline or the embarrassment, but the cops didn't seem to take his side either. They gave him a sobriety test, and while I don't know all the details, I could tell they weren't buying his story. He ended up getting arrested for reckless driving and possibly DUI. Meanwhile, I was left there with a bruised body and a mess of emotions. The whole drive was a blur, but the impact of what happened didn't hit me until later, while I was sitting in my car, still shaking from the whole ordeal. I realized how lucky I was. That could have ended so much worse. I blocked Martin on every platform, and to this day, I still think about that night. There are a million other details I could add, but honestly, it's just too wild to wrap my head around sometimes. It still doesn't feel real. So yeah, be careful who you trust, especially if they're showing off behind the wheel. Not all dates end the way they should. Some end with you praying you can make it out alive. I still think about that day, even now. You know when something happens and your brain just can't let it go. Yeah, that's this. It was just supposed to be a simple coffee date, nothing wild. Maybe some small talk, a couple of laughs, and then go in our separate ways. But it turned into something completely different. Something that left me rattled for weeks. It all started when I matched with Sophie on Tinder. We'd been chatting for a few weeks. She was sweet, funny, and had this vibe that made her seem down to earth. The conversation was easy, We talked about movies, books, music, all the usual stuff. But there was something different about her. She wasn't just sending me generic responses like half the people on there. She seemed real. And that made me feel comfortable enough to agree to meet up. We decided on a coffee shop downtown. Not one of those fancy ones, just a quiet little place that was tucked away from all the craziness. It was perfect, or at least it should have been. I got there early, sat down at a corner table, and ordered a drink while I waited. I kept looking at the door, hoping she'd walk in any minute. I'd already imagined what she looked like. She had these great photos on her profile. I mean, she was gorgeous. I figured she'd be just like the pictures, maybe even better. Time passed. Minutes turned into half an hour, and I was starting to get antsy. I checked my phone to see if she had messaged me. Nothing. Maybe she was just running late. I didn't mind. I texted her asking if she was on her way. A minute later, I got a response that caught me off guard. Sophie messaged me saying she couldn't make it. At first, I was confused. I mean, we'd planned this, right? But then she said she was nearby, that she was just walking around and wanted to meet up anyway. That sounded a bit strange, but I didn't want to be rude. So I agreed. I told her to send me a description of what she was wearing so I could find her. She replied quickly, telling me to look for a guy in a black hoodie. It took me a second to process it. A guy? That was weird. Why would she be telling me to look for a guy? But I shrugged it off, thinking maybe she had a friend with her or something. No big deal, right? So I stood up, left my coffee on the table, and headed outside. I started walking around the block, glancing at anyone wearing a black hoodie, figuring I'd spot her in no time. The area wasn't too busy, just a few people walking around. I was scanning every face, trying to see if anyone was waving at me or smiling like they recognized me. That's when I saw him. There was a guy standing by the park bench alone. He was wearing a black hoodie, just like Sophie had described. He wasn't doing anything particularly strange, just standing there, hands in his pockets, staring off into the distance. I hesitated for a second. Was that him? Was that her? It didn't feel right, but I figured maybe she'd changed things up last minute. I walked toward him. The closer I got, the more something started to feel off. It was hard to explain at first, like my brain was trying to figure out why I was uncomfortable. When I was about a few feet away, he turned around. And that was when everything in my body froze. It wasn't Sophie. It wasn't even close. It was a guy, mid-20s, with a scruffy beard and a look in his eyes that immediately sent a chill down my spine. His grin was unsettling, way too wide, too forced. The kind of grin that makes you question everything around you. "Looking for someone?" he asked, his voice smooth but weirdly cold. That's when I realized what had just happened. My stomach dropped. I had been played. Sophie wasn't real. She never was. The photos, the sweet messages, it had all been a lie. This guy had been using her pictures the entire time. He wasn't a friend of hers. He wasn't anything. He was just some stranger pretending to be her, probably for whatever messed up reason he had. I could barely process what was happening. My head was spinning, and every instinct in my body screamed for me to run. I didn't even know what to say. My mouth went dry, and my legs felt like they were made of jelly. It all hit me so fast that I couldn't even think straight. I stared at him for what felt like an eternity. He didn't move, just stood there with that creepy smile on his face. That's when he said, "She's not coming." I felt a wave of panic sweep over me. I wasn't even sure what he meant by that. I didn't care. All I knew was that I needed to get out of there, away from this guy who had been pretending to be someone else. I didn't even care if he wanted to talk or explain himself. I just wanted to run as far as possible from that moment. Without thinking, I turned on my heels and bolted. I didn't care about the weird looks I was getting from people on the street. I didn't care about anything except getting away from him. I could feel his eyes on my back, but I didn't dare look. I didn't stop running until I was back in my car, door locked, hands shaking as I fumbled for my keys. I sat there for a few minutes, my mind racing. What had just happened? Why would someone do that? It made no sense. The whole situation felt like a nightmare, but it was real, too real. I didn't go back to that coffee shop after that. I couldn't. I didn't want to risk running into that guy again, or worse, someone else like him. But the worst part, I still don't know what his intentions were. Why go through all the trouble of pretending to be Sophie? What was he trying to get from me? I didn't report him because I didn't even know how. How do you report something when you don't even know what the crime is? I just let it go. I blocked the number he'd been texting me from, deleted the Tinder profile, and tried to move on. But every now and then, I wonder if that guy is still out there, still using fake profiles, still pretending to be someone else. I learned my lesson, though. Trusting people online is a whole different ball game. You just never know who you're really talking to. And sometimes, what seems like a normal coffee date can turn into a nightmare you never saw coming. It's hard to put into words how something that starts so normal can suddenly spiral into a nightmare you never saw coming. One minute, you're swiping on Tinder, chatting with someone who seems nice enough, and the next, you're locking your doors, heart racing, because you don't know who's out there. That's exactly what happened with Tyler. We matched a couple of weeks ago, and everything seemed pretty typical at first. He was funny, charming, and just easy to talk to. I didn't expect much from the app. After all, it's Tinder, right? But Tyler was different. There was something about him that stood out, and after a couple of days of texting, he suggested we exchange numbers. It seemed like a natural step, and honestly, I was excited. We started texting more privately, and our conversations were normal. He'd ask about my day, talk about random things, and we'd joke around. I felt comfortable, I could actually be myself. For the first few days, everything was normal. But then came the night that completely changed everything. It was 2 a.m. when I woke up to a text from Tyler. I was half asleep, groggy from just waking up, but I still managed to glance at my phone. What I saw made my stomach drop. There in the text was a picture. At first, I thought it was just a random photo he had sent. Maybe something funny or cute. But when I opened the image, my heart stopped. It was a picture of my front door. The one I had taken myself when I moved in. Nothing too special, but it was mine. There was no doubt about it. The photo was taken from outside, and the angle made it clear the person who took it had been standing on the sidewalk. I felt my breath catch in my chest. My front door. How the hell did he get a picture of my front door at 2 a.m.? I lived alone. The only people who had access to my place were me and the occasional delivery driver. I couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of dread that settled over me as I realized this wasn't just a coincidence. Tyler had somehow gotten my address. I shot up in bed, heart pounding, my mind racing to figure out how this was possible. Did I tell him where I lived? Did he find out somehow? I checked the messages, going through every conversation we'd had, looking for any sign that I might have accidentally mentioned it. I didn't. The only way he could have known was if he had been watching me, stalking me, and my skin crawled at the thought. Without thinking, I blocked him immediately. My hands were shaking as I did it, and I was so rattled that I couldn't sleep after. The whole night felt like one long, terrifying stretch, but I convinced myself it was just a weird coincidence. Maybe it was someone else who took the photo and Tyler was just playing along. I told myself to calm down, that it was nothing, but deep down, I knew I couldn't ignore it. 2 days passed. I thought maybe it was over, that he had gotten the hint when I blocked him. I told myself it was just a prank gone wrong. But then, at exactly the same time, 2 a.m., I got another text. This time, it wasn't from Tyler's number. It was from an unknown number. The message was short, and when I read it, I felt my stomach twist into a knot. "I'm just outside, waiting for you." My heart stopped. I could feel the blood drain from my face as I read the text again, hoping it was some kind of sick joke, but deep down I knew it wasn't. It wasn't Tyler this time, but I didn't need to see his name to know who it was. I felt a chill rush through me as I sat there staring at the screen. Then, just as I started to process the message, I heard it. The soft, creaking sound of my front door. It was faint, barely noticeable, but it was enough to make my blood run cold. The door, the one in the picture, the one I had just seen an image of only hours earlier. I immediately froze, not sure if I was hearing things or if it was actually happening. My mind started to race. Was someone at my door? Was it Tyler or someone else entirely? I didn't know what to do. I had no idea who it could be. I wanted to scream to call someone, but I didn't want to make any noise. I didn't know if they were already inside or just waiting. Every scenario played out in my mind, each one darker than the last. I could barely breathe. I grabbed my phone and quickly texted my best friend, hoping she was awake. I didn't tell her everything, just that I was feeling paranoid and scared. I didn't want to freak her out too much, but I needed someone to know what was happening. I couldn't just sit there alone in the dark with no one to talk to. But as soon as I sent the message, I heard the creak again, a little louder this time. My front door was definitely moving. I couldn't stay still anymore. I got up and crept towards the hallway, trying to make as little noise as possible. I didn't want to let anyone know I was aware of them. I stood still for a moment listening. I heard nothing, but the silence felt deafening. I took a deep breath, gathering whatever courage I had left, and grabbed the nearest heavy object I could find, just in case. I moved closer to the door, checking through the peephole. My heart was in my throat as I peered through, but there was nothing. The street was empty. No one in sight. I couldn't decide whether to feel relieved or more freaked out. The silence felt like a trick. Was someone still out there? Had they just left, or were they waiting for me to do something? I didn't know what to do. I felt completely helpless. I locked all windows, double-checked every door, and then spent the rest of the night pacing in my apartment, listening for any sound. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every minute felt like an eternity. The next morning, I reported everything to the police, but I still don't know who it was. Tyler. Someone else? I don't know. I never heard from that unknown number again, but the fear didn't leave me. I moved to a new place a few months later, changing my number and everything else to be safe, but I'll never forget that night. Sometimes I wonder if I'll ever hear from him again. Maybe it's just paranoia, but every time I hear a creak in the night, I remember the message. "I'm just outside waiting for you." And I can't help but wonder, what if he's still out there? I was pretty cautious about meeting people from Tinder, but after talking to Emily for a couple of weeks, I actually felt pretty comfortable. We hit it off right away. She was easy to talk to, quirky, and had this calm vibe that I really liked. It wasn't like any of the weird small talk or awkward silences I had gotten used to. So when she suggested meeting at the park for a walk, I didn't hesitate. Seemed simple enough, right? When I showed up at the park, I texted her to let her know I was there. She replied quickly, saying she was already walking around a little, but she'd meet me by the fountain. No big deal, I thought. I found the fountain pretty easily, but I didn't see her at first. I texted again, and she responded that she was just behind me. It took me a minute to spot her. She was standing by a tree in the distance, barely moving. When she saw me, she waved, but it was this slow, almost mechanical wave. I tried to push it out of my mind as I walked up to her, but something about the way she stood there made me uneasy. Still, I kept things casual, asking how she was and about her day, but she didn't say much. She just nodded occasionally, her eyes mostly looking down at the ground. As we started walking around the park, the conversation felt more one-sided. I tried talking about a few things, but she wasn't contributing much. I didn't want to be rude, so I kept talking, even though it felt a little like I was just carrying the conversation myself. Every now and then she'd glance up at me, her gaze lingering a little longer than usual, but she wouldn't say anything. It wasn't like she was nervous or shy. It felt more like she was calculating. We walked for what felt like an hour. It was quiet, almost too quiet. We reached a more secluded part of the park, one where there weren't many people, and the trees created a kind of barrier between us and the rest of the world. Normally, I'd have felt at ease in a spot like this, but with her, everything felt wrong. The air felt heavier, the silence stretched out too long, and I started to notice how far we had walked. My phone was almost dead, and I was starting to wonder why she hadn't suggested we turn around. But I didn't want to seem rude, so I kept walking, trying to ignore the feeling creeping out my spine. It was when we reached a small clearing near a bench that things took a turn. I stopped walking for a moment, thinking maybe we could sit down for a bit, but Emily kept walking a little further ahead. I was about to call out to her when I saw her stop, standing still for a moment as if she was listening to something. Her posture was different now, tense. She was looking at something, but it wasn't me. I started to ask if everything was okay when I noticed her hand moving toward her bag. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe she was reaching for her phone or something, but then she pulled out a knife. My stomach dropped, and everything inside me screamed, but I couldn't move. She wasn't looking at me, though. She was looking at the ground, at the knife in her hand, as if she was inspecting it. When she finally looked up at me, her expression was blank. No smile, no anger, just nothing. It was almost as if she were waiting for something. I tried to take a step back, but before I could do anything, she whispered something under her breath. The words didn't really register at first, but the tone in her voice sent chills straight down my spine. It wasn't until later that I realized exactly what she said. I knew you would be the one to follow me. My blood ran cold. I didn't even know how to react. Every instinct in my body told me to run, but I couldn't make my legs move. I was stuck, frozen, watching her stand there with that knife in her hand. She didn't do anything for a moment, and I thought maybe this was some sick joke, but something in her eyes told me it wasn't. This wasn't some prank or twisted game. The next thing I knew, I snapped out of it. Without thinking, I turned and ran. I didn't look back, not even once. All I could hear was the sound of my own footsteps and my heartbeat thumping in my ears. I could feel the wind in my face, but my chest was tight, my breathing shallow. But as I ran, I felt that something was behind me. I wasn't sure if it was her or just my imagination, but I didn't stop to check. I kept running, my mind racing with a million questions I didn't have answers to. I finally reached the edge of the park where I could see my car in the distance. I wanted to make sure I wasn't being followed, but I didn't dare look behind me. My hands were shaking as I fumbled with my keys, my heart pounding in my chest. I finally got to my car and locked the door, but I didn't feel safe. My phone was almost dead, and I didn't know what to do next. I could still feel the weight of the knife in the air, even though I couldn't see it anymore. I stayed in my car for what felt like hours, staring out the windshield, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. I didn't see her again. No one followed me. But that's the thing. Every time I walk through a quiet park or take a late night walk, I feel it, the weight of her gaze on me, like she's watching from the shadows. Like she's waiting for me to make a mistake and step out of line. And I wonder, was she really following me that day, or was I just the next person in line? I haven't seen her since, but there are moments when I feel like she's still out there, watching, waiting. It's honestly kind of hard to believe I'm telling this story. When I matched with Ben on Tinder, I was cautiously optimistic. We'd been talking for a few days, and he seemed like a decent guy. Easy to talk to, funny, and he even had some pretty interesting hobbies. After a few days of chatting, he suggested I come over to his apartment for drinks. At first I hesitated, but after we'd been chatting more, I figured it would be nice to meet up in person. We agreed to keep it casual, just some drinks and conversation. What could go wrong, right? When I arrived at his apartment, it wasn't anything fancy, just a small one-bedroom in a decent part of town. The kind of place where you could tell he was living alone, but still managed to keep it neat. The door was slightly ajar, and as I knocked, he opened it with a friendly smile, a glass of wine already in hand. He led me inside, and everything seemed perfectly normal. He was super friendly, offering me a drink and showing me around his place. It was cozy, with a few plants and pictures on the walls, nothing that screamed red flags. We sat down on the couch and started chatting about the usual first date stuff. Hobbies, music, work, nothing too deep. But then I noticed it. A small blinking light on the wall in the corner of the room. It wasn't the kind of light that made the room feel cozy or inviting, though. It was this weird, dull red blink that didn't seem to fit with the rest of the decor. I thought maybe it was some kind of security camera, you know. Some people have those in their apartments. I wasn't super alarmed at first, but I did find it a little odd that it was so obvious. Ben noticed me staring at it, and he quickly explained it away with a smile. He said, "Oh, that? It's just a decorative light, nothing to worry about." He said it so casually that I kind of brushed it off. It wasn't like it was pointed directly at me or anything, and the vibe in the room was still friendly. So we kept chatting and having drinks, and I tried to ignore the blinking light. Later on, when I excused myself to go to the bathroom, that's when things really started to get weird. As I walked in, I noticed another blinking light in the corner of the bathroom. It was in the exact same spot on the wall of the same size, blinking away in that eerie, persistent rhythm. My stomach dropped, and I started to feel uneasy. Why would you have two of these lights, one in the living room and one in the bathroom? And why did they look so deliberate? I tried to shake it off, but the more I thought about it, the more my mind started racing. I couldn't just ignore it. When I came back into the living room, Ben was still on the couch, looking relaxed. He hadn't noticed my sudden shift in mood, or maybe he did and was trying to play it cool. I couldn't help myself, I had to ask. "Ben," I said, trying to sound casual but failing miserably, "do you have cameras hidden in here?" I didn't even know why I said it. My brain was just trying to process the situation. His answer was a little too calm for my liking. He smiled, and without hesitation, he said, "Of course, you can never be too careful, right?" That's when it hit me. I wasn't just sitting in his apartment. I was probably being watched. And I don't know what it was about the way he said it, but something about his tone made it even worse. It wasn't like he was joking or making light of it. He genuinely seemed unfazed by the idea. Like it was normal for him to have hidden cameras around his place. It felt like a punch to the gut. I felt my heart start to race. Suddenly, I was hyper aware of the space around me. The furniture, the light fixtures, everything seemed like it could be hiding some kind of camera. I looked around, but all I could see were those damn blinking lights, like they were marking the spots where I was being watched. My mind was spiraling. Was he recording me? How many other people had he done this to? How long had he been doing this? I couldn't stay there anymore. I didn't care how polite I was supposed to be or how uncomfortable it might be to leave early. I had to get out. I stood up quickly, almost knocking over my drink in the process. Ben, still lounging on the couch, didn't seem to notice the shift in my demeanor. He was busy scrolling on his phone, and I didn't give a damn. I just needed to get out. I grabbed my bag and bolted for the door, barely even looking at him as I muttered some excuse about needing to leave. I don't know if he even said anything back. I couldn't remember. My mind was too focused on getting out of that place. I don't even think I closed the door behind me. I rushed down the stairs to my car, barely able to breathe as I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors. My hands were shaking, and I just sat there for a few minutes, trying to calm down. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting, but deep down I knew something wasn't right. That night, I blocked Ben on Tinder. I deleted his number and made a mental note to never ignore my gut again. But I still think about it sometimes. I wonder how many other people he's done this to. How many people have walked into his apartment oblivious to the fact that they were being watched? He had that look, like someone who had been doing it for a while and was just too comfortable with it. I'll never know for sure what his intentions were, but I don't ever want to find out. And now, whenever I meet someone new, I can't help but be a little more cautious, a little more aware of the tiny details that might seem out of place. Because you never really know who you're dealing with online, and sometimes the danger isn't just in the conversation, it's in the space around you. I don't think I'll ever forget the moment I realized something was seriously off. It all started when I matched with Adam on Tinder. He seemed cool, pretty laid back, funny, and into a lot of the same stuff I liked. We talked for hours about work, hobbies, and life in general. The conversations flowed easily, and I started to think that maybe, just maybe, this could go somewhere. For the first few days, everything seemed totally normal. Adam was charming, and we quickly started texting more than we were on the app. I find myself checking my phone in the middle of the day just to see if he'd texted me. At one point, we even swapped pictures and talked about our favorite places to visit. He told me he worked as a graphic designer at a small agency, loved hiking, and was super into photography. Honestly, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Then came the day I decided to do a little bit of digging. It wasn't anything weird or paranoid, just curiosity. We'd been talking for a while now, and I wanted to know more about this guy who seemed so easy to connect with. I remembered he had told me that he had been on other dating sites before, and for some reason that stuck with me. So I decided to search his name on Google, just a harmless search. The first few results were fine, mostly links to his social media profiles that matched the pictures he'd sent me. But then one result caught my eye, an old dating profile from a site I didn't recognize. The name was different, and it was from 2 years earlier, but the pictures and bio were too familiar. His face looked the same, and the caption under his picture was nearly identical to things he'd said about himself, work, hobbies, even the places he loved to visit. It seemed like the same guy, but with a different name. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed the small details that were a little too similar. The profile bio was worded almost exactly the same as what he'd written to me on Tinder, but instead of Adam, the name on this old profile was Evan. The more I read, the more I felt like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I stared at the screen, trying to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe he had used a different name on a different app, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling in the back of my mind. The similarities were too close, and the timing was strange. I tried to brush it off, but I kept thinking about it. For the next few days, I started to dig deeper. I looked through more old profiles of his that I found, trying to figure out what was going on. The more I searched, the more the pieces didn't add up. The pictures, the captions, the bio. It was like he had been living a double life for years, changing his name but keeping everything else the same. Eventually, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I had to confront him. I didn't know how to approach it. I felt like I had to ask. So I texted him. It felt weird even typing it out, but I needed to know the truth. I asked him about the old profile I found online. I told him about the name change and how the bio matched everything he had told me. I didn't know what kind of response I was expecting, but his reply was so calm that it made my stomach turn. He didn't get defensive or confused. He didn't seem shocked or even bothered. His response was eerily simple. He just said, "That's just an old account. I guess you found me, huh?" Something in the way he said it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't apologetic. It wasn't reassuring. It was almost like he was waiting for me to find it, like he didn't care that I had uncovered something, like it was part of the plan. The worst part, I couldn't even tell if he was lying or not. Was this some weird social experiment, or was there something more sinister going on? I didn't know what to do after that. Part of me wanted to ask more questions, but something told me not to push it. I didn't know if I could trust him anymore. How could I? I felt like I just uncovered a whole different side of him, one that was hidden behind the charming conversations and the cute messages. Maybe he wasn't who he said he was at all. I started to feel like I was talking to a version of him that was constantly changing, constantly shifting identities. How many other profiles did he have out there? How many other names did he go by? And what else was he hiding? At that point, I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to be part of whatever was going on with him. It felt like I had been sucked into something that wasn't right, something that was far beyond a simple dating app match. I stopped responding to him after that. I blocked him on everything. Tinder, text, social media. And for the first time in a long while, I felt a little bit safer. But even now, months later, I still think about that conversation. Oh, the fact that he wasn't surprised I found the old profile. He didn't even try to explain himself or apologize. I can't stop wondering if I was just one of many people he'd done this to. I wonder how many versions of himself he's created, how many different lives he's led, and how much of it was all just a game to him. Maybe I'll never know the whole truth about Adam, or Evan, or whoever he really is. But I've learned my lesson. Sometimes the people you meet online aren't who they say they are, and the more you dig, the more you might wish you hadn't. I've always been pretty cautious about online dating, but for some reason I decided to give Tinder a real shot. It's not like I expected anything crazy to happen, but it was one of those nights where I was just bored and Claire popped up in my feed. She was cute, had a cool vibe, and we started chatting pretty quickly. Over the next few days, the conversation kept flowing, and before I knew it, we were making plans to meet up in person. She suggested her apartment, which at first felt a little forward, but we had talked enough that I figured it wasn't that big a deal. Plus, she was friendly, and nothing about her profile or messages screamed red flag, so I agreed. We set the date for a Friday evening, and I was looking forward to just hanging out and seeing where things went. I wasn't really expecting it to turn into anything too serious, but I was open-minded. When I showed up, her apartment was cozy, with a few plants hanging from the windows and a soft yellow light that made everything feel warm and inviting. She greeted me with a big smile, and we got straight into talking about everything from music to our jobs to random life stuff. The vibe was casual, and I thought we were having a pretty good time. After a couple of drinks, I was starting to feel at ease. It was just one of those nights where everything felt comfortable, and I was beginning to feel like I'd made a new friend. But there was one thing I couldn't shake, no matter how much I tried to focus on the conversation. In the back corner of her living room, there was a door. It was kind of tucked away behind a tall bookshelf, and for some reason, it stood out to me. It wasn't that it was anything special, but there was something about it that felt off. The door was solid wood, but it was locked, and Claire seemed to make a point of keeping it shut. I caught her glancing over at it a few times, and there was something about the way she did it that made me a little uneasy. It wasn't just that she kept avoiding it, but it was like she didn't want me to pay attention to it. I tried not to let it bother me, but every now and then I catch myself looking at it and wondering what was behind it. The night carried on. We had more drinks, and the conversation drifted to other things, but my mind kept circling back to that door. I started to wonder if I was overthinking it, if it was just some random closet or storage room, nothing special. But that door kept pulling at my curiosity. At some point, I made the decision to ask her about it. I figured it'd be an innocent enough question just to satisfy my curiosity. "So, what's behind that door?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "It seems kind of random hidden away like that." Claire froze for a second, almost imperceptibly. Her eyes darted over to the door, then back to me, and for a brief moment, I could see a flicker of something strange in her expression. It wasn't fear, but it was like a flash of something else, an emotion that didn't quite sit right. She smiled, but it was that smile you give when you're trying to cover something up, not a genuine one. She told me it was nothing, just old things that she kept in there. She said I wouldn't understand, but that it wasn't anything worth worrying about. I let it slide, not wanting to press too much and make the night awkward. But honestly, the way she reacted, the way she looked at me when I asked about it, didn't sit right with me. There was something she wasn't telling me, and I couldn't ignore that whatever was behind that door wasn't just some old stuff like she claimed. The night dragged on, but now I couldn't stop thinking about it. I had a hard time focusing on what she was saying because my mind kept drifting back to that door, and I couldn't help but feel like she was hiding something. Eventually, I decided it was time to leave. I didn't want to overstay my welcome, and I figured I'd just get out of there before I started making myself seem too weird. When I stood up to grab my coat, I noticed Claire was unusually quiet. She didn't seem eager to walk me out like I thought she would. Instead, she just stood there for a second, watching me, not saying much. I felt a little awkward, but I just wanted to get out of there at this point. As I made my way toward the door, I glanced back one last time at the locked door in the corner. It was still closed, but this time, something was different. The door wasn't quite as shut as it had been before. It was cracked open, just a little. I don't know if Amy do it, but I couldn't help myself. I walked over, slowly, trying not to make any noise, and peered through the small gap. What I saw made my heart stop. The room beyond the door was filled with photos. They were taped to the walls, hundreds of them. At first, I thought they were just random photos, but as I focused more, my stomach dropped. They were pictures of men, a lot of them. But what made my skin crawl wasn't just that they were pictures of men. It was how similar they all looked to me. The more I stared, the more I saw it. The men in the photos all had the same features as me, similar hair, build, and facial features. It was like she had collected pictures of men who looked like me. I didn't understand it. I couldn't make sense of it. I quickly pulled away from the door, my mind racing. I had no idea what I had just seen, but I knew I didn't want to be around to find out more. I grabbed my coat and bolted out the door without saying another word. I didn't even look back to see if Claire was watching me. I just needed to get out of there, away from that apartment, away from her. I haven't talked to Claire since. I blocked her on everything, and I never went back. But every now and then, I still think about those pictures. I think about the locked door, the way she reacted when I asked about it, and the eerie feeling I got when I saw those photos. It doesn't make sense, but it doesn't have to. I just hope I never find out what else was in that room. I'd been on Tinder for a while, swiping through profiles with nothing special happening, just casual chats here and there. Then Greg came along. His profile caught my eye. He had this easy smile and a pretty cool vibe in his bio. We started texting, and pretty quickly, it felt like we'd known each other for a while. There were no weird red flags, no creepy comments, just two people talking about random stuff. Music life, plans for the weekend, the usual small talk. We even had a few deep conversations about things like traveling and the kind of people we wanted to meet. So, after a couple of weeks of chatting, he suggested we meet up. He wanted to go for a walk in the park. I thought, okay, this is chill. It was a nice day out, and I liked the idea of just walking around and talking. Honestly, it was the kind of day I would have been into if I had to pick something low-key and casual. We agreed to meet in the evening around 8 p.m. The park was pretty empty when we got there, which was fine with me. It was quieter than I expected for a Saturday night, but it was kind of nice. We walked around for a bit, talking about everything under the sun. He seemed like a nice guy, honestly, and it was easy to talk to him. The conversation was flowing well, and for a second, I thought maybe this Tinder thing wasn't so bad. But as we walked deeper into the park, away from the main paths, I started to notice something off. It was a weird feeling, like the atmosphere was suddenly thicker, colder even, though it wasn't really chilly outside. The trees around us blocked most of the city lights, and it felt darker, quieter, like we were in our own little world, just the two of us. There was this eerie sense that I couldn't shake, even though Greg hadn't done anything strange yet. We came across an empty bench, tucked away a little from the main path. Greg suggested we sit down and take a break, so I did. I figured why not? It felt kind of peaceful, even if the quiet was a little unsettling. We kept talking, mostly about random things, but I noticed he started to act a little more distant, like his responses were more distracted, almost as if he was looking at something else while I was talking. I didn't think too much of it, but something about the way he was looking at me made my stomach turn slightly. Then, out of nowhere, he pulled out his phone. I wasn't really paying attention at first, thinking maybe he was just checking his messages or something. But when he turned the screen toward me, I froze. It was a picture of me, from earlier that day, taken from behind some bushes or maybe a tree. My heart dropped. The photo wasn't even one I remembered anyone taking. It was so clear, though, so perfectly timed that it made me feel sick. I had been walking home from work that afternoon, but I hadn't seen anyone following me. I don't know why I didn't ask at first, but after what felt like an eternity staring at that photo, I finally managed to ask him, who took this? I half expected him to say something like, oh, it's just a joke, or to try to brush it off like it was no big deal. But he didn't. He just smiled, that same weird smile he'd had when we met. He was looking at me like he knew something I didn't. He told me he'd been following me, watching me. The words hit me like a ton of bricks. I couldn't even process what he said at first, my mind racing to figure out if he was serious or if this was some messed up joke. But his eyes never wavered. He wasn't kidding. He told me he hadn't meant any harm, that he just wanted to get to know me better. He said it so calmly, like he was explaining the weather or something. The smile never left his face. It was like a mask, like he didn't even care that what he was saying was horrifying. I don't know what I was thinking in that moment, but I just froze. The world around me felt like it was closing in. I tried to stand up to back away, but my legs wouldn't move. It was like my body was paralyzed. I couldn't look away from him, from the phone screen that had that picture on it. My heart was pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. I managed to stammer out something about not being comfortable with this, and how I needed to go. I didn't even wait for him to respond, I just bolted. I got up so fast I didn't even think to grab my purse. My brain was just screaming at me to get out of there. I didn't look back, didn't even check if he was following me. I didn't want to know. When I got to the park entrance, I ran straight to my car, my hands shaking as I fumbled with my keys. The whole time, I kept thinking about that photo, about how he had been watching me without my knowing. The fact that he'd been following me for how long. It made me sick. I couldn't wrap my head around how casually he'd said it, how normal it sounded to him. It was like I was just another object to him, someone to observe and track, like he was studying me for some twisted reason. I never texted him again. I blocked him on Tinder, on everything. I deleted my account, not that it really felt safe anymore. I tried to tell myself I was overreacting, that maybe he was just socially awkward, but deep down I knew what he did wasn't just creepy, it was dangerous. Every now and then, I still get that feeling like someone is watching me. I catch glimpses of people on the street who look a little too familiar, and I have to remind myself that not everyone is as messed up as Greg. I wish I could say I've gotten over it, but I haven't. I don't think I'll ever feel totally safe again. The thought that someone, anyone, could be out there, watching me without my knowing, still makes my skin crawl. I'll never forget the night I matched with Nate. I was bored and scrolling through Tinder like I usually do when something caught my eye. His profile was normal, no weird red flags, just a guy with a cute smile and some goofy pictures. We started talking, and honestly, it was going great. He seemed super chill, easy to talk to, and we had a lot in common. By the end of the night, we'd exchanged numbers, and we both agreed we should meet up the next day. I didn't think much of it at the time. I get matched on Tinder all the time, and while some people are a bit strange, most just want to grab coffee or hang out. So when I woke up the next morning, still half asleep, I reached for my phone like I always do. I was expecting the usual, maybe a text from a friend or an app notification. What I wasn't expecting was the 2 messages waiting for me. One was from Nate's number. Nothing out of the ordinary, just a simple good morning. I'm excited for today. That seemed fine. The second message, though, was from a number I didn't recognize. I see you're still sleeping. I'll give you some time before I come over. I froze. My stomach dropped like someone had punched me. I didn't even know how to process it. I immediately thought maybe it was just a weird coincidence, like maybe one of his friends had sent it by accident. But then I thought about it more. The message was specific. It was too specific. How did this person know I was still asleep? I stared at the screen, trying to figure out what was going on. I quickly opened the message from Nate to see if he was still texting me. But the more I read, the more I started to feel uneasy. The way he casually mentioned coming over, like it was no big deal, it wasn't something I had agreed to. We hadn't set a time for me to meet him or anything. So, like any rational person would do in a situation like this, I decided to block both numbers. Nate's included. It felt extreme, but my gut told me I was right to do it. I wasn't about to take any chances with someone who had just sent me a text like that. What if they were trying to track me? What if it was some sort of sick game? But blocking them didn't give me any relief. My head was spinning as I tried to piece everything together. What was going on? I had just matched with Nate the night before, and now someone was sending me creepy texts from a different number. Was he messing with me? Or had I just stumbled into something way darker than I'd ever expected? The rest of the day passed slowly. I kept checking my phone like some paranoid freak, expecting another weird message. But nothing came. No messages. No calls. I started to convince myself I was overreacting. It's just a random mistake, right? Maybe I just misread the whole thing. I even went so far as to unblock Nate a few hours later. I figured if he was really just a normal guy, I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, people send strange texts all the time, right? But even as I unblocked him, something was up. Still, I went about my day. I decided I wouldn't let one strange incident ruin everything. I even convinced myself that maybe it was all just some dumb misunderstanding. But the more I thought about it, the more I couldn't ignore the fact that Nate's behavior had been a little off. He'd been too eager to meet up, almost like he had been expecting something. That night after work, I decided to check my Tinder messages again. I couldn't help it. I was curious. Maybe I had missed something in our conversations. As soon as I opened the app, I saw Nate's name at the top of the chat. But there was a new message from him that I hadn't seen earlier. It was a single sentence. Come outside. I'm here. My heart skipped a beat. I stared at the message for what felt like an eternity. There was no way. I hadn't told him where I lived, and I hadn't confirmed plans. I quickly closed the app, thinking maybe it was a mistake. Maybe he meant to send that to someone else. But then I remembered that first message from the unknown number. I'll give you some time before I come over. He knew I was home. How? I hadn't told him. I hadn't shared anything personal about myself, and yet somehow he seemed to know exactly where I was. A wave of panic hit me, and I quickly locked all the windows and checked the door, making sure everything was secure. I felt ridiculous, but I couldn't shake the idea that something wasn't right. That message had been too direct, too personal, too dangerous. I didn't know what to do. Should I call the cops? Should I tell someone? The more I thought about it, the more I realized that even if I did, it might be too late. What if he was already here watching me? I couldn't stop checking the door, though, every time a car drove by outside. I looked through the window to see if anyone was parked nearby. The whole night, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside, every little thing that moved made my heart race. By morning, I was a mess. I was too scared to go outside, too scared to even open the front door. I had no idea if he was out there, but I knew one thing for sure. This wasn't just a misunderstanding. Something had felt off from the start, and now it was like all my worst fears were coming true. I never heard from him again after that night. I deleted Tinder, I blocked every account I could find linked to him, and I never reached out to anyone with his name again. But even now, sometimes when I hear a car stop outside my place, my heart races. I've never felt safe again, not since I matched with Nate. I'll never forget the night I met Ava on Tinder. I had matched with a few people before, but none of them really clicked. But with Ava, it felt different. Right from the start, we just got each other. The conversation flowed so naturally, like we had known each other for years. She was funny, smart, and just the right amount of sarcastic. We quickly started texting outside the app, and after a few days of chatting, we decided to meet in person. We agreed to meet at a local bar. Nothing fancy, just a place with good drinks and a chill atmosphere. When I walked in, I saw her right away. She looked just like her photos, blonde hair, bright smile, and a sparkle in her eyes. We sat down and talked for hours. The conversation was effortless, and I felt more comfortable with her than I had with anyone in a while. The night flew by, and before I knew it, the bar was closing. As we walked out to the parking lot, Ev offered to drive me home. I wasn't drunk or anything, but it was nice to not have to deal with the hassle of getting an Uber, so I said yes. We got into her car, and she started driving. The music was playing softly, and I leaned back in the seat, just enjoying the ride and the company. The drive to my place wasn't long, maybe 10 minutes, but it felt longer somehow. Maybe it was a quiet, or maybe it was just a weird vibe I started to get. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was slightly off. When we got to my street, I felt the unease and my stomach start to grow. It wasn't anything specific, just that little voice in the back of my head telling me something wasn't quite right. We reached my driveway, and I felt a sense of relief. I was almost home, and the night was almost over. But then, just as I was about to open the door to get out, she stopped the car. I didn't think anything of it at first. She was probably just waiting for me to grab my stuff or maybe say goodbye. But then she turned to me and asked, "Can I come inside?" It wasn't the question itself that threw me off. It was the way she asked. It wasn't casual. It wasn't a friendly suggestion. It was more like an expectation. She didn't seem surprised by my hesitation, and that bothered me. I politely declined, saying something about wanting to call it a night and I was just going to head inside and get some sleep. But she didn't take no for an answer. She looked at me for a moment, her eyes a little too intense. And then she said something that made my blood run cold. "It's okay. I know where you live. I've been here before." I froze. My heart dropped straight into my stomach. The words hung in the air like a thick fog. I tried to process what she had just said. My mind was racing, but nothing made sense. She had been here before. How? I had barely known her for a few days. We had only just met. There was no way she could have been to my place before. I tried to laugh it off, thinking maybe she was just being playful, but I could tell she wasn't joking. Her expression hadn't changed, and her voice didn't carry any sign of amusement. There was no smile, no softness in her tone, just a cold, eerie certainty. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to open the door and just get out of the car, but I wasn't sure what she might do if I did that. Another part of me wanted to confront her, ask her exactly what she meant by that, but I wasn't sure I was ready to hear the answer. So instead, I just sat there staring at her, trying to figure out what to say next. I didn't want to be rude, but this was way beyond anything I had expected from a simple Tinder date. I told her again, a little more firmly, that I needed to go inside and get some sleep. She didn't argue this time. In fact, she didn't say anything at all. She just looked straight ahead, her grip tightening on the steering wheel. There was a strange stillness in the car, like the air had gotten thicker, and I could feel the tension rising between us. It was as if she was waiting for me to say something else, to offer an explanation or an invitation to let her in. But I couldn't do that. I couldn't invite her in. Not after that. I quickly opened the door and got out of the car, trying to avoid eye contact. As I walked up to my front door, I could feel her eyes on me, watching me the whole time. I didn't turn around to look, but she was still sitting in that car waiting. I fumbled with my keys, my hand shaking as I finally got the door open. I glanced over my shoulder just once before I went inside, and I saw her car still sitting there, headlights on. It wasn't until I was inside and had locked the door behind me that I finally exhaled. But even then, something didn't feel right. I couldn't help but wonder, how did she know where I lived? How had she been here before? It was a question that kept me awake long after the car had driven away. I spent the next few days trying to forget that something wasn't adding up. I went through my phone, checked the messages, reread our conversations, trying to find something I missed. But there was nothing. Nothing that explained how she knew where I lived or why she had said those words like it was the most casual thing in the world. Eventually, I blocked her number and deleted her contact info, but I couldn't stop thinking about what she had said. And even now, I can't shake the image of her sitting there, staring at me with those cold eyes, knowing things about me that I hadn't told her. I don't know what her game was or what her intentions were that night, but I know one thing for sure: I'll never use Tinder the same way again. The worst part is that I still don't know who she was or why she said what she did. But I'll never forget the look on her face when she said she had been here before. I'll never forget the day I matched with Zach on Tinder. It wasn't that long ago, maybe a few months, but it feels like a lifetime. We hit it off right away, talked about everything from music to travel, and even a few random weird things, like our weirdest childhood memories. It all seemed totally normal. There was nothing about him that stood out as off. He seemed like just another guy looking for a good conversation. After a few days of texting, we decided to meet up at a coffee shop. I was actually kind of excited about it. I mean, he seemed cool, we'd been chatting for a while, and he was funny. So, on the day of our meetup, I got ready, threw on something casual, and drove over to the shop. It was a quiet little place, perfect for getting to know someone. When I walked in, I didn't see Zach right away. I checked the seating area, but he wasn't anywhere in sight. I thought maybe he was running late, so I sat down and started scrolling through my phone to kill time. A few minutes passed, and I figured I'd text him to see where he was. I pulled out my phone and shot him a quick message asking if he was there yet. I didn't expect an immediate response, but he replied pretty quickly. He told me he was sitting at a table in the back corner. I didn't think much of it at first. The place wasn't crowded, so I got up and walked toward that corner. When I got there, though, something didn't feel right. The guy sitting at the table wasn't who I was expecting. I'd seen Zach's pictures. I knew what he looked like, and this guy didn't match up at all. The man sitting there was a little older, maybe in his early 40s, with short, scruffy hair and a scruffy beard. His clothes were a little too casual, and his posture wasn't anything like the one Zach had described. I stopped in my tracks and stared at him for a second, trying to figure out if I was just mistaken or if I had somehow walked into the wrong area. I asked if he was Zach, and he just smiled at me. It wasn't a normal smile, though. It felt off. There was something wrong with it, like he wasn't really happy to see me, but more like he was amused. Without saying a word, he shook his head and told me something that made my stomach drop. He said, "Zach's still at home," texting you from my phone. "He's been doing this for a while. Every time you think you're meeting him, it's really me." I didn't know how to react. I froze in place for a second, trying to piece it all together. What did you mean? It's really me. I thought I'd been talking to Zach this whole time, but now I was sitting across from a completely different person, and the whole thing felt like a bad dream. I wasn't sure if I should be scared, confused, or both. The man continued, almost like he was explaining something so obvious that I should have figured it out on my own. "It's easy, really. He'll text you, set up the date, and I just show up instead. You never notice because he always makes sure to have me look just like him. I've been doing this for a while now. He just lets me keep the phone while he stays home and watches." I wanted to get up and run, but my legs wouldn't move. I could feel my pulse in my ears. A cold sweat started to form on the back of my neck. Was this some kind of twisted joke? Was he trying to prank me? But his tone was so calm, so matter of fact, like this was just a normal thing for him to do. I looked around the coffee shop, hoping someone else would be there to notice what was going on, but it was mostly empty. The barista was busy behind the counter, and no one seemed to be paying attention to us. The man sitting across from me just stared at me, his eyes gleaming in a way that made my stomach twist even more. I started to feel lightheaded, and the realization that this was no joke began to hit me. If what he was saying was true, then everything I thought I knew about Zach, everything I had been talking to for days, was a lie. This man had been pretending to be Zach, taking his place every time we made plans, and somehow I hadn't noticed. But why? Why would Zach, or whoever this guy was, do something like that? I was still frozen in place when he leaned forward, a strange grin creeping up his face. He didn't look like he was going to hurt me or anything, but the way he spoke made it clear that he had no problem with what he was doing. It almost felt like he was proud of it, like this was just another game to him. Before I could think of anything else to say, he sat back in his chair, still grinning like it was all some big joke. I couldn't take it anymore. My body finally moved, and I stood up from the table. I grabbed my bag and backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do, but all I could think about was getting out of there. I didn't wait for another word from him. I didn't even look back as I rushed out of the coffee shop. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold onto my phone as I called a cab. The whole time, I couldn't shake the image of that man sitting there, casually telling me that I had been meeting him, not Zach, this whole time. My head was spinning as I got into the cab and told the driver to take me home as fast as possible. I blocked both numbers, the one I had been texting with and the new one that had texted me that morning. But that didn't make the whole thing feel any less real. How many other people had he done this to? How long had this been going on? The thought of it still messes with my head. I never heard from Zach or whoever this person was again, and I'm still trying to figure out what happened that day. But all I know for sure is that I'll never use Tinder the same way again. I'll never be sure who I'm really talking to. I can't forget the look in that guy's eyes when he told me the truth. I never thought I'd end up telling a story like this. It's something I still can't shake, no matter how much I try to forget it. It all started on Tinder, like a lot of these stories do. I matched with Carmen one evening, and we hit it off right away. It was one of those conversations that felt like we'd known each other forever, you know. Super easy to talk to her, and we both seemed to have similar interests. After a few days of texting back and forth, we decided to meet up for a drink. I was excited, maybe a little nervous, but nothing that screamed warning signs. Just a typical first date, or so I thought. The night we planned to meet, I walked into the bar and scanned the room. It wasn't too crowded, just a few people here and there. I was early, so I took a seat at the bar and ordered a drink while I waited. But as soon as I saw her, I felt this weird, uncomfortable sensation, like I knew her from somewhere. It wasn't the normal, hey, I recognize you from your profile picture feeling. It was deeper than that, like my brain was telling me that this wasn't the first time I'd seen her, but I couldn't place it. She looked almost exactly like her photos, but there was something about her eyes, something unsettling. She came over and smiled, and I stood up to greet her. We hugged, and the weird feeling in my chest only intensified. We sat down and started talking, but the whole time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen her before. It wasn't just her face. There was something about her mannerisms, the way she talked, that felt eerily familiar. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just overthinking it. But as we got into conversation, things started getting weirder. The more we talked, the more I realized she knew a lot about me. Way too much for someone I just matched with online. I mean, we hadn't even been texting for that long, but she knew about my job, the places I like to visit, and little things like my favorite food and movies. At first, I thought maybe she had just stalked my social media a bit, which was a little creepy but not unheard of. But then it got more specific, way more specific. Like she mentioned something about a project I was working on at work, something I had barely told anyone about. Then she started talking about a trip I was planning for the next month, a trip I hadn't even posted about yet. It was starting to get uncomfortable, and I couldn't figure out how she knew all this stuff. I tried to shake it off and told myself it was just coincidence. But as we continued talking, I started to feel like she was watching me. I excused myself to go to the restroom, hoping a minute alone would help me get my head straight. But as soon as I stepped away from the table, I overheard her talking on the phone. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I couldn't help but catch what she was saying. She's here. I'm so close to making him mine. My heart stopped. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just some random coincidence. This was something far worse. She wasn't here to just have a drink and get to know me. No, she was planning something, and I was the target. The calm tone in her voice, the way she spoke, like this was all part of some game, it made me freeze in place. My stomach turned, and for a second I felt like I couldn't breathe. I didn't even finish using the restroom. I walked out, went back to the table, and grabbed my jacket. Carmen was looking at me like nothing was wrong, smiling like she didn't have a care in the world. But I couldn't stay. I couldn't be around her anymore. The whole vibe had shifted, and I was getting a bad feeling about everything. I made some excuse about needing to leave, and she didn't push back. That's what was strange. I thought she'd try to stop me, but she didn't. It was like she was just letting me go, like it didn't matter to her. Maybe it was because she already knew she had me in her grip. I left the bar and got in my car as quickly as I could. My hands were shaking, and my mind was racing, trying to piece everything together. Who was she really? What did she want with me? How much of my life had she been tracking, and for how long? I thought about calling someone. Anyone, but I couldn't focus. I just needed to get home. When I got back to my apartment, I was still trying to shake off the weird, overwhelming feeling that I just barely escaped something. I walked in, threw my keys on the counter, and sat down to catch my breath. Then my phone buzzed. I glanced at it, and my stomach sank. It was a message from Carmen. At first, I thought maybe it was a follow-up message, something normal like, "Hey, sorry about earlier, let's try again." But when I opened it, my hands froze. The message wasn't like anything I'd expected. It was a direct threat, just short and to the point. It didn't say anything about trying again or how things had gone wrong. It just read, "If you think you can get away from me, you're wrong. I know where you live, and I'll make sure you never forget me. You belong to me now." My blood ran cold. My heart started pounding in my chest, and my first instinct was to block her, delete everything, and never look back. But how could I be sure she wouldn't show up at my door? How could I be sure she wasn't already outside, watching? I blocked her number immediately, but the message haunted me. Who was she really? And why did she seem to know so much about me, even things that I hadn't told anyone? I never replied to her, but I couldn't stop thinking about that message. Now, every time I go out or meet someone new, I can't shake the thought that someone is watching me, someone who knows things about me before I even say a word. And I still wonder, what else does she know that I don't even realize she's tracking? I haven't heard from Carmen since that night, but I'm still keeping my distance from any online dating app. The fear of who might be on the other end of that screen is too much to ignore. I don't know what made me match with Sam that night. Maybe it was the way his profile looked, or maybe I was just bored. But after a few days of chatting, we decided to meet up. The conversations flowed pretty easily. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He seemed cool, laid back, and had a good sense of humor. After a few days of texting, we picked a coffee shop in my neighborhood to meet up. Everything was set. Time, place, all of that. So the day of the meetup rolls around, and I'm feeling good about it. I mean, it's just a casual coffee date, right? I show up a little early just to make sure I'm not late. I find a spot inside, order my drink, and sit by the window trying to casually look around for him. But after about 20 minutes, I start getting a little impatient. I texted Sam just to check in. He replied quickly, saying he was running late and that he'd be there soon. No big deal, I think. Things happen. I've been late to dates myself before, so I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. So I wait. And wait. After another 20 minutes, I start getting a little more annoyed. It's not like he had given me any other heads up that he was still on his way. At this point, I figured I'd been stood up, but I was still holding on to some hope that he'd show up. By the time an hour had passed, I was done. I didn't have time to waste sitting there anymore, and honestly, I was a little pissed off. I get up, grab my things, and walk out of the coffee shop. I figure I'll just go home, relax, maybe catch up on some shows or something. But as I'm driving back, I start getting this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. Like something wasn't right. I tried to shake it off, telling myself that I was just annoyed about the whole thing and it was probably nothing. Maybe Sam had a legitimate reason for being late. I could still give him the benefit of the doubt, right? I pull into my driveway, and that's when I saw him. There was a figure standing by my front door. For a split second, I thought I was imagining things, but the longer I looked, the clearer it became. It was Sam, the same guy I'd been talking to on Tinder. I stopped in my tracks, heart racing in my chest. I hadn't told him where I lived. I hadn't mentioned anything about my address. I hadn't even sent him the details of where I lived. At first, I thought it was some kind of mistake, maybe a coincidence. But as I pulled closer, I saw him standing there, his hands in his pockets, just staring at me. There was no, "Oh, hey, I thought I'd stop by," or any sort of casual greeting. He was just standing there like he was waiting for me to pull into the driveway. I parked the car in my driveway, my heart pounding in my ears. I wasn't sure what to do. I'd never given him my address. I had never even mentioned where I lived. So how did he know? Was this a coincidence, or was something more disturbing happening? I grabbed my purse, locked the car, and made my way to the front door, trying to act normal even though my entire body was on high alert. I tried to brush it off and convince myself that maybe he was just as clueless as I was. But the closer I got to the door, the more I realized that something wasn't right. I put my hand on the door handle, ready to go inside and try to forget about the whole thing, but then I heard it. His voice, smooth but with a weird edge to it. It wasn't loud or aggressive, but it carried through the quiet night air and made my blood run cold. I knew you'd come home alone. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. For a second, I froze, my hand still on the door handle. I didn't know what to say or what to do. How did he know where I lived? How did he know I was alone? Why was he standing there, so casual, so calm? I don't remember exactly what went through my head in that moment. My mind was a mess of panic, confusion, and a little bit of disbelief. I wanted to slam the door and call the police, but I didn't know how to react. My legs felt heavy, like they were made of stone, but I forced myself to move, slowly backing up towards the door as my mind tried to process what was happening. Sam just stood there, unmoving, watching me. He didn't seem angry or upset, but there was something unsettling in his calmness. It was like he knew something I didn't, something that I couldn't escape. I finally found my voice, shakily saying something about how I didn't know what he was doing there and that I hadn't invited him over, but he didn't seem to care about any of that. He just kept standing there, his eyes never leaving me. I don't know what it was about his presence, but it made everything inside of me scream to get away. I turned and quickly went inside, locking the door behind me. My heart was racing and I felt like I was suffocating. I couldn't stop looking out the window, half expecting to see him standing there, still watching me. But when I finally worked up the nerve to check, he was gone, vanished without a trace. I didn't sleep that night. I kept wondering how he knew where I lived. What did he want? Why was he standing by my door like that? And most of all, why had he said that? The next day, I checked my social media just to be sure that I hadn't made some stupid mistake and posted something revealing. But everything looked normal. Nothing that would have given him any clue about where I lived. I felt like I was losing my mind trying to figure out how this all happened. I never heard from Sam again after that night, and I blocked him immediately, but that night has stuck with me. Every time I go outside, I can't help but glance around, half expecting to see him standing there again, watching me from the shadows. It's been weeks now, but I can't shake the thought that maybe, just maybe, he's still out there. I've always been pretty skeptical about online dating, but I heard so many success stories that I figured why not. So one night, I swiped right on Arvid. His profile was simple, a couple of pictures of him out hiking and smiling with his friends. He seemed normal, down to earth, and after chatting for a while, he suggested we meet at a bar in the city. I wasn't really expecting anything vague, just a casual drink and some light conversation. The night of our date, I arrived at the bar a bit early, which I always do. It gives me a chance to settle in and get comfortable before the nerves kick in. The place was pretty packed for a weekday night, but I found a spot near the back where I could easily see the door. I checked my phone to see if he texted, and there it was, his message telling me he was just pulling up. A few minutes later, Arvid walked in, spotted me right away, and waved. He looked just like his pictures, tall, dark hair, a little scruffy, but in a good way. He seemed even better in person. We started chatting immediately, the conversation flowing easily. At first, it was just the usual stuff, work, hobbies, what we like to do for fun. But then, after a few drinks, things started to take a turn. At first, it was just small things, like how he casually mentioned my favorite coffee shop, or how he guessed that I liked hiking because of a picture on my Instagram. I thought it was nothing, just good memory, or maybe some lucky guesses. But then, it started getting weird. He mentioned my ex by name. Now, I don't talk about my ex much, not with people I barely know. It was a long time ago and I had moved on, so it never really came up in conversation with him. He didn't mention anything specific about the breakup or anything emotional, but he dropped his name in passing like it was no big deal. The weird part, I hadn't mentioned my ex's name to him not once. How would he know that? I laughed it off at first, thinking maybe he had seen it on my social media or something, but then he kept going. He mentioned my college, the one I had graduated from a few years ago. He even brought up some classes I'd taken that only a handful of people would know about, a history class that I had been obsessed with, a course on ancient civilizations. I was trying to keep the conversation light, but my mind was racing. How did he know all of this? I didn't mention any of it to him. There was no way he could have just guessed. It wasn't just that he knew these little details about me, it was the way he said them. Like he had been paying attention for a long time, like he had been watching me. That was the moment my stomach started to turn. I felt like I had just started to realize that I didn't know this person at all. Sure, he seemed nice enough, but the more he spoke, the more I felt like I was talking to a stranger who knew everything about me, but nothing about who I was. I tried to ignore the growing unease in the back of my mind. Maybe I was overthinking things. I didn't want to be rude, especially since he seemed so normal. I even asked him how he knew all these things, hoping it was just a weird coincidence. I figured he'd brush it off, maybe apologize for making me feel weird, and that would be the end of it. But instead, he looked at me completely unfazed. His expression didn't change at all as he casually said, "I'm just really good at remembering details." And that was it. The way he said it, almost too casually, made my skin crawl. It was like he wasn't even trying to hide the fact that he was studying me, that he had been paying close attention to things that I never even realized were public. He didn't give me any kind of explanation, just a simple, nonchalant response that felt way too rehearsed, like he'd said it before. I tried to laugh it off, but I wasn't laughing. I wasn't even smiling anymore. My drink was almost empty, and I felt the sudden urge to leave, but I didn't want to make a scene. I didn't want to be rude. But everything inside me was screaming to get out of there, to leave this weird situation before it got worse. I asked for the check, paying for my drink quickly and trying to act like everything was fine. I wanted to get out of there. I couldn't look at him anymore without feeling like I was trapped in some kind of strange, uncomfortable web. I wasn't even sure what was happening. Was he a stalker? Was he just good at picking up on small details? But there was something in the way he looked at me, the way he kept watching me, that made me feel like I was in danger. It was like I was a puzzle piece he was trying to figure out, and I was starting to feel like I was the one who wasn't safe. As I stood up to leave, Arvid didn't seem bothered at all. He just smiled and waved goodbye like everything was normal, like there wasn't a single thing strange about the conversation we just had. I didn't even say goodbye. I just walked out of the bar as quickly as I could. I didn't check my phone until I got home, and when I did, there was a message from him. It was a simple text, but the words were unsettling. "You were fun to talk to tonight. Let me know when you want to meet again." But that wasn't what bothered me. It was the last part of the message. "I know where you live." I hadn't given him my address. I hadn't even mentioned where I lived except that I was in the city. But somehow he knew. I blocked him immediately and deleted everything, his number, his profile, anything that could connect me to him. But even now, I know that I'll run into him again, or that he knows more about me than I'll ever know about him. I still can't figure out how he knew so much. And to this day, I wonder if he was just playing some weird game with me, or if he had been watching me for a lot longer than I ever realized. Either way, I'm done with Tinder for good. So I matched with Rowan on a rainy Thursday. It wasn't like the usual swipe right kind of day. You know, the kind where you're just mindlessly scrolling, trying to kill some time while waiting for the rain to stop. But something about Rowan's profile caught my attention. His pictures were normal, nothing too flashy. Just him hiking, enjoying the outdoors, and a few at local concerts. He looked like someone you'd casually meet at a coffee shop, maybe a little shy, but still easy to talk to. We hit it off pretty quickly, which was a surprise for me. I'm not the best at small talk, especially with strangers. But Rowan and I seemed to just get each other right away. We swapped numbers and texted over the next few days, and eventually we agreed to meet up at a local cafe. Nothing fancy, just a place that was cozy, the kind with dim lighting, and that good smell of coffee beans roasting in the background. It was supposed to be low-key, just a simple coffee date to get to know each other. I arrived a few minutes early, like I usually do, just to make sure I had time to grab a seat and get settled. The cafe was quiet, probably because of the rain, and only a couple of people were sitting around, most of them with their heads buried in their laptops. I grabbed a coffee and found a seat near the window. The place was cozy with just the right amount of people to not feel too crowded. I checked my phone again, just to see if Ron had texted. He had, saying he was already inside and would meet you when I got there. No surprise there. I didn't think too much of it. A few minutes passed, and I saw him sitting alone at a small table in the corner by the window. He was looking down at his phone, so I assumed he hadn't noticed me yet. I stood up and waved at him, and that's when he looked up and smiled, giving me a casual wave back. I walked over to his table, but something about the whole situation felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on exactly, but my gut told me to be cautious. I greeted him, and we exchanged the usual pleasantries. "How was your day? How's the weather?" That kind of thing. But as I sat down across from him, I started to notice a few things. He wasn't acting like someone who'd just arrived. He seemed way too comfortable. I asked how long he'd been there, trying to make small talk, and he replied, "I've been here for hours, watching." At first, I thought he was joking. But as I looked around the cafe, I realized that something felt very wrong. People weren't just sitting there quietly, lost in their own world, like normal. They were looking at me, not just glancing, but staring. Their eyes followed me as I walked to the table, and now all of them were somehow aware of me, like I was some sort of spectacle. It made my skin crawl. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just my nerves, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized it wasn't normal. I turned back to Rowan, hoping he'd somehow break the tension, but he didn't. He was just smiling at me almost too calmly, like he was in control of everything. The weirdest part was that he didn't seem fazed at all by the uncomfortable atmosphere in the cafe. It was like he expected it. And then he said something that made my heart race. "Don't worry, I'll always be watching you." I froze. My mind was racing, trying to piece everything together. Had he been following me? How did he know that I felt so out of place here, like all eyes were on me? Was he somehow pulling the strings in the background? Without thinking, I grabbed my purse, stood up, and walked towards the door. My heart was pounding in my chest, my palms were sweaty, and every step felt heavier than the last. As I pushed through the door, I didn't even turn around. I bolted out of there, feeling the cool air on my face, but it didn't do much to calm my racing heart. I didn't stop walking until I reached my car. I got in and locked the doors and sat there for a moment, just trying to collect myself. What had just happened? Rowan's words kept echoing in my head. "I'll always be watching you." What did he mean by that? Was he stalking me already? How could he have known that I was feeling so watched in that cafe? I drove home in a daze, my hands gripping the wheel a little too tightly. My mind was a whirlwind of questions, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I didn't want any answers. I just wanted to forget that I ever agreed to meet this guy. My stomach churned just thinking about how calm and composed he'd been during the whole thing, while I was on the verge of a panic attack. It was like he was playing some sort of game. When I got home, I immediately blocked him on everything. His number, his social media, everything. It was like a switch flipped. I wasn't going to take any chances. I was done. But here's the thing. Even after blocking him, I couldn't forget it. It's been a few weeks now. Every so often, I'll catch a glimpse of someone out of the corner of my eye, or I'll think I see someone looking at me too long, and I'll freeze for a second, wondering if it's him. I haven't seen him in person since that night, but somehow I feel like he's still around, still watching. I've tried to move on and forget about it, but I can't. I don't know what Rowan's deal was, but something tells me this wasn't just a weird one-time experience. It feels like he's out there somewhere, waiting for the next time we cross paths. And honestly, I'm terrified of what he might do next. I'll be honest, when I first matched with Kian on Tinder, I wasn't expecting much. I mean, we all know how hit or miss these online dates can be. But there was something about his profile that stood out. He wasn't using cheesy pickup lines or posting flashy selfies. Instead, he had a few pictures of him outdoors, hiking and traveling, things that made him seem real. And the way he talked in our messages, down to earth, normal, no red flags. So, after chatting for a bit, we decided to meet up for dinner. Nothing fancy, just a local Italian restaurant with a cozy vibe. The first half of the evening went exactly as I'd hoped. We laughed, talked about travel, joked about bad first date stories, and even got into some deeper stuff about our families and our pasts. He seemed genuinely interested, and I was enjoying myself more than I had expected. There was a certain comfort between us, something easy. That made me think this might go somewhere. I was even starting to relax, feeling that this was just a normal date with a normal guy. But then, halfway through the meal, something shifted. Kian went quiet, like really quiet. He stopped eating, put his fork down, and just stared at the table. I tried to continue the conversation, asking him about his recent trip to the mountains or what kind of music he liked. But he barely responded. A few mumbled answers here and there, but nothing substantial. I figured maybe he was just tired or lost in thought. But the longer the silence dragged on, the more uncomfortable I started to feel. I kept trying to engage, throwing out random topics, hoping something would break the weird tension. But it only got worse. Can wasn't looking at me anymore, he wasn't even glancing up. It was like he was in another world a million miles away. It was so strange, especially given how our conversation had flowed earlier. I was starting to get worried, like maybe I'd said something wrong or I was doing something to make him uncomfortable. But I couldn't figure out what. And then, just like that, he stood up. I thought he was maybe going to the bathroom or stepping outside for some air, but no. He just stood up and started walking towards the door. I blinked, trying to process what was happening. I was still sitting there, mouth half open, looking at the empty chair across from me. For a split second, I thought maybe it was a joke, some weird kind of play. But no, this was real. Kaya was walking out, and I hadn't even finished my pasta. At that moment, confusion hit me like a ton of bricks. I grabbed my purse, rushed to my feet, and followed him out the door. I didn't know what to think, but I couldn't just sit there after he'd done that. I needed answers. I needed to know why he was acting like this, especially after what had seemed like a perfectly fine night. I caught up with him on the sidewalk just outside the restaurant. He was walking fast, his shoulders slightly hunched, head down. I called out to him, but he didn't respond. At first, I thought maybe he hadn't heard me, but then I called out again, a little louder this time, asking what was going on. That's when he stopped. He turned to face me, but his expression wasn't anything close to what I expected. It wasn't angry, frustrated, or even upset. It was almost blank, like he was detached from everything happening around him. "I've seen enough," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. "I'm ready to leave." It was such a weird thing to hear, especially from someone who, just moments ago, had been laughing with me. It felt like a switch had been flipped, but in a way that I couldn't quite grasp, like I had just become something else to him, something not worth engaging with anymore. He turned away and kept walking down the street, leaving me standing there, completely dumbfounded. I tried to stop him, my voice rising in a mix of confusion and frustration, but he didn't seem to care. He didn't even look back. It was like I wasn't even there. I could feel the heat rising in my cheeks as embarrassment set in, but it was more than that. There was something about the way he walked off, as if he had made some decision without even considering how I felt, that made my stomach twist. He didn't take a glance over his shoulder, didn't acknowledge my presence at all. It was as if our entire evening meant nothing to him. I watched him walk down the street, his figure becoming smaller and smaller, until he disappeared around the corner. I stood there for a moment longer, my mind racing, trying to process what had just happened. I didn't know what to do. I stood frozen for a second, wondering if I was just imagining everything. I tried to call him, but his phone went straight to voicemail. I sent a text, but there was no reply. By this point, I was really starting to freak out. This wasn't just a guy walking out on a date. This was something else entirely. He had come here with me, seemed fine, and then nothing. I walked back to my car, trying to shake the weird feeling in my gut, but the whole thing left me uneasy. I didn't know what Ken had meant by "I've seen enough." Had I done something? Was there something about me that set him off? And why did he feel so cold about it? The next day, I found myself checking my phone every few minutes, hoping for some kind of explanation, but nothing came. It was like I had imagined the whole thing, but that feeling of being dismissed, of not even being acknowledged, that stuck with me. After a few days, I realized that I couldn't just let it go. The whole situation felt off, like something I couldn't shake, but there was nothing I could do to fix it. Han was gone. I blocked him everywhere, deleted his number, and moved on. I still don't know what happened that night, but the fact that he just walked away without a word, without even a second glance, well, that was the part that bothered me the most. And to this day, I can't help but wonder what would have happened if I hadn't followed him out of that restaurant. Would I have just been left wondering forever, or was I better off not knowing? I matched with Juno on Tinder on a quiet Tuesday night. The usual small talk flowed easily between us, and before I knew it, we were making plans to meet. We both liked the idea of a low-key date in the park. Nothing fancy, just a stroll, maybe grab a coffee afterward. She seemed cool, a little mysterious, but in a way that felt intriguing rather than unsettling. Her profile was a mix of travel pics, some artsy shots, and a couple of quirky captions. Honestly, she seemed like the type of person I could get along with. We'd agreed to meet at a local park around 6 p.m. It was a mild evening, a little overcast, but nothing to complain about. I got there early, just to make sure I didn't keep her waiting, and I found a nice spot near the pond to sit. I pulled out my phone, checking the messages to see if she'd texted me. Everything seemed fine. But as the minutes ticked by, I started to feel a little off. It wasn't anything major, just a vague sense of unease, like I was missing something obvious. I'd been on enough first dates to know the drill, but this one felt different, and I couldn't quite put my finger on why. I figured I was just being anxious or overthinking things. I waited for a while, and after about 20 minutes, I decided to text her just to check in. I asked where she was, thinking maybe she was running late or couldn't find the place. Her reply came almost instantly. "I'm right here. I'm just waiting for you to see me." I stared at the message, confused. I looked around trying to spot her. I saw a few other people in the park, couples walking their dogs, joggers passing by, but nothing that stood out. No Juno. I sent another message, asking if she was sure I was in the right spot. Maybe I was overlooking her. But again, she replied almost immediately. "You're standing right next to me. Look closely." That sent a chill down my spine. I looked around again, this time a little more frantically, scanning every face, trying to figure out where she was. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I even took a few steps, glancing over my shoulder, just in case I was somehow missing her. I began to feel stupid, like maybe she was playing some weird game. But then something happened that completely shifted my perspective. As I turned around again, I saw her. Juno was standing right there, only a few feet away, almost hidden in plain sight. She was wearing a black hoodie, her dark hair tucked up under the hood. But it wasn't her clothes or the way she was standing that threw me off. It was how still she was. She wasn't moving. She wasn't even acknowledging that I was staring right at her. It was like she was just waiting for me to notice her, and when I did, there was no sign of emotion on her face. Her eyes were locked on me, cold and intense, like she was observing me, studying me. I froze for a second, not sure what to do. It felt like the world had stopped. For a moment, I almost didn't know how to respond. I took a step forward, trying to gather my thoughts, but still she didn't say anything. No greeting, no smile, nothing. She just stood there, eyes fixed on mine like a statue. It was like she wasn't even human, just some strange, silent observer. I asked her why she hadn't said anything. She didn't even blink, just kept staring at me with this unnerving calmness. And then finally she spoke. "I like to watch first," she said. "It's how I know who I can trust." The words sent a chill down my spine. The way she said it was so casual, so matter-of-fact, like she had said it 100 times before. It didn't sound like a line. It didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like the truth, and that made it worse. I didn't know how to react. I wanted to laugh it off, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and every instinct in my body told me to leave. She didn't look threatening, but the way she was watching me, the stillness. It felt like she was analyzing every little movement I made, every word I said, like I was some kind of specimen. And the worst part, it felt like I was already being judged, like whatever I did next was already going to be part of some test I didn't sign up for. The silence stretched on between us for a few more seconds before I finally decided to speak up. I asked why she couldn't just greet me like a normal person, why she had to wait for me to notice her. But she didn't give me a real answer. She just repeated the same thing. "I like to watch first." And that was it. No further explanation. No more small talk. It was like she wasn't even interested in getting to know me. She wasn't there to have a normal date to get to know each other. She was there for something else. Something that felt off. I backed away slowly, my heart racing. Something in my gut told me I needed to get out of there, that this wasn't some harmless, quirky personality trait. This was something darker. Something I wasn't equipped to deal with. As I turned to leave, I felt her eyes on me. I didn't dare turn back. I just kept walking, faster now, my steps quick and sharp as I made my way toward the exit of the park. I didn't stop until I was in my car, doors locked, hands shaking as I started the engine. I didn't block her right away. At first, I thought I was just being paranoid. But after I got home, I checked my messages again. There were a few more from Juno, all of them saying variations of the same thing. "I'm still watching. You can't hide from me. I'll always be here, even when you don't see me." I blocked her that night, but still sometimes when I walk through the park, I get this strange feeling, like I'm being watched. And every now and then, I swear I catch a glimpse of someone in the distance, standing still like they're waiting for me to notice them. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But I'll never forget how Juno made me feel that day. How she made me feel like I was never really alone, even when I thought I was. I matched with Dorian one night after a few weeks of swiping through Tinder. At first, everything about him seemed chill. He had a solid profile, nothing too weird, but enough to catch my attention. We started chatting, and our conversation flowed easily. We both liked the same kinds of music, movies, and even had similar tastes in food. It felt like we had a lot in common, and after talking for a couple of days, we decided to meet at a local bar. Nothing too fancy, just a low-key vibe, a couple of drinks, and see where things went. When I showed up, Doreen was already there. He looked even better than in his pictures, tall with a bit of a scruffy look, a smile that was enough to make me relax. He waved me over to the table, and we quickly got into conversation. Things were going well, the kind of date where you don't even realize how fast time is passing. At one point, I excused myself to go to the bathroom. As I walked past the bar's window on my way to the bathroom, I noticed Dorian outside. He was talking to a woman, someone I didn't recognize. They were standing close, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. It didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary, but for some reason it caught my attention. I didn't think much of it, though, and just figured it was probably someone he knew. When I came back to the table, I noticed something was off. Dorian wasn't the same. He was staring down at the table, and when I sat down, he didn't seem to notice me at first. He was acting distant, almost distracted, like his mind was somewhere else. I tried to brush it off. Maybe he was tired or had something on his mind. So I asked him if he was okay, but it didn't really feel like he was answering. He looked past me like he was waiting for someone, his eyes darting over my shoulder every few seconds. I kept trying to make small talk to keep the conversation going, but he wasn't really engaging with me. It felt like I was talking to a wall. At one point, I asked him what was going on, if something was bothering him. That's when he said something that threw me off completely. "I don't think you're the right one." I froze. My mind raced. What did he mean by that? We had been getting along so well just an hour ago. What had changed? Was I missing something? But before I could say anything, he stood up. Just stood up, as if he was on autopilot, without a word of explanation. He grabbed his jacket and walked out of the bar without even looking back. I sat there for a few moments, completely stunned, trying to process what had just happened. I was left in that booth alone, feeling like I had just been slapped with a cold reality. What did he mean by the right one? Why had he suddenly turned like that? I stayed in my seat for a while, trying to figure out if I had somehow misread the situation, if there was something I had done to make him act this way. I texted him, asking if he was okay, but the message went unanswered. I didn't know whether I should just leave or stick around and wait to see if he'd come back, but I knew deep down that whatever had just happened, I didn't want to stick around and find out. So I paid the tab, grabbed my things, and left the bar. As I stepped outside, it was darker than I remembered, and there was a slight chill in the air. I was walking toward my car when I noticed something strange. The woman Dorian had been talking to earlier was standing across the street watching me. She wasn't looking at me like a stranger, but more like she was expecting me, like she knew exactly who I was. I didn't know what to make of it, but it made me uncomfortable. I quickly got in my car and drove off. The whole night had been so off, and I couldn't stop thinking about what Dorian had said. "You're not the right one." It stuck with me, gnawing at me the entire drive home. I felt like I was missing something, like there was some hidden meaning I couldn't quite understand. The next day, I tried to reach out to him again. I texted him, asking if he was okay, if I had done something wrong. I wanted to know what happened, but I didn't get any response. For the next few days, I waited, hoping he'd reach out and explain, but he didn't. I checked his social media. Nothing had changed. His posts were the same, the usual stuff, but it was like he had just vanished from my life without a word. A few weeks passed, and I tried to move on, but the whole thing stuck with me. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened that night. It didn't make sense. I started doubting myself. Maybe I was reading into things too much. But then something happened that made me rethink everything. One evening, I was out with some friends at a different bar when I saw a familiar face across the room. It was a woman from the night Dorian had left me at the booth. She was sitting with a guy, laughing and talking, but as soon as she saw me, her smile faded. I couldn't tell if she recognized me, but her eyes followed me as I walked past. I tried not to think about it too much, but it was unsettling, especially when she looked away quickly as if she didn't want to be seen. That was the last straw. Something was definitely off. I tried searching Dorian's name online, but every trail led to dead ends. There were no social media accounts under his name, no trace of him outside the app. It was like he didn't even exist. I didn't bother trying to contact him anymore after that. I blocked him on everything, changed some of my own privacy settings, and just told myself it was all a weird, messed up situation. I didn't know if he had a second life or if he was just playing some kind of game with me, but I had no interest in finding out. To this day, I still don't know who Dorian was or why he left me in that booth without any explanation. I don't know what he meant by not the right one. But I do know that I never want to feel that alone and confused ever again. Every time I go out, I can't help but wonder if I'll run into him or that woman again. And honestly, I don't want to know.